speculation, and announcements like this just feed it. They just feed the election speculation. Prime Minister Trudeau has announced $15 billion for public transit projects over the next 8 years. Over the next 8 years. Okay, well, $15 billion over 8 years.
We are on track.
What does that get you? 15 billion, 8 years. Okay, that's $2 billion a year, maybe less than. What do you get for that? Like maybe 2-3 kilometers of light rail in Ottawa? Maybe 5-6 years behind schedule.
That's we're on track. Playing that in relation to transit is really PTSD for me and LRT.
The announcement comes with a permanent public transit infrastructure fund of $3 billion a year. Beginning in 2026, 2027. Okay, beginning 5 years from now. Okay, beginning 5 years from now. In other words, if you elect us, right? If you elect us. Mm-hmm. But then you also had the news about CERB, okay? And there has been this ongoing controversy about self-employed people who qualified for the CERB, felt they were misled by CRA about gross income, net income. We were all over that yesterday. And then if people have an income tax debt related to an income relief program, like CERB or the program that replaced CERB or the student benefit or the caregiver benefit or what is the other one? Canada Sickness Benefit as well. You'll have a year to figure that out with the CRA, which also comes across to me as though they're going through a checklist. These are the things we want to take care of. These are the constituencies that we want to placate before we actually pull the plug on this government. Am I on the right track at all, Kate Harrison?
Am I on the right track? Yeah. And don't forget you're on track. And don't forget the $15 billion net zero climate plan that was released right at the end of 2020.
Okay.
The day after the premiers asked for more funding for healthcare, and we're told, no, we don't have a dollar to spare. So the government had said at the beginning of December they were going to spend $100 billion between the climate plan and this new transit announcement. That's 30 of the $100 billion committed. This feels to me very much like a pre-election announcement. They're putting it out there in a forum to make mayors and cities happy. And it would be hard to convince me again, given how many other priorities are on the list right now, why they would pursue something like this when as we're being told, the pandemic is so immediate that it needs all eyes and ears and attention all the time.
Right. Yeah.
So to me, it seems to be pre-election positioning.
Pre-election positioning. Cam Holmstrom, what do you think?
I could see it as that, but I'm not as convinced. Just because, like, for example, the CRB stuff, you know what, to me, that could be just as much about the fact that tax season is coming, and that if they didn't do something now, that could mean some even bigger issues for people right away. And honestly, this is a move they should have made all along. But when it comes to the transit announcement, you could say it's pre-election, but at the same time, it's the way it's timed out, it's not even saying elect me and you'll get this. It's saying elect me, then elect me again. You have, they go through a full 4-year majority term and still not have gotten to that timeline before they actually pay out. Yeah. So to me, this is a lot of trying to make it up and make it seem like you're doing something without doing anything. I think that's the key thing here. When it comes to the CERB money, by announcing this, really, what changes to the government? They're not going to be collecting anything. Basically, it's pens down. No, so we're not really doing anything, but it has an effect. And for the transit funding, it's like, well, we're not going to have to do anything for 5-6 years. So, hey, we're doing something, but we're really doing nothing. And to be honest, like the way things are going right now with the changes to communities in the wake of COVID, with workplaces and all that, and with populations starting to shift around, I'm starting to wonder how that's going to change things like, frankly, transit funding, and how that's going to change communities' needs when it comes to it. And if I were being a smart politician, I might put that out in the announcement saying this is why we're holding off.
Okay.
But otherwise it looks just like very usual liberal.
Let me just jump right in there. Our correspondent on the Hill is Cormac McSweeney, and he's been following this announcement from the Infrastructure Minister, Catherine McKenna, the Ottawa Centre Liberal MP. She's been asked a few times to give a better breakdown of this $15 billion for public transit, like how much will flow right away or spent before 2026. She gave long responses but did not answer the question from our correspondent. So, look, we're a little tight on time, so there is a report that there's going to be a moving of the critic roles. a shadow cabinet shuffle, if you will, and that Pierre Poilievre, local member of parliament, firecracker in opposition, very effective in opposition, is going to be moved out of his role at finance. What do you think's going on there, Kate?
I think the Conservatives were foreshadowing over the weekend that they'd very much like to talk about jobs in the economy and not just continue to criticize the Liberals over vaccines, so they may deserve it. I think by moving, in my view, one of their strongest communicators to that industry portfolio, they're going to have some good sound bites and really hold Minister Champagne's feet to the fire in terms of what the plan for recovery actually looks like. Because thinking of the announcements that have just been made, there's a big number floated and an ambitious plan out there, but not a whole lot of detail. I think people are going to be starting to look for some of that detail. Poilievre doesn't necessarily need to be in finance in order to get under this government's skin. He's been able to prove that he's able to do that no matter what role he's able to hold.
Right.
So I think if they're starting to now look to more of a forward-looking message on jobs and recovery, he'll be able to carry those messages.
Yeah, I think if sorry, Kate, I think if Chrystia Freeland is kind of Mr. Trudeau's minister of everything, I think Erin O'Toole has Pierre Poilievre as kind of the critic of everything.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah. So he'll be the critic, the jobs and industry critic. Ed Fast will become the finance critic. Cam, what do you think of these moves here and why they're being done?
Well, for one, I think it helps to have someone with a little bit more background experience in the finance role. I think if you're looking trying to form government, that makes sense. Mr. Fast has good credentials on that. When it comes to Poilievre himself, let's face it, he is a good communicator, but that's when he stays on track. That's when he stays on message. Unfortunately, he tends to veer sometimes into the conspiracy and a little bit more further away from the mainstream, and that's gotten him in trouble. So moving him out of that serious role, I can see why they want to do it. Plus, being a total partisan here, I do look forward to Pierre, actually, applying that real world private sector job experience he has in creating jobs, because I know he's swimming in it.
You're so mean.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
When you're online, Rogers TV on YouTube shares news and events from your community, like messages from local leaders, updates on the latest health news, local business presenting their new offerings, and how our local communities are working their way through these unprecedented times. Visit and subscribe to Rogers TV on YouTube for the latest local information.
I'm Wendell Clark with a word about winning. We all know it takes a team effort in any sport and with any challenge. You can be a part of the winning team that shuts out impaired driving. Whether you're out on the town or just hanging out with friends, drink responsibly. Always have a plan for a safe ride home for yourself, your family, and your friends. You'll be helping to shut out impaired driving.
Visit ArriveAlive.org to find out more. Arrive Alive. Drive sober.
Each week on Grill This, Smoke That, Steph Legary showcases delicious recipes from across Canada, all done on the grill. Join Steph and his special guests on Grill This, Smoke That, Fridays on Rogers TV.
This is Rogers TV, Ottawa.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. We'll start the meeting in one moment. On va commencer la réunion dans une minute. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, colleagues, members of the media and public. Welcome to Ottawa City Council for the 10th of February 2021. Bienvenue à la réunion du Conseil municipal pour le 10 février 2021. A few reminders for today's meeting. This meeting will be held through electronic participation in accordance with Section 238 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended by the COVID-19 Economic Recovery Act of 2020. A few reminders for today's meeting, which is being held using Zoom. Members of council and staff, please stay on mute until called upon to speak. Phone-in participants may use *6 to mute and unmute. Members of council that wish to speak to an item, please use the raise hand feature located at the bottom of the participants list in Zoom, or *9 for members on the phone. And this meeting will be broadcast on Rogers 22 and 23, câble 22, 23, 23 en français, and the Ottawa City Council YouTube channel. Participants with their cameras on, please ensure that you're centered as close to the top of the frame as possible. For those who are able to, please rise for a moment of personal reflection. Thank you. Merci. Je tiens à commencer la réunion du Conseil aujourd'hui en encourageant.
I want to start the meeting today by encouraging residents of remaining optimistic to help us go through this pandemic together.
Remain hopeful and kind as we face the pandemic together. Let's be mindful of the struggles that people are facing and the acts of kindness and compassion that mean so much at this difficult time. On behalf of the City of Ottawa and my council colleagues, I had the honor of proclaiming February 2021 Black History Month in Ottawa. I want to take a moment to recognize the important contributions of Black Canadians to our history and our respective communities. In February,
we'll be celebrating the Black History Month, and I'd like to emphasize the importance of the Canadian contributions, Black and others. Our diversity are a source of strength and diversity in our city and our country.
Identity that represents us with an opportunity to celebrate the contributions of Black Canadians. Today, we'll hear from Councillor Ralston King, the Council Liaison for Anti-Racism and Ethno-Cultural Relations Initiatives, who will speak about the City of Ottawa's Anti-Racism Secretariat. Following Councillor King's remarks, we're pleased to welcome Mr. Eric Wandera, a multidisciplinary artist originally from the Central African Republic, who is here to perform Rise Up Your Vibration. Mr. Eric Sarah is a graduate of the University of Ottawa who uses his performing name, Wandera, which means the artist. Fittingly, the term also means healer, helper, and supporter in Sango, the official language of the Central African Republic. Black History Month helps to increase the public's knowledge and understanding of the achievements of Canadians of African descent. Le mois de l'histoire des Noirs permet au grand public.
Black History Month will help the public educate themselves on their origins.
Our municipal government must play a leading role in identifying and challenging systemic racism, and as the Mayor of Ottawa, I remain committed to making our city a better place for all residents. We are committed to being inclusive and responsive and to ensuring people are served equitably. Nous nous sommes engageants à être inclusifs et
We are committed to being inclusive and very attentive to the needs of everyone. We want all residents to get a fair service.
Councillor King to provide an update on the work of the Anti-Racism Secretariat. Councillor, please. Merci.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for that wonderful introduction, really focused on ensuring that we emphasize the importance of Black History Month. Black History Month allows us all to reflect on the historical and current contributions made by the Black community members and the current realities that communities of African descent face. We know that this year's theme for Black History Month is "The Future is Now," a call to action for all of us to build on the legacy of those who came before us and to recognize the transformative work that Black Canadians are undertaking. I'm very pleased that this year's Black History Month is also highlighting frontline workers, given the trying times that we are in. And I'm heartened to be able to recognize the contributions of people who've kept both our city and indeed our country going over the past difficult year. In early 2020, I was pleased to advocate for the collection of race-based data by Ottawa Public Health, because without data, there is no way to effectively measure and manage COVID-19, which has disproportionately impacted Black communities. The recognition of racism as a public health issue by Ottawa Public Health also further strengthens our city's vigilance. Here in Ottawa, data from the 2016 census indicates that Black female workers were most concentrated in healthcare and social assistance, as 33% of them had a job in the sector, 12 percentage points higher than the rest of the employed female population. No other sector has such high proportion of Black female workers. Black male workers are less concentrated than their female counterparts. However, there is a high concentration of us in the transportation and warehousing sector than other male workers. We know that this huge increase in online sales means that these workers have continued to show up at work every day, day after day, affording many the privilege to stay home safely. Black healthcare workers, especially nurses, played a pivotal role in the history of nursing in Canada. In World War I, Black women formed the Black Cross nurses to aid wounded soldiers and provide healthcare, first aid, nutrition, and childcare, despite being denied the change to participate in the war effort. We know that nurses until the late 40s and 50s could not get a nursing education in Canada if they were Black. So I am so happy that we can honor and remember the legacy of those inspiring Black women who have made invaluable contributions to Canadian society. For this reason, I'm also pleased that we have introduced as a council an anti-racism secretariat. I think of my own family members who immigrated to this country and did not have the socioeconomic opportunities that I am able to enjoy today. And the reality is we have many new immigrants and many Black Canadians and many Indigenous Canadians, racialized people of color, and religious groups who do not have access to the socioeconomic opportunities that improve their lives. And the other key element that we hear often is that people are not treated fairly by their government, which should be a clear expectation of all residents of Ottawa. So I'm pleased that the Anti-Racism Secretariat has engaged in action planning sessions. It's undertaking those right now with multiple communities so that we can hear from our residents, hear the challenges that they have to move forward with potential solutions, policy prescriptions that will come back to this council for ratification with a timeline to move forward with really addressing those challenges. I'm also pleased to announce the creation of the city's Black History Month Committee, co-chaired by the Anti-Racism Secretariat and the Diverse Employees Network. The group will lead the city's internal event and activity planning for Black History Month each year, further cementing the city's commitment to diversity and inclusion and celebrating the contributions of Black staff, past and present, to the city and the corporation. I hope my colleagues and members of the public will acknowledge Black History Month as a meaningful opportunity to recognize the Black community's contributions, because Black history is Canadian history, along with encouraging the protection and expansion of our culture and the creation of more equity and socio-economic opportunity for all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor King, and thank you for your continued leadership on this important file. It's now my pleasure to introduce Mr. Eric Wandera and his drum performance, Rise Up Your Vibration. Eric has informed me that his drumming performance is quite interactive. Under normal circumstances, of course, at a live performance, he would ask you to clap or cheer at certain points. As we're all on Zoom, I'd ask if you feel like participating, please unmute yourself and go wild. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hand it over to Eric. Eric?
Yes, thank you so much. Is everybody hearing me?
Yeah!
Yes,
absolutely.
I like the vibe, I like the answer. So before I start drumming, I just have a short message for all of you. I just wanted to let you know that as human beings, we are all deeply connected. The mistake that humanity has made is that I'm different than you. I'm a part of you. But we are not understanding that all of us, we are like one entity in front of the one who created us for him or for this superpower. We are all just one entity. So everything that we lack is lacking ourselves. It's just we are not letting something happen in ourselves. And that's why I wanted to let you know that from now on, anytime you see a Black person coming for a job, coming for health, coming for help, coming for anything, just tell yourself, okay, I'm now building my part of the Black history. It's happening daily basis. It's happening every second, every minute, every job, every assignment, every call, every support that you bring in this city, because it's our city and we want this city to look great and awesome, and we want it to sound like the first city of Canada. Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So making our city the best city means we care about our people. We care about what we do. We love what we do. Put your love into what you do, and you will see that it will impact people positively. And the politics will follow that. And the decisions will follow that. And anything we put in place will be aligned with the passion that you have to impact people's life positively. So that was my short message, that you are part of the Black history, and it's always every day taking place. And all of us, we are in the boat together. So before I start drumming, I want all of you, this is one of the things that you can do even if you are at home, or if you come like freshly in your office and you feel like, oh my day, I feel like, oh my God, am I going to make this day today? So start just doing this, like you're washing your hand, right? So you know that a lot of people don't understand the fact that in our hands, all the nerves are connected. Like the wires ends up in our hands, because deep inside we are electricity. So once you do that, and then you warm it up, if you warm it well, put it in your both eyes like this, and then if you do it well, it will suddenly wake you up. You know why? Because you're activating the blood circulation like entirely for your vital organs. Okay? And this is deep. This is deep. This is deep. So yeah, you practice that. So after all, you start putting your hands together. Yes. Okay. Okay. So since the time is short, I will just make it. So this is what I do to warm myself up. And then we do it as a master drummers. Not everybody successfully do it, but you have to practice. So I can talk like I talk with my drum. I can talk also with my hands. So I can make some beats with my hands, and that is the object. The goal is to warm up my entire body, because once your body is warmed up, it's easy for you to go through your day. Your vibration is not low. So my mission this morning, even if I don't drum too much, I want you to know that your inner energy is what takes you through the day. Because if you have frustrated people who come to you and start shouting like you don't know why this is happening, if your energy inside is high, you will handle it. If yourself you are down, then you take it personal, okay? So I will just do it quickly. So I will do that. Or if you're happy enough, you can just go. You keep the beats, and the beats can keep you with friends, with father, with wife, with husband, anybody around. Just have fun. Okay. The last thing I want to ask you is ask yourself, how often do you smile in a day? Don't answer yet. Don't answer yet. How often do you smile through your day? If you don't smile too much, that means mentally you have to be careful. The joy that brings you the smile is very important. So you can just put your hands together, up, 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 up. We go. Yes. Every day I rise. Every day I rise. Every day I stand up. Every day I rise. Every day I rise like a shine. I rise to shine like a sun. I shine, a sun. Okay, the sun shines for everybody, every being, every nature. I am the sun, and I rise, and I shine for everybody. Do you like to shine? Do you like to shine? So put the smile on your face, and you will see how you're shining. With the smile there, and you will see how you're beautiful. I should move through the rhythm, just let yourself be, because music is vibration, and deep inside, we are nothing else but vibration. Listen to how your heart beats, right? Your heart tells you all the time, I am vibration. Now let's move to intensive drumming. Okay. How is it going? So I will put the beat down a little bit, so you can dance easily, yeah.
Let's give Eric a big round of applause. Amazing way.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Eric.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So you really opened the meeting with great positivity. Thank you for that. Merci beaucoup.
De rien. Vous êtes le bienvenu.
Merci. À la prochaine.
You're more than welcome. Till the next time.
Madam Deputy Clerk, roll call, please. Now that we're invigorated, that great drumming by Eric.
Councillor Luloff.
Je suis présent.
Councillor Dudas.
Présent.
Councillor Harder. Here. Councillor Suds. Here. Councillor El Shantiri.
Present.
Councillor Gower.
Présent.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Here.
Councillor Shirelli.
Here.
Councillor Eglai.
Here.
Councillor Deans.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Présent.
Conseil Fleury.
Here and warmed up.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor McKinney.
Present.
Councillor Leeper.
Here.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Présent.
Conseil Cloutier.
Présent.
Councillor Kitts.
Ici.
Councillor DeRuse.
Here.
Councillor Moffat.
Here.
Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Hubley. I understand Councillor Hubley is just joining due to technical difficulties. And Mayor Watson?
EC?
You have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. I'd also like to welcome Natalie Goujon, our new attorney, Auditor General. She is attending her first council meeting virtually. Alors, bienvenue, Nathalie, et bonne chance. And thank you for Councillor Cloutier for reminding us of that. Just a note to members of council, from time to time, excuse me, may have to slip out. We have the Big City Mayor's Caucus this week, and we have our meeting with the Prime Minister that starts later this morning. So from time to time, I'll be stepping away from the chair, and our Deputy Mayor, Councillor Suds, will take over. So I'll try to minimize those disruptions, but I think it's important that we be there to hear what I think is very positive news about a permanent transit fund by the federal government. Confirmation of minutes, adoption de procès-verbaux pour la réunion le 27 janvier 2021.
For the meeting, the 27th January.
Carried. Declaration of interests, déclaration de conflit d'intérêt. See none. Communications and responses and petitions as presented. No regrets filed to date. Motion to introduce reports. Motion portant présentation de rapport. Councillor Meehan, please, seconded by Councillor King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That Finance and Economic Development Committee Report 20, Finance and Economic Development Committee and Nominated Committee Joint Report 3, Planning Committee and Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee Joint Report 4, Transportation Committee Report 15, and the report from the city clerk entitled Summary of Oral and Written Public Submissions for Items Subject to the Planning Act, Explanation Requirement at the City Council meeting of January 27th, 2021, be received and considered.
On the motion by Councillor Meehan. Carried. Adopté. Merci. Postponements and deferrals. Rapport en renvoi. Councillor Leeper and Harder have a motion with respect to 114 Richmond Road. Councillor Leeper, if you'd like to introduce the motion.
Thanks, Chair. The motion essentially prescribes a smaller area in which the temporary parking is intended to be allowed. I'll ask if the clerk can get that up on screen because I don't have it in front of me at the moment.
Just one moment.
Thanks. The motion will essentially better define what was originally the intent of the motion. So rather than reading the whereases, I'll just read that therefore be it resolved the document 1 location map of the report be replaced with attachment 1 here2. And then there are a bunch of zoning schedule parts of it. Be it resolved that a new document 5 zoning schedule be appended to the report as shown on attachment 2 here 2. And be it resolved that no further notice be given pursuant to section 3417 of the Planning Act. So yeah, it makes for a smaller area that is allowed to be used for that temporary parking. And this is something that I support.
Okay, anyone else have any other issues? Otherwise, we'll go to the consent agenda on this item. Carried. Adopté.
Carried.
Committee reports. Finance and Economic Development Committee report number 20, rapport numéro 20. First item, Carp Airport. We have an amendment. Councillor El Shantiri would like to move. Two of them, actually. Councillor El Shantiri, if you want to introduce your motions, and we'll see if there's consent, or we'll just hold this.
If staff can add the motion on the screen, and I'll speak a little bit about it, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, this file has been around for quite some time, as a matter of fact, since 2011, and a time for us to revisit or perhaps maybe I should read the motion. It'll give us some contact to my colleague. I know it's a little bit long, but please bear with me. Whereas on February 2nd, 2021, Finance and Economic Development Committee considered Carp Airport amendment to the term and condition of 2011 agreement, which detailed release the city remain 3 repurchase option, conditional and amendment to the Municipal Capital Facility Agreement with West Capital Development. And whereas the release of its purchase option related to a development land adjacent to the airport, the city negotiated a payment from West Capital Development in the amount of $4 million, where the term of the payment include $700,000 upon signing the agreement, with payment of additional $3.708 million plus interest to be received by the city within 10 years of signing the amendment MCFA, and where Section 1.4 of the city disposal of real property require that money received from the disposal activity, which includes release and repurchase options, be deposited onto the city's sale of surplus land account unless otherwise directed by the city council or stipulated by the Affordable Housing Land and Funding Policy. And whereas on February 4th, 2021, Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee received a presentation on a Rural Ontario Municipality Association, talk about municipal connectivity roadmap, which identified gap in access in rural Ottawa for broadband internet services. And whereas rural economic development is critical to the city of Ottawa, and whereas ERA directed staff to bring an information report to ERA no later than the end of Q2 2021 to outline the current policy and financial environment and rural broadband, the role of senior government, the role of the city of Ottawa, and specific initiative that economic development with the support from the right-of-way branch and undertake for improved service in all underserviced area of Ottawa. And whereas council can provide an immediate for all internet services provider to install telecommunication infrastructure in the rural area and improve connectivity by waiving the cost of road cut fees and that paid when a provider cut onto the roadway. Therefore, we resolve that for the remainder of 2021, Council directs staff to waive the fees for all road cut permits applied for under the Road Activity Bylaw number 2003-445 in the rural area as defined in the official plan for all internet service provider and their agent undertaking the installation of telecommunication infrastructure with the revenue loss funded with an overall right-of-way heritage and urban design revenues. And further be it resolved that Council 1 waive the Section 1.4 of the city disposal of real property that requires money received from the disposal activity be deposited into the city's sale of surplus land account. Direct the staff to allocate the initial $700,000 payment from West Capital Development as follows. $175,000 be deposited to the housing reserve as per the city affordable housing land and funding policy. B, $265,000 be invested in the rural broadband and economic development as follows. $20,000 for Just Food to support by local initiative on farmers market, as well as skills training for farmers, including food production and processing, and training specific of a new Canadian looking for opportunity in the agriculture sector. $50,000 to be added to the 2021 Rural Community Building Grant Program to support more projects led by rural not-for-profit organizations that contribute to the economic development and community well-being. $75,000 to invest in carbon capture technology at the smart farm, and $80,000 for 1 year temporary position to support connectivity expansion within Ottawa and the smart farm project, with $40,000 in supplementary compensation fund from the right-of-way heritage and urban design revenue. And the remaining $40,000 to be allocated as a part forthcoming information report to Council regarding connectivity as directed at the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee meeting on February 4th, 2021, and $260,000 to road renewal and infrastructure in West Carleton March, Ward 5. So, Mr. Mayor, we talk about this on
Councillor, if you could just also introduce the other motion. And if there's a debate, we'll have to come back because we're going to go through the consent agenda. So you want to introduce this, and then if there's no other comment aside from yours, we'll deal with it now. Otherwise, we'll come back to it. So go ahead with the next.
I can have Caitlin put the other motion on, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. So this is by Councillor El Shantiri, seconded by Councillor Dudas, and we'll get that on the screen for you.
Well, let me begin by thanking my colleague, the Vice Chair of FEDCO, for seconding this motion. And Mr. Mayor, I will read, I don't know if I should read it all, but I'll read it if it's full. Where on February 2nd, 2021, the City's Finance and Economic Development Committee considered staff report concerning amendment to the existing Municipal Capital Facility Agreement known as MCFA for the Carp Airport, and whereas the ward councillor for West Carleton Marsh, the ward where the Carp Airport is located, suggested a new amendment to the MCFA to allow a member of City Council to be appointed to the Airport Advisory Committee as an observer, and we have a staff member on that committee as well as an observer. And we are representative of West Capital Development, WCD, the owner of the Carp Airport, indicate at the February 2nd Finance and Economic Development Committee meeting their concurrence for a member of City Council to be part of the Airport Advisory Committee as an observer. And whereas the staff report recommended an amendment to the MCFA to require WCD, the owner of the Carp Airport, to provide $1 million performance bond for the next 20 years that offset the operation costs of the airport for up to 2 years, enabling the city to determine how it would wish to proceed should WCD cease to operate the Carp Airport. And whereas the Finance and Economic Development Committee discussed the value of that performance bond over the 20-year time period, and whereas $1 million will be enough value in the future for the city or another for operation and airport. And whereas the municipal capital facility bylaw will need to revise respect the new municipal capital facility bylaw authorized by the Carp Airport report. Therefore, be it resolved that Council direct staff to include in the amendment MCFA for the Carp Airport that member of City Council be part of the compensation of the Airport Advisory Committee, and that said City Council will be on the road as an observer on that committee. To direct the staff to negotiate with WCD to revise requirement for performance bond to incorporate the value of money over time, such as that performance bond be increased in value of 15% every 5 years. This revised requirement is to be reflected in the amendment MCFA for the Carp Airport. Approve the municipal capital facility bylaw in respect of the Carp Airport bylaw 2012-23 be revised in accordance with the report.
Aside from Councillor El-Shantieri, does anyone else want to speak to this? Are there any hands up, Madam Deputy Clerk? No hands up to speak? Oh, okay.
Chair, my hand is up, so I'd ask that you come back to this one, please.
Okay, we'll come back. All right. Next is motion economic recovery efforts. This has been put forward by our colleague, Councillor Dudas. Councillor, do you wish to speak to this, or we can pass it now? Your call.
Don't need to speak if we're going to pass it.
Okay. On the report as presented on page 5, item 3.
I had a comment, Mr. Mayor. It's Councillor.
Okay, we'll come back then for that. Motion proposed servicing for Whitewood Avenue. Motion entretien proposé pour Avenue Whitewood. This is put forward by a colleague, Councillor Moffat. Any discussion on this item? I see Councillor Hubley. Do you have your hand up on this item?
No, Mr. Mayor, it was on the earlier one. I was looking to see a copy of the motion that Councillor El-Shantieri had read out, the first motion.
Okay, well, the Deputy Clerk will send that around. So on the motion by Councillor Scott Moffat, carried. Adopté.
Carried.
Next is FEDCO and nominating committee, a joint committee on report number 3, rapport conjoint 3 du comité de finances et de développement économique et du comité de nomination. Item 5, committee recommendation that appoints Councillors Cloutier and Suds as members of the planning committee. Any other motions? So on that motion, carried?
Carried. Sent.
Carried. Sent. Sent by Fleury, Kavanaugh, Leeper, and King.
Menard as well.
Wait a second, I didn't put my hand up.
Oh, sorry. No, I didn't say that. And Councillor Deans, you're objecting to those two? Okay. Next is motion appointment members, Information Technology Subcommittee. Thank you, Councillor Leeper, for talking to your colleagues. You want to introduce your motion, please?
Thanks, Chair. With respect to filling the vacancies on the Information Technology Subcommittee, I won't read all the whereases. I will just say that therefore be it resolved that Council approve the appointment of Councillors Teresa Kavanaugh and Ralston King to the IT Subcommittee, and be it further resolved that Council appoint Councillor Kavanaugh to serve as Vice Chair of the IT Subcommittee, with my thanks to both Councillors Kavanaugh and King for stepping forward to put their names up for nomination.
Great. On the motion as presented by Councillor Leeper, seconded by myself.
Carried.
Carried. Adopté. We just have to go back to one item. The first item one, it should be carried as amended. So carried as amended.
Carried as amended.
Carried. The next item.
Item was that?
Item 114, Richmond.
Okay, thanks.
Next is motion by the committee, by FEDCO, appointment of the Built Heritage Subcommittee member. The council appoint Councillor Glenn Gower as a member of the Built Heritage Subcommittee. Any other nominations on the report? Carried.
Carried.
Update.
Carried.
Motion nomination membre du comité des services communautaires.
This was for the Community and Protection Services.
Das, Kavanaugh, and Tierney as members of CPS.
Carried.
Motion carried.
Carried.
Item 9 is motion appointment vice chair Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee. Motion nomination vice-président du comité de l'agriculture et des sphères rurales. The council appoint Councillor Catherine Kitts as vice chair of ARAC.
Carried.
Carried. Congratulations.
Congrats.
Planning Committee and Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee joint report. We have obviously a number of motions, so we'll come back to that. Item 11 on the, or rather, Transportation Committee report number 15, item 11, 2020 electric kick scooter strategy and pilot. Are there questions and comments on this by members? If you can give me a thumbs up if you have issues, otherwise we can pass it now.
I have questions, thanks.
So we'll come back to that. The bulk consent agenda. Does anyone wish to remove anything from the bulk consent agenda?
Yes, I do, on the brownfield application. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll come back to that. Item B. I think Councillor Kavanaugh, is it item B you want removed?
Yeah, on the brownfield application?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's item B on bulk consent.
B, yes, it is. Thank
B,
you.
okay. Anything else removed from bulk consent by members of council? On bulk consent minus item B, carried?
Carried.
Carried. Okay, so we'll go back to the first item that was held, which was the Carp Airport. So Councillor El Shantiri, if you'd like to speak to the main report and your two amendments, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity. And as you know, Mr. Mayor, our staff did a great job reviewing the historical agreement with the West Capital Development, and also I want to, give a shout to the owner who agreed after FEDCO meeting to for both conditions. One, to have a council sit on an advisory committee, also to increase by 3% annually for the $1 million bond. And Mr. Mayor, we heard quite a bit on the committee, and I believe West Capital Development understand our desire to keep the Carp Airport as an asset for our city, and especially for the west part of the city. So I believe this report will give us the opportunity to work together with the WCW for the next 10 years, 20 years to operate the airport. And in 20 years, obviously, they have to be revisit the whole issue. But I mean, if the owner decide in 20 years doesn't like to operate or continue operation of the Carp Airport, then the city will be in a position to run it by itself, by the city, or have someone else to run it. But for now, this will be taking us for the next 20 years. Hopefully many of you will still be around. But, and also, Mr. Mayor, work with staff, and you heard me talking and connecting the rural broadband to obviously rural economic development, and we need a little bit of funding to support what Roma been presenting. And this is something I think we all hear lately about the lack of broadband in any community. Actually, it's not so much, but more so in a rural area when kids have to e-learning and they don't have the broadband to support that, or e-health. And I believe after I met with the Minister Munsif, with the Roma board, she told us there's $1.75 billion the federal government investing in broadband in Canada in the next 6 years. Also, the Premier of our province indicate to us his willingness to work with the Fed and do some cost sharing for some broadband service in the rural area, rural Ontario, and we'll work very hard to convince the provincial government. Ottawa, still 82% of it is in the rural area. So we had asked our staff to work with all the small carrier who's come to us and from time to time for letter of support or expediting some roadway cuts for the broadband service, and now more than anything the fiber optic. We start hearing group. Unfortunately, they're taking certain area which is heavy populated in the rural, and they serve them in some area. And we need some help to be included. So, and I don't think this issue really just for West Carleton. This is across the rural part of the city, and that's why I had asked, and I hope my colleagues will support how we dispose the $700,000 coming from the Carp Airport. And I'm looking for your support. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for seconding this motion, and also thank you to Councillor Dudas for seconding the other motion.
Great. Thank you, Councillor. To speak on these or the main report, Councillor Leeper, please.
Thank you very much. And this was circulated last night, but I haven't had a chance to take a look at it until this morning. There's, clearly a significant amount of money, $700,000 that's coming in as a result of the repayment of those options. I guess one of my questions is with respect to waiving the fees for all road cut permits for all internet service providers. Councillor Argenteri, you spoke, I think, really clearly toward the need to help small ISPs to roll out their service. For many years, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities has been working with the CRTC in order to ensure that telecoms providers are paying the fair share of municipalities' costs associated with access to our infrastructure. So cutting the road, that weakens the road. We know the effect of road cuts on the lifespan of the roads that are there. And I'm not sure, even despite some of the changes we made in the last term of council on road cut fees, whether we are capturing the life cycle cost of every road cut. I'm concerned that if we are going to remove the requirement to pay for road cuts for large ISPs, like the cable cos and like the telcos, that is going to put the burden of life cycle maintenance on those roads into the hands of taxpayers to cover, when I don't think that there is a disincentive associated with road cut permits to the large telcos and cable cos. What I would like to do is, take this particular aspect of your motion back, work with staff, and see whether or not this can be more narrowly focused on the ISPs that actually need the help and for whom road cut fees are a disincentive. I don't know what kind of amenability you would have to a little more work on this one to make sure that we're not giving Bell a gimme and then paying for the cost of a weakened road down the road on the backs of taxpayers.
So I think maybe Mr. Curry, Court Curry, could you address that for Councillor Leeper?
Thanks, Mayor. Certainly, Councillor, you raised very good points about the due diligence that we have through road cut permits on ensuring that our roads remain in a good state of repair. What I understand that the councillor is proposing here is that permit holders will still, or subcontractors and utilities will still be required to take out a permit. So they will be still subject to all the warranty and inspection matters that a road cut permit obliges, rather. So in terms of ongoing inspection, staff would undertake that over the 3-year warranty period. We do have the municipal access agreements that each utility does pay into, small and large, and that does govern the requirements and obligations on the part of those folks. They do pay into our operating budget every year. So really, this is a small gesture. We've heard from our smaller providers specifically that would be meaningful in the rural area as they try to build out and take advantage of the federal and provincial funding in 2021 and 2022.
I understand that, but I suspect that most of these road cut permits are being applied for by the incumbent telcos and cable cos as opposed to small ISPs. Do you have any idea of what the breakdown is of, what size companies are providing what level of, or paying what level of fees?
Mayor, I would have to take that away and break that down, but we have inked 2 new municipal access agreements with 2 smaller ISPs in the last few months that are focused on the West Carleton and I believe Osgood wards. So my understanding of this motion was that it would apply to all ISPs, big and small rather, and certainly the smaller players that are trying to break into specifically our rural areas this year, next year.
Yeah, I'm particular. I am very supportive of trying to cut those smaller competitors to the incumbents a break with respect to trying to make it as easy as possible for them to serve residents. I think having smaller providers in the market, they are more incented to go after unserved communities, and they also help to discipline pricing. I guess I am uncomfortable today, though, with the notion that we can reduce the amount that we are charging to the large ISPs on the basis that, cutting the road does impose costs down the road in terms of life cycle maintenance. I understand the 3-year warranty. I understand the need to make sure that those road cuts are repaired properly. But once you cut the road, you have the lifespan of a road. And I'm just not sure that we should be exempting Bell and Rogers and Videotron from those payments. I wish we had seen the motion a little bit sooner. Mayor, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning to you and colleagues. Certainly, my colleague, Councillor Al-Shantiri, on his great work at Roma and at AMO, we have prioritized connectivity in rural Ontario as a top priority. We recognize that this is a challenge, that internet connectivity is no longer a luxury, it's a necessity to function in society, to be connected with work. We have members of AMO who cannot adequately connect to our board meetings because of where they're located in Ontario. And so this is an issue, and I support initiatives to improve our connectivity in Ottawa as well. My question is, what happens after 2021? This is a 10-year opportunity for funding. Councillor Al-Shantiri has listed the plan in year 1. How do we determine how to dispose of funds after 2021? Does Councillor Al-Shantiri come back every year, or does council say, look, we're going to be getting funds, we're going to dedicate it to X, Y, Z? What's the plan after this year?
Mayor, perhaps I can answer that question. First of all, any proceeds from licensing agreements, revenues from road cuts all go through the departmental budgets and would be before council through the normal budgeting process. This is an exceptional situation, and this is a new agreement for this year. We have an opportunity to do this because these weren't anticipated, but in future years, it'll be part of the normal budgeting process.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Mayor. That's it for me.
Great. Thank you. Councillor, do you want to wrap up on your 2 motions?
Just for 2 seconds, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I forgot to mention Councillor Lieber joined us at the Iraq meeting when I present what AMO and Roma have been doing, helping rural Ontario and rural municipality to have a better broadband service. So I want to say thank you to Councillor Lieber who participated in the meeting. I fully understand what the council's coming from, and I think deep down I feel the same. Why should we give the big provider? Because what's happening, but this is right now, it's just because we have so many application, Councillor, and you know about it with the what they call it, the response team or the first response. And those are small companies who have been applied. And I think the mayor or some of my colleagues in the rural council, we have signed off more than 3 or 4 letters in support of those companies. So I'm looking for your support, folks, and really, if you are a mom with children or a dad with children in a rural area, I have to tell you to take the kids and put them in a car and bring them to the library or to Canada, perhaps from West, so they can have a better broadband service. Is heartfelt. So if we can help immediately right now with some of that funding, and I believe both government, they are supporting, and they're the one who's putting most of the money for rural broadband service. So I'm looking for your support, and I thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks the staff, Steve Willis and Derek Moody, for working so hard trying to make a good use of a small amount of money to help us with this. Thank you.
We just had wrap-up comments. Councillor Meehan, is this on another item?
No, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question about Councillor El-Shantiri's motion that we were just discussing, that he just wrapped up on. I just wanted to, I missed getting my hand up. Sorry, I'm on my phone here.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm just wondering, do we know in fact if the cost of the road cut does it de-incentivize the work to bring broadband to the rural areas? And I'm just wondering how much is the fee that we're waiving in each instance?
So, Councillor, I'll start and then ask Mr. Curry to answer. In the Smart City strategy, which Council adopted 2 years back, we identified that there were barriers to deploying broadband in the rural area in general. Roma, as Councillor El-Shantiri indicated, has just completed a report that outlines a number of the disincentives that are there and urges all levels of government to ways to reduce the costs for entry of new providers into those areas. So in general, there is clearly a need to find a way to improve the financial opportunities for ISPs to make that work, because they don't have the same economics that they have inside an urban area such as the councillor's ward. Perhaps Mr. Curry can give you the cost numbers. They are very minimal for the city when Mr. Curry has the specifics.
Okay.
Thanks, Steve. I'll just add that we are sitting on a table with other big cities across Canada right now and representing Ottawa's rural interests. One of the common comments that has been observed by other large rural municipalities has been the ability for those municipalities to provide small levers through the reduction of fees. The fee reduction here proposed is $500 per permit. It's 10 road segments. So going back to assisting our smaller providers, while this motion will provide equal support to all levels of providers, we've heard from our smaller ones that $500 times usually about 7 or 8 will be quite impactful for their business performance, which is why staff are supportive of the concept.
I do assume that, yeah, this is a disincentive for some of the smaller players. But if we're talking about Bell or Rogers or some of the big telcos, does it make sense to give them that break? We know that they're making money hand over fist. Can we separate them out, or that's not possible?
Councillor, just we will need to consult legal services. Mayor. My experience is that the city, in setting a policy, can't discriminate between enterprises. There may be wiggle room to set rates based on the nature of the activity, but not on the nature of the person applying. So I think I understand the question you have and the comments by Councillor Leeper. And as we look at the Smart City strategy and deployment and further elements, it's worth looking at. But I don't believe at this point in time we have a legal path to do what some might wish to do.
Okay. So we don't really have an idea what this will cost us, but what we're going to gain, I guess, is worth it.
Sure. Mayor, I would indicate that we believe it'll be approximately $10,000 based on the metrics that we've had in the rural areas over the last few years. We haven't done the due diligence as I responded to with Councillor Leeper in terms of the breakdown of smaller and larger ISPs, but based on a high level analysis, it is approximately $10,000 of lost revenue to the city.
Okay, I think that puts it all into perspective. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay.
Okay, and Councillor Luloff. Very brief because we did have the wrap up already, but go ahead.
My apologies to council for coming in late. Can staff confirm that the remediation prior or following the installation will still be to the same standard, despite the fact that we are not charging for the road cut?
Yes, Mayor, the contractors or the ISPs will still be required to pull a road cut permit. And so they'll be subject to the warranty, the inspection, and all the standards that are for all road cut permits. So I guess putting it a different way, the road cut will happen either way. The inspection will happen either way. The warranty will happen either way. What's being waived here is the $500 fee.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor El-Shantiri, for the work that you did on this. This is obviously an important economic generator in your community. When I was first elected to the new city, one of the priorities I had was to get us out of the business where we had no business. So, you know, we got out of the golf course business, we got out of the commercial campsite business, we got out of an equestrian farm. We actually owned, I think, 24 horses, and now we're out of the airport business. I think this is just common sense. We should stick to those services that are really essential and required. And this arrangement not only is good for the airport, it's also good for the taxpayers of Ottawa. So I'd encourage members to support the report and the two amendments by Councillors El-Shantiri and myself on the first one, and Councillor El-Shantiri and Dudas on the second one. So on the El-Shantiri-Watson motion, carried.
Carried.
And then on the El-Shantiri-Dudas motion,
Carried.
and on the main report as amended,
Carried.
next, I'm going to ask Councillor Sudds to take over for a moment, and it's on economic recovery efforts motion. I believe Councillor Dudas could introduce it, and then I know at least one member of council, I believe Councillor King, had some questions. So the floor is over to Councillor Sudds, and the speaker is Councillor Dudas. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Mayor. So over to you, Councillor Dudas, to present it.
Wonderful. If I could ask staff to just put the motion on the screen. And while they're doing that, I can say that the impetus for this is truly in, you know, the number of economic recovery efforts that our city has been undertaking since the start of the pandemic, in an effort to look to not just the large scale efforts to assist our businesses and our community recover from this, but it's really to look at all levels, whether it's at the grassroots and citizen-led initiatives. As the council's liaison on the United Way East Ontario, I've been hearing quite closely from representatives within that group about the myriad of ways that we as a city can assist in this recovery. And this was one of them. It was really about community wealth building and making sure that as we're looking to get past the pandemic and its economic impacts, we're looking at all levels and making sure that there is I wouldn't want to say trickle down, but even more so of a trickle up concept of making sure that everybody is recovering from this in an apt way. So, you know, I had the opportunity to read this motion previously at FEDCO, and I thanked everyone for their support at this. We did have a number of representatives from social enterprise networking initiatives that spoke about the value of this. And I want to say as well, too, this doesn't mean that we're not going to have a fair and due process. This is a natural progression for our city to move towards in terms of looking to social procurement. Other jurisdictions such as Toronto and Calgary have already taken this initiative, and this will position Ottawa as a leader in the field in terms of looking for the best value for dollar, the best service provided, but also looking at spreading the wealth so it also gets to all levels of our community. I don't know if there's a need to read it. I can't, my apologies, staff. I'm not able to see the whole component of it. There we go. That as part of the city's COVID-19 economic recovery efforts, direct the Chief Procurement Officer to identify opportunities to include and encourage the city's use of social procurement projects and social enterprises in city procurement in close collaboration with City Economic Development staff, staff from the Community and Social Services Department, city staff on the Human Needs Task Force, Invest Ottawa, as well as community stakeholders such as the United Way East Ontario and Community Foundation, Buy Social Canada, and others as appropriate, with the intent of ensuring citizen-led economic efforts, local social procurement capacity building, and job creation initiatives are included in the city's overall recovery strategy. That the Chief Procurement Officer report back to the Finance and Economic Development Committee no later than the end of Q3 2021 with the actions taken to enhance social sustainability in city procurement and recommendations to incorporate social enterprises in future city procurement for committee and council's consideration, and that social procurement opportunities be considered as part of projects initiated by other levels of government where appropriate.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Councillor Dudas. I see Councillor King has his hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor Suds. I'm extremely pleased that city staff will be directed to identify opportunities to include and encourage social procurement to aid Ottawa's COVID-19 economic recovery strategy. Therefore, I would really like to thank Deputy Mayor Dudas for introducing this report at Finance and Economic Development Committee. Social procurement opportunities have the potential to address economic disadvantage, discrimination, and other barriers to equal opportunity. These include those distanced from the labor market, such as youth experiencing vulnerabilities, and those from equity-seeking communities who have historically faced discrimination, preventing equitable access to economic opportunities. Consequently, to ensure the development of the most effective social procurement procedures, not unlike those in Toronto, I'd like to present an additional direction to the Chief Procurement Officer, if I might be allowed. Number one, develop an approach which increases the diversity of the city's supply chain by providing diverse suppliers with equitable access to competitive city procurement processes, especially from the most disadvantaged groups, including female, racialized, and Indigenous entrepreneurs. And two, explore the potential to increase the number of employment, apprenticeship, and training opportunities leverage for people experiencing economic disadvantage, including those from equity-seeking groups and communities, including Indigenous people, racialized people and visible minorities, persons with disabilities, newcomers, new immigrants, women, and the LGBTQ plus community. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Councillor King. And if I can ask that you send that in writing as well to the clerk's office, that would be very helpful. I'm not seeing any other hands on this. So with that, is the motion carried?
Carried.
Carried? Okay, then I believe we are moving on to item 10. So item 10 being the new official plan, the growth management strategy. We do have a number of motions on this, and I did see come through a roadmap. I think it might be helpful if maybe I could ask Mr. O'Connor to guide us through the roadmap of how we will proceed on this item. Oh, you're on mute, Mr. O'Connor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm actually going to defer to Mr. Tim Mark, who has shepherded this along through the Joint Planning Committee meeting. So I will defer to Mr. Mark to explain the process and the priorities.
Terrific. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The basis for the order that has been derived is to proceed with the larger policy issues first, and then move down the scale, if you will, Madam Chair. And so in dealing with the motions, the first one we have, which of course touches on the whole report and is also a procedural motion, and so would come first, is a motion to table that I understand has been introduced by Councillor Menard. and then second in front of council, and it considered to be a motion that goes to the fundamental city structure, is that dealing with the gold belt, which I recall is a motion by Councillor Kitts. And so that would be the next motion that would be dealt with if the motion to table fails. If the motion table succeeds, then the matter is done for the day. Following that, there is a motion by Councillors McKenney and Deans. It deals with a couple of things. One, it restores the 170 hectares or so to South March. There's no difficulty procedurally with that, Madam Chair. However, the motion also deals with, touches on recommendation 6, and there's some procedural difficulty with that aspect of the motion in that it presents 3 options from the staff report. And the premise of the staff report was that one of those 3 options for the unallocated, at the time of the staff report, 270 hectares to be chosen. And so there is, in my opinion, a procedural difficulty with the second half of the McKenney-Deans motion, because what the staff report was looking for was direction as to which one of those 3 options to pursue. If one looks at the motion dealing with recommendation 6, one sees that there's ors between 1 and 2, and then between 2 and 3. And so if that portion of the staff report is to be pursued, there's actually a need to choose one of those 3 options rather than bringing forward all 3 at the same time. If McKenney-Deans fails in respect of the 270 hectares, then the next motion would be that by Councillor Gower dealing with recommendation 6, because again, that is the Taywin lands, in my opinion, again, are at the higher level of policy issues to be decided. And then there is a motion by Councillor Cloutier dealing with the city's discussions with Indigenous peoples. Following that, there would be a vote on recommendation 6. Next, there would be the motion by Councillor Moffat dealing with further studies with respect to the lands outside Riverside South to the south. Following that, there would be a vote on recommendation 4A and 4B. And then the balance of the matters would be dealt with, Madam Chair. So recommendation 1, recommendation 2 is redundant if the motion by Councillor Kitts carries. So if the motion by Councillor Kitts carries, there would be no further consideration of recommendation 2. Next would be, there is a replacement motion for recommendation 5. The next recommendation 4 would have already been dealt with. So we would then move on to a replacement motion by, I believe it's Chair Harder and Chair Al-Shantiri for recommendation 5. 6 would have already been covered off. And so we would go from 7 through to the balance, recommendation 13. And finally, there is a motion, I believe, again by Chair Harder and Chair Al-Shantiri with respect to the dates of a couple of reports to be brought forward, and it would move it from June until September, Madam Chair. And so that is the order that was provided to you by the Deputy City Clerk. And as I said, it is an order that has Council dealing with the most significant policy issues first, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Point of order, Chair. Just some clarification from Mr. Mark with respect to the roadmap.
Yeah, on your point of order.
I guess the question that I have is with respect to councils. Can I just, get it scrolled back a little bit? With respect to the McKenney-Deans motion, Mr. Mark, you've said that the second half of that motion, the resolution with respect to providing guidance on the 3 options, is it not legitimate for council to not provide direction on one of 3 options, but to direct staff to explore all 3?
Yeah, Councillor Leeper, I think what we might want to do is just deal with your issues when we come to the McKenney-Deans motion. because we have two other motions ahead. Councillor Menard is first, and then Councillor Kitts.
Okay, Chair, I'll stay in your hands on that, but I think it's an important point to have clarification.
Yeah, and you can raise that when we get to that motion. So we're just going to introduce all of the motions now. Does anyone else have any other motions?
Just on a point of order about the roadmap, Mayor.
Yeah, just before we get there, Councillor, does anyone have another motion so that we can make sure staff have a chance to see it and the public has a chance to see it? No? Okay, on a point of order, Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much. It relates to the roadmap as well. I'm just wondering why we're not following the agenda that was circulated initially for some of these motions. So I don't understand why we flipped some of them around based on what the agenda has said. It doesn't make sense to me why we're changing that agenda. For example, for the Riverside South swap piece and the Taywin piece, I don't understand why those are being switched.
Yeah, well, Mr. Mark did explain that. Mr. Mark, if you want to go over the point one more time, I'm also in support of what's been put before us by our legal staff. Mr. Mark.
Mr. Mayor, the procedure bylaw allows matters to be put in a logical sequence. And so it occurred to staff that dealing with the major policy issues first, subject to the procedural requirement that the tabling motion would have to go to the top list. It made sense to staff, it made logical sense to staff that dealing with the motions in order of policy significance made sense.
Okay, not the agenda. Okay. I mean, I guess it'd be nice to follow the agenda. We have an agenda in front of us, and that's the way the committee had structured it as well. We didn't change it at the committee based on that previously. That was the order the committee also voted on.
Councillor Menard, the city solicitor did indicate that the procedure bylaw does allow this, so I'm ruling that this is the order we're going to go in, and you have the floor now for your motion to introduce it.
Mr. Mayor, I have a point of order before we get to Councillor Menard's motion very quickly.
Councillor Eggline, a point of order.
Just procedurally, so we have a whole pile of motions. I'm just trying to figure out when we speak to what and how long we can speak to before we embark on this. So I'm assuming for each motion, councillors will have their allotted 5 minutes should they wish to exercise them. But will there be an opportunity at the end of all this before the final vote to have 5 minutes with regard to the whole of the plan, whether it's as is or amended?
Yes, you can at the end deal with the whole report as amended.
Okay.
We have 13 motions, so if everyone spoke 5 minutes, we'd be here for another week. So
I'm not suggesting we should. I'm just asking whether we can. That's all, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Menard. You have the floor.
Great, thank you. If staff can just put up the motion. So this motion is related to tabling the report, given the huge amount of issues still remaining that we've been contacted by many people in the last while. I'll read through it. Whereas on January 25th and January 26th at the joint meeting of the Planning and Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committees, councillors reviewed land parcels to add an additional 1,281 hectares to the urban boundary. And whereas the Joint Committee, through several motions, decided to remove the South March lands, include 445.35 hectares of Category 3 lands, known as the Taywin lands, swap lands in Riverside South, and provided no opportunity for public review, analysis, feedback, or delegations on these impactful changes. And whereas decisions related to unceded Indigenous land must be within a transparent, robust, inclusive reconciliation protocol, while the decision to add in the Taywin lands was inappropriately framed as an act of reconciliation without proper consultation. And whereas staff were not provided the opportunity to conduct a thorough and fulsome review of the impact of adding the Taywin lands to the urban boundary, as they had recommended, thus limiting civic engagement and democratic process. And whereas the City of Ottawa has declared a climate emergency and there was no climate lens applied to the impactful motions, and whereas there has been no detailed assessment of the costs to the city relating to the capital and life cycle expenses of the new infrastructure that will be required to service the new proposed development areas, while a similar expansion analysis in Edmonton estimated ongoing costs of $10.6 billion. Therefore, be it resolved that Council table the report entitled New Official Plan, Growth Management Strategy, and direct staff to A, prepare and present an analysis of the financial and environmental costs of alternative expansion scenarios. B, develop a consultation approach with Indigenous communities in line with the city's reconciliation framework. And C, conduct a formal, transparent, and inclusive consultation with residents of Ottawa impacted by the motions. And be it further resolved that staff report back on their progress within a year, and that findings be presented to the Joint Committee and Council prior to any further action being taken on this report.
Well, you got to speak to it now, Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll have comments at wrap up. And in terms of just speaking to it initially, let me just say that due diligence is important. We had an enormous amount of correspondence and concerns raised without providing people the ability to speak to us in a fair process on the very large changes that the motions ushered in. So delegations were allowed that first day, but none of them saw these motions on that second day, and no one was allowed to speak to it. We've had no analysis on the new motions on the effect of greenhouse gas emissions. Despite declaring that climate emergency, we have received letters from legal counsel, from very impacted residents, just learning about these potential changes. There's limited knowledge and analysis about how COVID-19 will change housing choices. And most importantly, some of the motions themselves made sweeping statements which have been completely refuted by Indigenous communities. And never have we seen this issue this term and this amount of outcry based on reconciliation and very clear requests from Algonquin and Anishinaabe communities. And as Claudette Commanda has sent out just this morning, any claim to reconciliation which serves to divide the Algonquin is false. This should be bringing people together. I understand the mayor has not met with the Grand Chief and chiefs on this issue despite the outcry. And now we have Indigenous communities, community associations, the FCA, Ecology Ottawa, cafes, Just Food, members of the People's Official Plan, the Green Space Alliance, urban planners, university professors, and indeed, in some aspects, even our own staff telling you to take the time to get this right on some of these decisions. So I'd urge you to take that time to get this right. Don't make this another rush decision where you feel pressure like we've done other times this term. We've seen what has happened when we've rushed decisions this term. It hasn't turned out well. So do the right thing here. Listen to what people are telling you. Don't bury your head in the sand and just move this forward so that you can get done with the issue. The issue is too important for that. I'd urge all of my colleagues to have a good debate on this issue. Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Deans.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, colleagues. I'm seconding this motion today because the official planning document is a key piece for the city. It's really a Bible for us in a way. It's our constitution. It will cast the die on urban planning for the next quarter century in this city. And we have to take the time to get this right. And it has become abundantly clear to me that it is premature in the extreme to move ahead today with this issue. We had the notion of adding the Taywin lands come in a motion last week at the joint committee meeting. I used to represent Carlsbad Springs, by the way, and I've heard from residents out in Carlsbad Springs that they learned about this in the media. They have had zero consultation. They're going to plot 45,000 residents in an area of the city that has been rural for a long time, and those residents out there have not heard a word about it other than through the media. And that to me is so unreasonable. We also heard loud and clear from Indigenous leaders that they have not been consulted. And that was the very reason that the motion was moved ahead. It was in the name of reconciliation, and it has become clear in the intervening time that that was folly, sheer folly. We have a motion before us today about the gold belt. One of the key pieces, cornerstone pieces of the staff recommendation on this official plan is to delete it because the residents in our rural communities have not been consulted. Our own staff in their recommendations to the joint committee last week said they needed to have 5 years to explore the Taywin lands, to look at the environmental, the financial impacts, to look at who's going to pay for all of this? How is it going to work? How are those soils? The last time we looked at those lands, many, many years ago, they were rejected for a lot of the reasons we have not yet explored. There is no need to rush this decision. This council needs to take a step back and give this whole official plan the consideration it deserves. And make no mistake about it, the decisions that are before council today cast the die. We are putting the cart before the horse. We need to do the work before we make any fundamental decisions. We have enough available land for our 15-year supply in order to take the time to do the work, to do the consultation, and to come back and make an informed decision. Our residents and our taxpayers deserve no less. And it is for that reason that I'm seconding this motion, and I respectfully ask my colleagues to support it. Thank you.
Councillor Brockington, please.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm just turning my phone off. Ideally, we would not table the entire report today. Ideally, if members of council had strong concerns with components of the recommendation, we would table those. You would tease out the gold belt if members felt strongly about that. You would tease out the Taywin lands. Obviously, we've heard loud and clear that there are concerns with there. And you would allow what we can agree on to proceed. But I don't see a motion that addresses that. So although I'm reluctant to pass this motion before us, I'm open to it because I'd rather, as previous speakers said, not rush this and get it right. And particularly when you have large components like the Gold Belt or Taywin, we have to do that right. To staff, just looking at the 3 bullet points in this motion, my question to staff is regarding the first one, the analysis of the financial and environmental costs on all the lands that are being recommended to now be included in the urban boundary. Can staff comment on that lack of analysis? And I'll leave it with that first question, just if staff could address that first.
So, Mr. Mayor, I believe this question was addressed in last year's report, and staff answered the question at the time. We even provided a memo to council at the time. And furthermore, staff have included policies in the draft official plan that new lands coming in, regardless of their location in the city, will have additional requirements for climate change analysis and financial parameters. And there are further motions that are before council today to, I would say, add some more certainty to the financial requirements that council wishes more information of. This is a directions report today. Council is not approving and giving anybody rights today to move forward. There's a lot of work to be done from now through the adoption of the official plan and then into secondary plans in the future. So we believe that all of those matters are matters that can be addressed through additional procedural steps. And we believe that we have draft policies in the official plan that speak to this.
So if the staff report passes today, and council receives the financial and or environmental data at some point in the future, is there an opportunity then to reflect on parcels of land being recommended to be included in the urban boundary to come out?
Council, Mr. Mayor, right now we have lands within the urban boundary that have been previously designated that have not yet been given development rights because there are a number of environmental, technical, financial issues that have not come forward. Until council approves a secondary plan and until council grants a rezoning to permit it, those lands are in effect held up from development at council's will. In a future comprehensive review, council could say, because of the inventory of land available, council could make changes to what's available. Those that, if we had an inventory land that wasn't developing because it was held back, it might be just land in inventory and therefore we don't need more. Or council could at that time pull land out. However, that would likely be challenged by the landowners at the time, and ultimately the Minister of Municipal Affairs may be asked to adjudicate on the matter, but it is within council's rights.
So if this motion passes from Councillor Menard, what are you able to provide us 1 year from now as per the time that's mentioned in the report, in the motion, excuse me? It says report back on progress.
Mr. Mayor, I mean, the way the motion's worded, I understand the intent, and we issued a memo to council this morning extending the time period before the matter is brought back before council for the statutory public meeting, which any person or body has the opportunity to make any deputation on any matter with respect to the official plan. This motion, unfortunately, is not clear what's expected. Staffs have what's before council as a directions report, and we're looking for direction. So unfortunately, Mr. Mayor, with respect to this doesn't give staff direction. We're seeking direction at this point in time. You know, at 1 year, we continue to get information every single day from landowners in many different areas, and more time we would assimilate that information. But we would want a broad direction from council about how to proceed before we bring forward a report.
Okay, I'll just wrap up by saying this. Listen, I think there are components of the major recommendation before us today that we need to think twice about proceeding today. I don't think the entire recommendation report needs to be tabled. I think Taywin lands, and we'll hear in the very next motion about Gold Belt, we'll have that debate, need to be debated today. So if we can't hold those items, then I'm very open to passing this motion, but obviously I have to take them in the sequence they're presented. That's the main issue I have, and I'll be listening to the debate right now as it proceeds. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McKenney on the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in speaking to this motion, I will support it. I think that we have many unanswered questions, not just so much information coming from the developer, but questions that need to be responded to from staff and the time that's required to do that. Again, I don't know why this needed to be a walk-on motion on the second day of the planning committee. That changed staff's recommendations in a very fundamental way. Did not give us any opportunity to question the applicant, to ask questions, to seek clarification. It gave no one an opportunity to be consulted, to be listened to. And that it's even today, as we move through this, I don't know who to ask questions of. Presumably the mover of the motion will have answers to a lot of those questions, but staff, this is not a staff recommended report. Not going to repeat what others have said in terms of, the residents in that area not having been consulted in any meaningful way. We have we've declared a climate emergency in this city. We have absolutely no information on how this decision will contribute to our climate emergency, what that will mean in terms of vehicle kilometers driven, rising GHGs. We talk about housing. I mean, I remember when we were first talking about expanding that boundary, we believed when people told us that expanding a boundary means you get more affordable housing. Well, first off, that's not the case. But in this case, the fact that we're actually going to submit to a promise on a special development charge means that the housing here will be so expensive. They're going to be paying for their own transit, for their own water, for their own wastewater. So that whole premise that we should expand so that we have affordable housing it doesn't make sense when now we're going to place thousands of dollars of special development charges on every single housing unit. So it's so wrong for so many reasons, and it just defies any common sense that we would move forward today. That we wouldn't, if we really believe that this is the best proposal in front of us, that this is how our city should move forward, that will impact taxpayers now and into the future, because there will be huge servicing costs, then let's take the time and let's hear. Let's not just ram this through and then keep our ears closed. We have to do our due diligence. It's what is expected of us. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I will be supporting the motion in front of us.
Thank you very much, Councillor McKenney. And next hand, I believe, is Councillor King.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And I'll be brief. I'll be supporting this motion because this motion today is designed to give our city time to properly undertake a technical analysis with the parameters mandated by the province on land supply, time to consult comprehensively. A hasty decision today will lock us into an uninformed position and potentially set back our city on the path of reconciliation to a point where I fear our relationship with Indigenous peoples will be massively damaged. Taking the time to pause today will allow us to establish a framework for holistic and proper consultation with residents and the entire Algonquin community, and give planning staff the time to properly study lands and advise council accordingly. With that, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor King. Next hand, I'll go to Councillor Kavanagh, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, I do have some concern because I think the public is due an explanation on why we are ignoring information that we received from our city staff and is not being followed. I feel that this is important. I've heard from constituents. They are concerned about this, and they have not had the time to provide input, not to mention environmental groups and others who are concerned about the quality of land that is being proposed. We need more time on this. So I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Next on the list is Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will be supporting this. I think Councillor Brockington was exactly correct with respect to some tentativeness with respect to the broad motion of tabling the entire thing. But on balance, I see that it is better to do that than to let some of the components of this move forward. Listen, I'm on Planning Committee, and I voted against the urban boundary expansion. But I went into the growth management strategy discussion a week and a half ago, prepared to support staff recommendations. We gave them clear guidance. If we're going to open the urban boundary and add to it, we want to make sure that we're mitigating to the greatest extent possible the impacts of expansion and sprawl with respect to costs to City of Ottawa taxpayers, and particularly with respect to the impact on greenhouse gases. And I looked at the growth management strategy a week and a half ago as a vote on, did staff get it right? Did they suggest to us the parcels for inclusion in the urban boundary that best meet council's direction, that if we must expand the urban boundary, we need to ensure that we are mitigating servicing costs and greenhouse gas expansion? I was prepared to support that. But the decisions that were made on the fly to remove lands that are Category 1 and add those to the Taywin lands on grounds that I don't consider rigorous, and the decision to find the additional 270 hectares that we needed to find solely on the Taywin lands on the basis that it is reconciliation that has since been demonstrated to be extraordinarily controversial and divisive, lead me to wonder whether we're going down the path of implementing the best planning decision. I would rather table this discussion in the whole today, go back and take a look. I believe that tabling the motion gives staff the opportunity to come back to us and say, what about these other 800 odd hectares that we found that are category 1? Can we add those today? It is open to staff to bring us a report to suggest that we should do that sooner rather than later. But until we understand what the impacts of creating a new community that is the size of nearly 2 Blackburn hamlets in category 3 land with significant questions around how that's going to be serviced with water, serviced with sewage, serviced with transit, we don't have the details necessary in order to be able to provide staff with that direction today. We don't have the feedback from the residents of Ottawa with respect to the appropriateness of the gold belt as it's being proposed. There are too many big questions that strike at the fundamental sustainability of Ottawa, both economically and environmentally moving forward, to rush this decision today. I would probably prefer a slightly more narrow tabling motion. But on balance, I am very pleased to support today putting this decision off and taking the decisions in a more thoughtful and rigorous and public interest oriented fashion moving forward. I hope staff will give us the time we need to have good planning discussions. So for that reason, I will be supporting tabling the decision today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Next, I will go to Councillor Fleury.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je vais débuter par
Thank you very much. I will start with Mr. Willis. You sent a memorandum earlier. You said that you are reporting the review of the official plan until September. Is there a legislative reason? Do we have to make a decision today about the lands that will be included in the urban expansion?
Oui, bonjour, Madame la mairesse députée. Je voudrais répondre en disant que...
I would like to say that the report presented in front of the council asking direction, we want to have a direction on the way to move forward. And then we will move on with the legislative aspect. This will delay by a few months the report. If we are following the official plan, we're still within the delays that we have on the working plan. So the staff doesn't have any issue with the changes. So with the information that we have right now, we don't have a legislative reason to make a decision today. So I will support this motion. Motions were presented after the presentation of the delegations. I think it is important for the publics and for the elected to have the time to read it, ask the right question, deliberate. So I do support the motion to go back to the committee, reopen the different debates with the motions that were presented.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fleury. Councillor Kitts is next.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair. Just to build off of the information Mr. Willis provided to us, and to respond to Councillor Deans' comments, Carlsbad Springs is in my ward. The Gold Belt is in my ward. 4 parcels of Category 1 lands are in my ward. And I agree that a discussion needs to be had about Taywin. I agree that the residents of Carlsbad Springs have many very valid questions. But what I have been telling those residents after getting further clarification from staff is that there are many years of planning ahead with respect to that project, and that there will be many opportunities for public participation in the planning process. An official planning application has not yet been made for Taywin. So there's much technical review and consideration to be completed before applications can be considered. And we will be providing an opportunity for ongoing engagement throughout that process. So the Carlsbad Springs community hasn't had an opportunity for consultation but it is my understanding that they are going to get an opportunity. We didn't consult South Orleans residents or any of the other parcels that are being suggested as Category 1 lands about how they feel about more growth in their neighborhood, because I have concerns about those parcels too. But with respect to the Gold Belt, if we give staff direction today, that's it. There isn't a future opportunity for consultation. And in my view, that's the difference between the very real concerns that are coming from my residents on both of those issues. Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Next is Councillor Gower.
Thank you. I have some questions for Mr. Mark and perhaps Mr. Willis about process and timelines. Mr. Mark, Council voted on a timeline for completing the OP in this term of Council. Can you remind us what we voted on and what the current timeline targets are?
Madam Chair, I don't have that particular date in front of me. I am aware there have been delays already. There was certainly a pause that was taken on the growth management strategy in December of last year, and then a further pause became required in March to May because of the onset of the pandemic. And so there have been some moving backwards in time, or I suppose moving later in time as a result of decisions made by Council already that would go away from what was approved by Council, I believe, in February, March of 2019.
Is there anyone who, do you want to add, does someone else want to add, Mr. Willis, or?
May I supplement Mr. Mark's comments with some specific information? So in February 2019, staff brought to committee the Ottawa Next Beyond 2036 report, which was came out of the prior process for establishing the major themes to the official plan. Staff presented a work plan for the official plan. That committee sent back to staff and directed us to rework because they weren't satisfied that it was being done in an expeditious fashion, because there were a number of other city studies and plans, such as the Development Charges Bylaw update, the Transportation Master Plan, the Infrastructure Master Plan, the Parks and Culture Recreation Master Plans, and various others that are dependent on this, and particularly the TMP was of concern to committee at the time. So in February staff brought back a revised work plan, which Council carried unanimously later in 2019. And that's the timelines we are generally still on. The memo to Council I issued this morning does change the date of the next significant date, the statutory public meeting element, but we're still trying to meet the timelines of completing before the end of the year as directed by Council.
Tabling this for a year, just to be clear, would it be even possible to finalize an official plan before the end of this term of Council?
Madam Deputy Mayor, staff have a number of concerns with respect to tabling for a year. I mean, we certainly are making best efforts to take additional time as per my memo this morning. Tabling a year has significant implications in terms of Council's ability to deal with this before we hit the pre-election lame duck period and whether or not a decision can be taken within that time period. It has significant financial implications, over $1 million, because of the additional staff that we required. So we have staff on contract doing this official plan work as per Council's direction to speed up the process. And again, it has consequences to the ripple effect consequences to the Infrastructure Master Plan and the Transportation Master Plan, which would also be bumped back by the decision to delay the completion of the official plan.
Okay, thank you. This is a very big decision in front of us. I don't think it's a surprise to anyone on Council to be a controversial decision. I'm not sure if the vote was unanimous on the timeline that we set as a Council and we directed staff earlier in this term, but I think we all recognize how important it was to have an official plan in place before the end of this term of Council. And I can understand there's concern with different parts of this report in front of us today, but to table it for a year would set us back many years in terms of our ability to keep planning for the future of our city, not just on urban boundary, but on transportation, on meeting our intensification targets, any number of other council priorities that need to fall in place. To table this for a year would lead to a domino effect of so many other city priorities falling off the timeline and falling off course. So I won't be supporting Councillor Menard's motion today. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Moffat, please, on the motion.
Thank you. Today's a directions report. I have a lot of concerns. I have a lot of questions. I want some more information. I want some more data on certain positions that we've taken. I want that to happen over the next 9 months. I want to come back in, or not, whatever months it is. I want to come back in September with more information before I make a final decision. The only way to do that is to have this conversation today, to move these motions today, to get that information from staff, and to come back with a better picture of where we stand and where we're going for the next 25 years in the fall of 2021. And we do that by having this conversation today and providing the proper direction that we want to provide to staff to get the information we need. So I don't support deferral. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Luloff, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Frankly, I find it unfortunate that the word reconciliation was used to describe this project. This is a sensitive and important word. I don't think that it was used properly in this case, and I think that it has certainly made this conversation particularly and perhaps unnecessarily difficult. This is entirely regrettable. Make no mistake, this land was purchased, not ceded, and the proponents own it. So we should be looking at this project on its merits. We hear from the proponents that this will be a sustainable, green, and affordable community with employment and transit connections that would surely boost connectivity with the east and the south of our city, something that we desperately need here in the East End. And I hear Councillor McKenney's concerns, and they're valid. But if we don't give the opportunity to see what this might look like, we will never know if these concerns can be addressed. We are not being asked for a site plan approval today. We're being told that should council wish, we can add or exclude land in the future should we feel that this might not work. It is simply a consideration. The provincial policy statement mandates the expansion of the urban boundary. These proponents want to try something new. And they'll have to engage in extensive consultation before we get there. We're not being asked to approve a project today. We're being asked to give them a chance to have this project move forward in the medium term. There is so much opportunity for consultation coming. I support Catherine Kitz's comments. Her residents are most affected by this possible proposal. We should be listening to her, and we should be listening to her residents on this and certainly on the next item. I want more information too, but this isn't a final decision. Why not use this opportunity to explore if this could be an incredible addition to our city? If we find that it's not, there's nothing preventing us from saying no moving forward. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Councillor. Next is Councillor El-Shantiri, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I would encourage my colleagues really not to support this motion. Folks, I started 2 months after our election. On February 17, I had the first meeting with the rural community about the white paper for this item. This has had a huge ripple effect. If the official plan been delayed, what's that mean for the master transportation plan? What's going to happen to us working on development charge fees? This is nothing. It doesn't give us anything other than delay. And let's be honest, how many of us wants to be dealing with this 6 months before next 2022? So today is our opportunity to give the staff direction. I'm not going to repeat what Councillor Moffat said, but really, this is only to give direction, to give an opportunity to go back. And now we heard we're going to extend from June till September or maybe a little bit later, but we are going to take our time to review all these recommendations in the report today. But this is nothing, honestly, than delay tactic is not going to serve any of us, because it's going to put a delay on all the other we have to work with. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor DeRose, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm gonna be very brief. I'm not gonna repeat what my colleagues said, but I'm here to echo what Councillor Moffat and Councillor El Shantiri and Councillor Kitt. We've been working on this in the last 2 years, and we've been really holding public consultation. Staff has been amazing coming to our community and having white paper conversation, and we have a roundtable conversation, and we've directed staff to let them know where they go to look for lands. This is only my community and Councillor Kitt's community are impacted. We're going to have lots of time to have consultation with the community. All what we're doing today really highlighting where those land need to be in for the growth. We have responsibility for the provincial government. We have a PPS we have to follow, and we have a timeline. We heard it from Mr. Steve Willis. He's the general manager of planning infrastructure in the city, and we heard it from our legal team multiple times. So we have a responsibility. We have debate today. We can discuss it, like Councillor Moffat said, but for the deferral, it's not going to work, and I will not support it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak before we hand it back to Councillor Menard? Councillor Menard.
Thank you, Mayor. As you've heard from staff and others, there is no legislative reason to rush this. The motion is in order, is complete. To some of the councillors who are questioning the timeline that was approved, it's already been changed. It's just been changed today, not by this motion. The TMP has already been changed. So I didn't hear any outcry or discussion then. The motion aligns with the provincial policy statement. It aligns with our own mandate. And we need to ask ourselves who the official plan is for. Who is the TMP for? It's not for you. It's not for me. It's for the public. And guess what? The public, writ large, who we're doing this for, are asking for this for us to get this right. And we've said we have a memo on the finances, but there is no figure or no analysis done. In fact, in that memo, it says we need the time to do that. And we're talking billions here. So this would give the time to do that. How much is it going to cost Ottawa? What is the estimate for each parcel in comparison? How can we think we're making sound decisions on these parcels if we don't know the difference in cost to residents? It remains unanswered. Every motion that we've talked about with regard to finances, there's nothing that has come forward in terms of what the cost is for residents. What does each parcel mean for our greenhouse gas emissions now and into the future? We don't have those estimates. We did give staff direction and criteria, and they followed them. And then we rejected them almost wholesale. And the recommendations in front of us would do, in fact, the motions that come after us would do the opposite of what our new official plan says we would be doing. And in fact, staff have said, look, we wanted 5 years to come back on some aspects of this plan, and we ignored that. Reconciliation shouldn't be entered into with a predetermined outcome in mind, as has happened here. It's not the place of City Council to decide which First Nations and which Indigenous groups get a say in reconciliation and which should be excluded. We've heard a huge outcry from across not just our region, but many regions across this area. Rather than achieving a modicum of reconciliation, perhaps get us to start down the path of healing, we risk further entrenching the colonialism that's taken place in its divisions. That's been created. It was created from that walk-on motion that occurred at planning, and it was created from comments afterwards. You have a duty to meet with those people that are calling for this to be discussed and to meet the truth and reconciliation that we say we're going to do here in this place. We're not doing that. You have a duty to listen to those voices, and we're not doing that right now. And Mayor, I'd urge you to reverse your position. You've said very clearly that this was reconciliation. I don't hear that today. And I'd like to hear you reverse that position and come to a conclusion that we should be taking the time to get this right for residents and Indigenous communities.
That's it. Well, thank you very much, colleagues. I'm not going to support this motion. It's ironic that some members of council who are complaining about last minute motions are delivering last minute motions today. We didn't see this motion until council actually started. Secondly, our staff have been very clear that this motion contains no direction, so we would be delaying the entire process of dealing with our official plan, burdening our taxpayers with an additional $1 million in financial costs, slowing down the TMP, the Transportation Master Plan, and it would be a massive vote of non-confidence in our planning staff and our senior management, including Mr. Willis. His team have worked hard to manage a very complex situation with hundreds of competing priorities. We've added over 3 months of consultation onto the process. I think what Councillors Gower and Luloff spoke of was right on in terms of the impact and the implications of foot dragging and delaying this process. When people see a tough issue, the easy thing to do is let's delay it and let's prolong the discussion. I think we've had a good debate at committee, having a good debate today, but at some point we've got to make a decision. We've got to move forward for the benefit of all citizens of our community. So I would encourage members not to support this motion. It would leave our staff really, quite frankly, in limbo. And it would delay the process that I think most people, including our rural councillors, want to have the opportunity to further consult their residents and move on with the official plan that I think is worthy of our capital city. Alors, je vais voter non contre la résolution.
So I'll vote no on this motion, Mr. Menard's motion, and I encourage you all to say no to this initiative too.
Dean's motion, please.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor Harder.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor Deroux.
No.
Conseil Cloutier.
No.
Councillor Suds.
No.
Councillor Hubley.
No.
Councillor El Shantiri.
No.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Councillor Kitts.
No.
Conseiller Fleury.
Oui.
Councillor McKenney.
Yes.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Moffat.
No.
Councillor Meehan.
No.
Councillor Shirelli.
No.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Luloff.
No.
Councillor Deans.
Yes.
Councillor Eglai.
No.
Mayor Watson.
No.
8 yeas, 16 nays.
Okay, our next motion, is on our roadmap is the Councillor Kitts and El Shantiri motion. If I could ask Councillor Kitts to read her motion, and we'll put it up on the screen, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll read this and then I do have a quick comment. So whereas the idea of the Gold Belt was not specifically discussed with rural residents and land stewards of the agricultural community, and there remains much confusion and concern on the purpose of the Gold Belt and how it relates to existing policies that protect rural land uses from suburban development. And whereas the protection of important lands, including agricultural, aggregate, and natural heritage, are accomplished through their existing land use designations, therefore be it resolved that in respect of the rural area, Council directs staff to focus on reviewing existing rural policies of the official plan to ensure they are consistent with the 5 big moves and the provincial policy statement 2020, and not introduce the concept of a Gold Belt in the draft official plan. So, Mr. Mayor, I believe that the concept of the Gold Belt has not been effectively communicated. I have spent a large majority of my waking hours in the past week or so explaining to my constituents that the Gold Belt was really meant to be a symbolic depiction of the fact that Ottawa has reasonable alternatives for growth for many years without touching agricultural lands, and to cement our commitment to protecting rural villages from being swallowed up by the suburbs. The Gold Belt as presented does not ensure that this land remains prime farmland. It is the existing designations that does that. It was merely recognizing the designations already in place and that they already do not permit residential growth. But the name and the map has caused undue confusion. I believe there was a very emotional and understandable response from rural residents and the agricultural community, many of whom have been stewards of this land for generations, to see their land highlighted on a map and given a new label without any prior consultation. And as I just said, there will be no opportunity for consultation. So I'll leave it there. I know Councillor El-Shantiri has comments to add as well, but I just want our rural residents across the city to know that we have been listening to your feedback. And colleagues, I do urge you to support this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Luloff, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is such an important issue for our farmers in the East End. And Councillor Kitts and I, along with other councillors, have been receiving quite a few comments from across the city regarding this. I just want to lend my wholehearted support to Councillor Kitts' comments and encourage my colleagues to please support this motion today. It means a lot to our rural residents, and it's an incredibly important issue to them. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brockington, please.
Thanks, Mayor. Can I have Mr. Willis comment on this motion and whether he supports it?
Mr. Mayor, I can tell Council that of all of the issues before you today, the number of people who have communicated with me directly and the emotion of people who communicated with me directly on the Gold Belt far exceeds any of the other topics before Council today. And what I heard was a high degree of emotion of a resurrection of memories of the 1960s when the Government of Canada expropriated farmland around Ottawa to create this green belt, and they thought there was ill intent behind what Council intended to do above and beyond the policies that already exist. Councillor Kitts was quite eloquent in explaining what the intent of this was, and as much as we thought it was a good idea to communicate this, and the very reasons Councillor Kitts said, it has been unsuccessful in terms of communicating and reassuring people of the intent. So we feel strongly as staff that we can update, modernize our policies as they exist today to bring them consistent with PPS and improve on them without creating the anxiety and fear and perception that that was created from the 1960s. I regret that we put this forward in the way we did, but staff support the councillor's motion because we feel we can still address protection of farmland without this Gold Belt.
Excellent. Thank you for that. I envision a very lengthy post-mortem once we get through this official plan of what we can be doing better. Councillor Kitts argues that protecting agricultural land, aggregate land, natural heritage land can be accomplished through existing land use designations. And what I think I just heard you say is we can do this, we staff can do this, we don't have to create a Gold Belt. Is that correct?
Mr. Willis? I think I'm mute.
Mr. Mayor, the councillor is correct.
Okay, excellent. Well, I'll support that. And I just want to reinforce Councillor Kitts saying many of her community felt left out and not an opportunity to contribute to this discussion. I hear you and I want to support you. I just want to say there are other voices, including Indigenous First Nation, who are saying exactly the same thing. And we have no right to accept arguments to support motions for some and ignore others. So when we're having these debates today, colleagues, remember that every voice counts for every decision we're about to make today. Thank you.
Councillor Fleury, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. Merci, Conseiller Brockington, pour les questions.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington, for your questions. I just want to be clear about what Mr. Willis just said. You said that the idea of the gold belt was an idea which gave rise to other surprising elements. But how would these lands be protected if we don't have the gold belt? I'm a bit confused about that. Mr. Mayor, what Mr. Willis said is that the existing protections to rural land in the city of Ottawa exist because of our official plan. They are agricultural resources. The idea that came with that gold belt was to say that the city would have options by the end of the century and without touching the agricultural lands. This remain as such. It is in line with the provincial statement, and we simply want to ensure the protection of agricultural lands with existing designation. The idea of limited growth with a belt was confused, I think, with the Liberal government, with what the federal government did when they expropriated some lands. So this aspect of the issue was not well understood. But what Mr. Willis said is that we can accomplish what we want to accomplish without the gold belt. So the lands identified in this gold belt, are they all agricultural lands now?
Sinon, ce serait quoi les intentions, les prochaines étapes?
If not, what would be the next steps? It was to give a name to the agricultural lands, or are they agricultural lands that were not grouped together or that were going to be solidified through this new name? What the city would have said by adopting the gold belt is that agricultural lands must not be considered for an urban expansion until the end of the century, whether we call it gold belt or not. That's what the councillor said through the June motion, where it was said not to touch agricultural lands for expanding the urban boundary. And the provincial statement remains our guide. And in the absence of a gold belt, we would still say the same thing. Just to be clear, Alain, what you're saying is that all agricultural lands identified in gold belt lands are already identified as agricultural lands. Yes, precisely, Mr. Mayor. So it's just terminology here. Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Conseiller Deroux, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also will be brief because my colleague already highlighted most of the anxiety that the gold belt created in the farming in our community. And this is not about only public consultation. It's a staff under the leadership of Mr. Willis, and I want to thank Alain very much because they made a great point. The gold belt really make a lot of sense, but leave it alone and keep it rural countryside. I think that's what our community want, because people like Mr. Willis highlighted in 1960 when the green belt came, it came with a lots of cost for farmer and for expropriation, and it created lots of havoc. So we heard from our community, and I want to thank Councillor Kitt and Councillor Ila El-Shantiri and Councillor Moffat for understanding and working together as a rural councillor to identify, to find this issue and solve it. We do have a PPS to protect our rural land, and most of those land anyway, they're agriculture, aggregate or heritage feature. You can't develop on them anyway. So we receive a lot of communication. We've heard a lot of people, but it is so easy to just get rid of it and keep moving forward with the official plan as rural countryside. So I want to thank everyone who worked with it. I want to thank Mr. Willis and my colleague at Council for bringing this forward. And I support it.
Thank you. Councillor Eglai, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I have a question, I suppose, for Mr. Willis. Mr. Willis, we took a vote as council, I believe it was back in May of last year, which was passed unanimously, which expressed our intent, our very real intent, to protect agricultural lands as we entered into this new official plan process. And I just want on the record and for it to be crystal that passing this motion brought forward by my colleague, Councillor Kitts, is not going to impact on that direction that we gave you that was passed unanimously, that we are going to protect our agricultural lands.
So, Mr. Mayor, first and foremost, Council has passed that direction and it stands and still directs staff. Secondly, the provincial policy statement 2020 it tells municipalities not to expand suburban lands into agricultural lands when there are no reasonable alternatives. And we do not, the Gold Belt concept is distinct from the existing countryside policies that we have that prohibit residential development, suburban style residential development on agricultural lands. So I believe the matters are separate and can be considered separately.
Okay. With that explanation, I'm happy to support Councillor Kitts' motion. We made a very direct statement, a very unanimous statement, not even a year ago, saying we are going to protect these lands. So if this is just a rebranding in effect, a naming, then I'm fine with that. I just didn't want to lose that very specific intent that we all agreed on. So I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Moffat, please.
Thanks. There's the part of the motion that speaks to directing staff to focus on reviewing existing rural policies. I'm just curious what we anticipate that to be, because I think the intent of the Gold Belt was laudable. It's the inside line of the Gold Belt was really actually the most important part, which was the part that really the notion of drawing a line in the sand as to where we would allow urban boundary expansion to occur in the future, and being consistent with what council, as Councillor Eglai said, what council said in May about, do we truly need to expand into agricultural areas? And I think what staff did was they went further than that and said, well, do you? Like, could you actually grow it to 2 million people and not expand into agricultural areas? And what the Gold Belt showed us is that we can. Unfortunately, the folks that live in the Gold Belt felt it was something else. And perhaps it was our mistake by equating it to a green belt, where it's almost more like a secondary plan principle, where you're not saying it's anything's changing necessarily in that area, but where growth can occur. It wasn't a tight belt by any means. It was actually a quite loose belt with a lot of land in between the urban boundary and where the Gold Belt was proposed to be. So I'm curious, because I think the inside line of the belt was actually a positive. It draws that line along Hope Side Road, along Fernbank, along Barnsdale, around certain areas where we know the prime agricultural land really exists south of that, and in other areas of the city. I'm just curious, what do we consider going forward? Where do we want to go with this to make sure that we are? I consider it almost like the ward maps we get. We want to see where all the parks are. Everything else is black and white, and the parks become green in the maps. It just really highlights the existing zones and the existing designations that we have for agricultural policy across the city, because that's not always clear to everyone. So what can we do in replacement of the Gold Belt, but to capture the same intent that we were looking at?
Mr. Mayor, I think Councillor Moffat raises really good points, and this is something we're looking at and how when we, in the official plan, we have a chapter that describes growth management. I think there still is a role to explain that there is a line, and there's a line that need not go into in terms of the rural policy area, and that is why we have a rural policy area and an urban policy area, and I think that exists. In terms of the motion wording, Councillor Kitts took my advice to give staff some latitude in terms of the wording to modernize the policies, again, test against PPS 2020, which we'd be required to do. And there are other matters coming out of the Rural Economic Development Strategy where we need to modernize our rural policies to allow certain matters for economic development reasons. And I'll just give you an example. Our current official plan does not permit wineries in many areas, and why would they not be permitted? And so we need to reflect back on the Rural Economic Development Strategy for things that are truly rural. In terms of this. So that's why at our advice, Councillor Kitts gave staff the opportunity to do what we think is reasonable, which is bring the policy up to a current standard, but not change the intent.
Okay, and do we expect that this, whatever you come up with, will come back to the joint committee, or is it possible, because it's such a rural policy, we could actually place it specifically at AREC for proper discussion where it doesn't get bogged down in bigger policy issues?
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to work with the councillors on ARAC and discuss how we can have this conversation. There's a governance question about the actual decision, but I think there may be an opportunity for a briefing at ARAC that is outside of the final decision of council that's probably quite workable. I'd like to, if with this, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to take that matter offline.
No worries. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor McKenney, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to, so a lot of clarification, which is helpful. I do want to support the motion. I'm just confused. You know, some of the argument against deferring the report in front of us today was that, and I'm sure future on the Taggart lands is that, you know, this isn't written in stone. Moving forward, there's still time for consultation. Things can change, and from staff, I just want to hear if for some reason this motion isn't successful and we move ahead with the gold belt. Is this set in stone, or do we still have an opportunity the way we would on anything else we're deciding today as we move through the official plan or any other policy plans going into the future?
Mr. Mayor, the short answer to the question is until council adopts the official plan bylaw, council has the ability to modify the plan. We think staff believe the motion is helpful. We believe Councillor Kitts has very accurately portrayed the concerns in the rural community, and we do not want Ottawa residents believing that the city of Ottawa is in the process of expropriating land and freezing their opportunities in those areas for rural uses. And I think that's a confusion that's unnecessary. It diverts us from the main topics of the official plan, and we recommend this motion.
Okay, thank you for that. I will support the motion. I've also, been receiving emails, maybe not as many as Mr. Willis. It's certainly not the most passionate thing I've heard, but certainly I have. And I think it does speak again to, perhaps our lack of consultation moving forward. We have got to, as Councillor Brockington pointed out, listen to everyone's voices, Indigenous voices, voices of our rural community, voices of our downtown urban core community. We've got to ensure that there is equity in this city in terms of who we listen to and what we consider. So I am very happy to support this motion on that basis today. So thank you to Councillor Kitts for bringing it forward.
Great, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leeper, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I will also be supporting Councillor Kitts' motion. I think what I like about it is the honesty that it puts into our official plan. I think there was a real risk with a gold belt that we were setting up expectations moving forward, that we were binding things that we in fact were not. At some point in the next 40 years, there may well be a discussion about expanding the urban boundary into agricultural lands. None of us will be here 30 or 40 years from now, but I think it is probably inevitable that despite this council's best intentions, at some point in future, that discussion is going to arise again. And I think it's helpful to have clear rules in place. If a gold belt does not create clear rules, if it creates expectations that are not actually there, it fosters the kind of mistrust in planning processes that I hear about every day when secondary plans, for instance, are changed. Developments are allowed to move ahead despite secondary plans that people thought were written in stone. That dynamic doesn't serve us well as a council. I think it's important to have honesty and transparency in our planning. And if the gold belt didn't do anything, then don't pass one. I like the clarity of it. Chair, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say that the reaction I've been getting about the gold belt was positive, but I can understand that there may have been confusion for those who actually live in those areas. But I just want to ask, is this basically a communications problem that people are misunderstanding it? Is that what we're saying on this?
Mr. Mayor, I think it's absolutely a communications problem. And if people perceive, and if I may offer another analogy, I've heard from people who were expropriated of their lands in the 1960s who live in the current proposed gold belt area feel that that's coming again. And that is absolutely a misstep on communications, and we regret that. And we wish to move on and modernize the plan without this hanging out there.
Yeah. I just want to make sure that the message is clear that we're not watering down anything, and I think that's what the public will be concerned about. That by changing this title or putting it on hold, that we're somehow going back. And as has been stated by my colleagues, that there's obviously a concern about agricultural land in the future, plus other lands that need to be preserved. So I just want to make sure that that is loud and clear. I don't know how we can emphasize that, because that was the only concern, is that when I first looked at this motion, that was something that I wasn't quite 100% sure of. So I just want to make sure that that is really, really out there, because obviously that's another communications problem again. You're going to reassure the people who live in those areas, but the ones that see that as a preservation and thought, wow, we're doing something to preserve agricultural land and protected lands, then we need to just make sure that that's loud and clear. How can we do that?
So, Mayor, in terms of the 5 big moves and the other elements of the official plan, we've always talked about the importance of the rural economy and the rural area, and staff see that we are updating the rural policies that we have, but we're not weakening them. That is my commitment to council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor El-Shantiri, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to all my colleagues who spoke about this. And thank you to Councillor Kitts, but we had a discussion with Councillor Kitts and DeRose and Moffat. And folks, let's be honest, we've been working for 2 years as a sponsor group on an official plan, and we always call it the countryside. But then we thought, oh, maybe for communication purpose, we can put a gold belt, people can identify with it, because we live in a city, have a green belt. Only to find out 70 years ago, the green belt still, to some residents, have a bad taste in their mouth, right or wrong, that's their position, and create more confusion and took away from the real discussion. The real discussion is the provincial policy statement 2020 would protect the agricultural land. And then Councillor Moffat eloquently said it is what's inside the belt what's important. It's not so much the outside. And so I just want you to know this was unfortunately mishap to in the last minute actually to call it the gold belt in the communication, and it is wrong. And after spending most of the weekend talking to Councillor Kitts, DeRose, and Moffat, and asked them how many emails each one of you receiving about the OP, and they're all the same. Say, oh no, we get 25, 30 emails about the gold, but nobody's asking about the fish plan. And that's why we said, if this is the communication mistake, let's reverse it now. And let's work with what we intend to do is to protect and follow the provincial policy statement. Doesn't matter what you call it, yellow belt, green belt, blue belt, any belt you like to call it, is not going to change the fact of what's in the provincial policy statement, because provincial policy statement override the City of Ottawa's official plan. So please, let's not make a big issue out of the naming, because that's what's out there, is the naming of instead of focusing on what the official plan means to all of us. And I will encourage you to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Deans, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few words on this topic, and that is when Councillor Menard and I earlier today put the deferral motion, what we said is that we had not properly consulted and that we were casting the die today. We're setting the direction, and that is very clear that this direction is being set today. We're not passing the OP today, but we're casting the die, and we're making the high-level decisions that will inform what ultimately comes back to Council. And so what we heard is, during that debate, don't worry about it. Consultation will come after we make this decision, which to me is just putting the cart before the horse. But then on the very next motion, we hear the flip, that the gold belt is not something supported by rural residents, and so we shouldn't move ahead with it today. Not that we should consult on it and make that decision later, like we just heard in the last debate, but we should make that decision today. And you know what? I actually agree with that. I agree that we shouldn't move forward, that our rural residents' voices need to be heard in this conversation, in this debate. And if they're not comfortable, I'm not comfortable. And if they want to call it rural countryside, I grew up in rural countryside. I agree with that. And I think that we should respect them. I'm happy Councillor Kitts brought this motion forward. But we also heard that all of the staff recommendations that came to the Joint Committee, they came to the committee and they were changed in the name of reconciliation to go to Taywin. So when we get to that debate, I hope we have the same respect for our First Nations communities that we have for our rural residents today. And I hope we will apply the same principles, that this decision is casting the die for the ultimate official plan, and we need to think about that now. We need to make the direction clear now, and moving ahead and saying we'll consult later, we'll consult with the people of Carlsbad Springs that have not been consulted. At this point, no, we're casting the die. It will be too late. So let's just apply the same principle and the same level of fairness to each of these discussion points that we have today. Thank you.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak before we offer Councillor Kitts an opportunity to wrap up? Councillor, would you like to wrap up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have many comments to add. I just wanted to thank my colleagues for their thoughtful comments and questions, and thank you to staff for the support and the additional clarification you've provided. I think this discussion really helped illuminate that there is no intention to reverse or discard the direction given to Council in May with respect to agricultural land in this official plan. The motion was really born out of a very emotional response from rural residents in the agricultural community, due mainly to confusion and misunderstanding of the Gold Belt's initial symbolic statement. The Gold Belt was never a policy. It is a name and a map, and it missed the mark. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, colleagues.
Great, thank you. So on the motion by Councillor Kitts, carried.
Carried.
Our next motion is by Councillor McKenney, seconded by Councillor Deans. Councillor McKenney, would you like to introduce your motion, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think everybody's had an opportunity to read all of the whereases, so I won't go through that. It was sent out earlier to everyone with the roadmap. Essentially, what it does is it goes back to the original staff recommendation around the 270 hectares and the 145 or 175 hectares in the South March lands that had been identified by staff as Category 1. So it follows staff's expertise and original recommendations to us. So it also resolves that recommendation 6 of the report be deleted and replaced with the original language that staff report back no later than Q4 2026 on one of the 3 options, which is distributed option or analysis of the 3 possible concentrated options, or a focused analysis of a single concentrated option, which would ultimately leave Taywin on the table, the Taywin-Taggart lands on the table, but it would provide staff with an opportunity to do the full analysis that they asked from us for no more than 5 years to come back before 2026 with their recommendation. We worked with staff on the motion, and this was the recommended wording that we received. So.
Okay, we're just checking is it Councillor King? Oh, Councillor Brockington on the motion, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so I have a few questions for staff. First, staff can just comment and remind council, for those of us in particular who were not at the joint committee meeting, a few issues. One is the first therefore statement references the South March lands. The South March lands were included in the original staff recommendation, Category 1 lands. Can staff just confirm that these lands are Category 1 optimal to be included in the new urban boundary?
Mr. Mayor, as outlined in the original staff report, the South March lands were identified as Category 1 lands.
Is it fair to say then that you would support their re-addition to the urban boundary?
Mayor, staff's position was in the staff's report, so I believe that speaks for itself.
So that's a yes. The Taywin lands part 2, the report is, the councillor motion is saying we're going to remove them, but allow them to be under review for the next 5 years. Can you just elaborate again for council what that means? If this is successful, we haven't said a hard no, they will be part of your review over X number of years. Can you just explain that component, please?
Mr. Mayor, I will ask Mr. Mark to assist me on this. There is a difference in this motion from what's in the staff report. This is not going back to the staff report. In that, the staff report recommended the 1,011 hectares be added, and we identified it, and the motion matches the staff report as it relates to the 1,011 hectares. Staff asked council to make a choice amongst 3 alternatives for the 270, and the motion before you does not make a choice. So staff are seeking direction from council on what to focus in on. This leaves all options on the table. And should council ask us to zoom in on one topic and do additional choice, staff feels that we will still be in the 15-year PPS compliance, having identified 1,011 hectares. But we would have no later than 5 years from now have to allocate the remaining 270 to one option without a risk of being out of compliance with the PPS. And Mr. Mayor, it's my job to identify all risks to council. So the other risk to council right now is there are members of the development community who don't agree with our numbers. And they don't agree that 1,011 hectares represents a 15-year land supply, and they may make a case to the minister that council has under-allocated land if council is not being specific about its intent about where that land should be focused in on.
Thank you. That's important. And I don't want to put Councillor McKenney on the spot. She can obviously raise certain things in wrap up, but if we need to tweak this motion, it should be done sooner rather than later, just so people who have not yet spoken have that opportunity. Mr. Willis, the options within this motion that Councillor McKenney spells out, they are options. It says or. Can you just comment on that, please?
Mr. Mayor, Councillor McKinney's motion is replicating what's in the staff report in terms of the options before council. These were the options we recommend council choose from. One option is to take the additional 270 hectares of land and spread it in all directions, continuing to extend the original suburban communities in all likelihood, and probably contrary to the motions previously passed by council unanimously about completing the existing suburbs and then creating a new community. The other option is to focus on the three areas that we identified in the background report, document 3, just checking my stuff on that. And there are three different candidate areas that we could be focusing in on. And then the third option is to pick one of the three and tell us to focus in on those over the next number of years. And staff would feel that council must adopt a designation in those options within 5 years to be consistent with the provincial policy statement.
Okay. Finally, one question for Mr. Mark, if I may. Mr. Mark, the South March lands have gone through, like all the other parcels of land, an independent process by our staff. They recommend their inclusion in the new urban boundary. At the moment, they're off the table per direction at committee. If that decision holds and they are not included in the new urban boundary, is there a elevated legal risk to the city or are appeal rights not possible just because of this process?
Mr. Mayor, under the recent amendments to the Planning Act, a comprehensive official plan that is approved by the minister is not subject to the local planning appeal tribunal process. There is no appeal to LPAT from a decision of the minister to approve a comprehensive official plan. Any relief would have to be through the courts. It seems to me there are two levels of risk. If one can point to clear non-compliance with the provincial policy statement, that would be, to use the councillor's terms, an elevated level of risk. That if the city does not have a minimum 15 years land supply for housing at all times, if one were able to prove that, that would be a significant risk for the city. The choice of lands, in my opinion, council has a greater discretion and a lesser level of risk with respect to that. Clearly, your professional staff, planning staff have provided their advice, and that should be given great weight. The decision, however, rests with council. It considers its staff advice, and then it makes a determination. And as I said, the risk of an adverse court decision is at a lesser level of risk than an outright non-compliance with the provincial policy statement.
Fair enough. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mark, as usual. Mr. Willis, just to come back to you, can you confirm, I think I heard the number 50, how many unique property owners approached planning staff in the lead up to your report going public, lobbying you or requesting that their properties be included in the new urban boundary?
Sorry,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we had over 50 formal written submissions, sometimes multiple submissions from different landowners. And obviously there have been additional submissions since that time.
Thank you. The reason why I asked this, colleagues, is I was approached like you, not as many, maybe 4 or 5 at the last minute to have me consider, should they have not been recommended in the staff report, to be moved by a motion to be included in the new urban boundary. And my comments to everyone were the same. that I'm going to look to staff who have led an independent process to determine which lands should be included in the urban boundary. And I would be hard pressed to then move a motion to include new lands that didn't make it, that weren't designated category 1, let alone 2 or 3. And so part of the debate that I want to hear today, when certainly talking about the Tewan lands, is what makes them so much more special from a planning perspective? From a planning perspective, why should these lands get elevated priority other than the other lands, dozens and dozens of other parcels of lands that other owners have pitched to our staff or other elected members? It's not right. So I appreciate the motion that we have before us from Councillor McKenney. I will be supporting it. I did not support the exclusion of the South March lands at committee. I did not support the addition of the Tewan lands at committee. And I absolutely believe there needs to be a more robust consultation plan, particularly with our Indigenous communities. So thank you, Councillor McKenney.
Thank you, Councillor Fleury.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. Encore une fois, je dois
Thank you
remercier.
very much. Once more, I would like to thank my colleagues. You mentioned many of the points that I wanted to make. Mr. Willis, I was wondering, we have many motions were presented today. Among these are some that are not aligned with the 5 big moves. It's unclear for me. I don't know all of the details, the technical criteria that were used to include anything within the 5 big moves. Can you clarify, please?
Staff in developing a recommendation report before council had 2 broad categories of directions previously given by council. One goes back to 2018, which is a motion adopted by council that we are in the next official plan process, and this was part of the OPA 180 settlement, to look at completing existing communities and then beyond that plan for a new community in the Beyond 2036 period, and that led to the Beyond 2036 report. The Beyond 2036 report, staff identified 5 big moves. And if I understand the councillor's question correctly, if you're asking among the alternatives before you that staff presented, is there one that or more that don't well align with those broad directions? I think staff have always expressed a concern that broadly distributing what's in option 1 represents no change from what we've traditionally done, which is continuing to tack on and tack on and tack on additional land on existing suburbs. And staff have low confidence that we would accomplish the other big moves of 15-minute neighborhoods, new styles of urban development, higher densities, if we just continued going in all directions. Although staff did not bind council's choice among the alternatives, by presenting that alternative, I think staff have the least confidence that that first alternative meets the 2 directions or sets of directions that council had previously approved.
Okay. Une question un petit peu plus large, ce que vous soumettez.
Maybe then my question may be broader. We proceeded with many consultations within the different community. Many associations met with your team. Can you tell us an idea of the breadth of these consultations, how we were able to reach our consultation objectives, and through that, being able to recognize that these lands were unceded territory? It's a little confusing for me. Can you tell us a little bit about the consultation that were done? Maybe Mr. Mayor can talk a little bit more about our engagement with the Indigenous community, with the community association in different wards throughout the city of Ottawa. We're making sure we're trying to recognize unceded land within the city of Ottawa. And within the official plan, we use a geographical approach to our consultation, talking about the different issues that were appropriate for such and such wards.
Charmaine pourrait répondre à la composante.
Can Madame Charmaine's answer or complement
Sorry, who's answering the question of Councillor Fleury?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So how we've been engaged with our Indigenous communities to date is we do have a standalone Indigenous engagement strategy. We have reached out to the Algonquins of Ontario, the Algonquins host nation, the urban Indigenous communities through our Ottawa Aboriginal Coalition. Our activities over the past years have included the Indigenous communities are part of our Ambassadors Working Group, which is made up of 11 of the underrepresented communities based on the equity and inclusion lens of the City of Ottawa. We've met several times with the Algonquins of Ontario to discuss the draft official plan. We've met with the City Aboriginal Working Group several times with an open invitation to meet members directly, and we've asked for their advice on how best to engage their communities. And we do have a team member on the City's Aboriginal Working Committee. Additionally, our urban Indigenous community, the Indigenous Community Conversation at the Wabano Centre, we participated in that, again with the draft new official plan. The Aboriginal Coalition, working together on obtaining feedback, awareness of the new draft official plan. Over the past year, we've had 6 to 8 meetings with them to discuss these matters. We have presented the new draft official plan to the Algonquins of Pikwaknets First Nation, the Algonquin Anishinaabeg National Tribal Council, the Algonquins National Programs and Service Secretariat. Following the direction we provide today, we will be meeting with the Algonquins, the Indigenous communities on the growth management strategy, as that will be part of the new draft official plan and be part of the next phase of the consultation and engagement.
Okay, I'll come back to this later if appropriate. Wanted a follow-up to Mr. Willis's point to Councillor Brockington. So Councillor McKinney's motion brings back a lot of the elements that were in the staff report, but you're further looking for clarification on which aspects. Can you clarify which aspects you'd like clarification or decision of council on today?
Mr. Mayor, the staff report recommended the council adopt the 10,011 hectares of land, the allocation that staff had proposed. That was modified by motion. Staff recommended that any remaining lands be, the council choose one of the 3 options that we put before council, and we provided a high-level comparison of some of those alternatives, and we'd like council's direction on which of those 3 they would like us to pursue as we bring forward the draft official plan.
So assuming someone were to move one of the 3 proposals, let's say the smaller tailwind with a 5-year review, would that be clear direction?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Willis.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Aguilar, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me. This is a question for Mr. Willis again. He's certainly having a busy day. So we've heard so far in the debate, Mr. Willis, that staff worked on this motion. The motion has some staff suggested wording in it. But my question to you quite clearly is this motion staff supported? Because those are different things.
Mr. Mayor, when the councillors approached staff and we met with staff, our advice to the councillors wishing to move the motion was that if they wish to go back to the staff motion, that was within their right to bring that before council, but it was our recommendation that they make a choice among the 3 alternatives. The motion as written is comparable to the staff report, so there is no language in the motion that's different than the staff report. Staff need a direction on which of the 3 to pursue.
Fair answer. Thank you.
So just to clarify that, Mr. Mark, my understanding is that the movers of the motion will have to choose between 1, 2, or 3. Is that correct? Because right now your view is, your legal interpretation is that this is not an order unless they pick one.
That's correct, Mayor. And if I may go to the language of the original wording that was in the staff report. Just bear with me for a moment. Yes. So it says direct staff to identify an additional 270 hectares no later than, and I've missed some words, Q4 2026 on one of these three options. So the wording in the staff report contemplated that one of the three options would be chosen, Mr. Mayor, that the Joint Committee would make a recommendation in that regard.
Okay, so when we get to, sorry, Councillor, sorry, when we get to the motion, the wrap up, Councillor McKenney can explain or talk to it. She'll have that opportunity at that time.
Point of order.
Councillor Leeper.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would be prepared to, as the seconder of the motion, to accept the suggestion from Councillor Fleury as friendly.
Sorry, we didn't hear what you just said, the last portion.
I said, as the seconder of the motion, and you could consult Councillor McKenney as well, I would be prepared to accept the suggestion from Councillor Fleury as friendly.
So his suggestion is what?
Mr. Mayor, is it appropriate for me to intervene?
Sorry, if I could, please. I think that Councillor Leeper, we've been talking, Councillor Leeper is going to make a friendly suggestion that I will accept.
Okay, so we'll go to Councillor Leeper, and then at the end of the day, it'll be up to Councillor McKenney to make any alteration or accept a friendly amendment. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Mayor. And you know, this does get back to the point of order that I attempted to raise at the beginning of the meeting. There are in the staff report, staff have asked for guidance with respect to the last 270 hectares that we need to find within 5 years in order to be able to satisfy the provincial requirement for a certain amount of land. And they gave us three options. One of them was a very distributed last 270 hectares. One was more distributed, and one was focused on the Teywin lands. Mr. Mark, surely Council has it within its purview to take the recommendation from staff and say, you know, we're going to give you direction to do all three, one of them, or a blend of some sort.
Mr. Mayor, in my opinion, the answer to that is no, because in particular, option 2 is inconsistent with option 3. Option 2 is looking at all three candidate areas. Option 3 is focusing on one. So they are internally inconsistent. So
but studying one versus the other over the course of several years is that would be the intent of the motion, is to study the various different options.
Mr. Mayor, if you're doing option 2, you cannot do option 3. You are by definition excluding that. Once you start looking at the second candidate area, you have gone beyond the scope of option 3.
Mr. Mark, I disagree. I think staff have it in their power, or council has it in their power to ask staff to look at several different options to report back. I'm wondering, Mr. Willis, in terms of giving you the direction that you're seeking, there's significant, I'm very open-minded to taking a look at how we fulfill those last 270 hectares that we need, including the Teywin lands as one of the options. Option 1 is something that I'm hearing staff are suggesting strongly is the worst of the three options. But surely there is some blend of options 2 and 3 to take a look at over the course of the next 5 years. Is it better to focus everything on the Teywin lands, or is it better to do perhaps some within those lands and others in other focus communities? Is there a blend that's possible here?
Mr. Mayor, if I can bring this back to the obligations under the provincial policy statements. The provincial policy statement says council must have at all times designated and available land for a 15-year land supply. That's the floor. The ceiling is the 25 years, which we're limited to do under the provincial policy statement as well. The risk before council, if there is no clarity that we are focusing in on one area, and it's a risk, is that the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, on one would say requests by other landowners who don't agree with the city's numbers and that don't agree with the decision, that they would say that the city has not focused in on one area and therefore it has not made a decision. And therefore you run the risk that the minister may exercise one of the minister's powers under the act, the first being to refuse the plan. The second power the minister has under the act is to modify the plan and impose upon the city what the ministry feels should happen, thereby taking the decision out of council's hands.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I believe it's my responsibility to tell council of those risks. So our advice to council is to focus in on what you would like us to study so that we can complete the plan in a manner that we feel we can best defend its compliance to the provincial policy, consistency with provincial policy.
Mr. Mayor, then, I'm taking a look at the amount of study that needs to be done before we can bring Taywin in. I've got a couple of pages here that describe Taywin's transit strategy. It is superficial, to say the best, and it's going to take a long time to be able to understand it. But I am also hearing the clear direction on the part of council that if we're going to need to find 270 more hectares, that those should be focused on the Taywin lands. And so, Mr. Mayor, I'm wondering if the mover of the motion would take it as a friendly amendment to amend their motion to focus on option 3.
Councillor McKenney.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Can I ask a question before I provide my response to Mr. Willis? The number 3 obviously leaves the Taywin lands in, but it also allows you to look at other single concentrated options. Is that the case?
Mr. Mayor, for clarity, option 2 looks at multiple options. Option 3 looks at one option. So the choice between 2 and 3 is whether or not you're directing staff to look at multiple options. And I've expressed my staff's concerns about consistency with the provincial policy statement and the risks that presents to the city that a solution will be imposed by the province as opposed to council making a decision. Option 3, focusing on one option, staff feels is the most defendable position to the province, because it is actually rather extraordinary that we're not designating fully all of the lands, the full 1,281. So my responsibility is to tell council where the trajectory of risk is and the decisions.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And Mr. Mayor, yes, I will take that as a friendly amendment to the motion. So it will be with the suggestion that staff look at the focused analysis of a single concentrated option.
So do you want to write out that amendment so everyone knows clearly what you're doing? Sure. And then while we're waiting for that, Councillor Kavanaugh has the floor. Sure.
Thank you. I think I'll need the clarity of what just happened there, so that'll be helpful. Just want to know how South March fits into what we were just discussing. Can I have that from staff?
Mr. Mayor, if the motion is adopted as written and to be amended by the mover and seconder, the South March lands are back in. Unless I'm misinterpreting what it is, but my reading of the motion, they are back in. And so that is changing the direction decision made by Joint Committee.
Thank you. My concern is climate change. It's one thing to have an analysis of how to get things covered off in terms of the costs, the gating costs, et cetera, and those arrangements. But for people who will be living in these areas and having to take extra transportation or all these things, how is that analyzed so that we can ensure we've made a good decision on that score?
Mr. Mayor, in the draft official plan policy documents, we are now proposing a new study requirement for any secondary planning area that requires a climate change impact assessment report. That is a new requirement that does not exist in the official plan today. And that will allow a customized specific assessment for each secondary plan that comes before council, taking into account the design of the community, the availability of alternative vehicle modes, the mix of land uses, and whether or not people are working in mode shifts and the like. So that's how staff staff have proposed to enhance. We also have new high performance development standards, which we're also working on, which would apply more broadly.
Okay, so that's after we've made a decision, though.
Mr. Mayor, as I tried to explain earlier, the council's making a decision on a direction to go towards in the official plan today. The official plan will set the areas of which further work will be done over the coming years. No lands can be approved for development without the adoption of a secondary plan and zoning. So this would come into play at the time council would be making a decision on a secondary plan, that these requirements would be before council.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Deans. Have you spoken, Councillor Deans, on this?
I have not. And
okay,
I just
go ahead.
want to ask some questions to Mr. Willis. Mr. Willis, I just want to be really clear about putting all our eggs in the Taywin basket. And I was listening intently to what you said, but we know that these lands have been evaluated in the past and found not to be suitable for development. So if that were to occur again after the actual analysis is done and we haven't looked at any other areas, then what would be the plan B at that point?
First of all, Mr. Mayor, I don't think there's evidence at this point in time, based on the information we've received recently of new geotechnical work, that the areas couldn't be developed. They would be costly to develop. There is a distinction between can't and costly because of the geotechnical conditions in the area. If the area did not proceed, council would review this at every comprehensive review to say, how can we satisfy the provincial policy statement of the day of having 15 years of land supply available? And a future council would have several options. One would say, we still have it in inventory and its day will come. And we have lands right now within the urban area that have not yet been developed and might fall into that sort of category of things that have yet to be built, even though they've been designated for many years, some going back to the 1990s. The other option is, as I said in an earlier question, is that any council, future council, could make a change to the urban boundary. And the provincial policy statement actually has a brand new provision in 2020 that allows a swap in, swap out of lands for replacing of equal area. It's a brand new provision. And as a matter of fact, we've been in discussions with rural councillors about rationalizing some of the village boundaries, because we know there are lands within village boundaries that are undevelopable for various reasons. And staff in the draft official plan proposed using that new PPS policy. So I believe that that new provision of PPS gives council lots of latitude in the future. However, taking lands out exposes council to appeal under certain circumstances. If it's a comprehensive review, it's not an appeal, it's a decision of the minister. But if it's outside of a comprehensive review, it would be subject to appeal.
Okay, so thank you for that answer. And Mr. Willis, I agree with you. If you throw enough money at anything, you can make it work. But what we know so far about these lands is they would be very costly. They're Leda clay. They're apparently so unstable that you couldn't even pile that soil because it's so unstable. So it sounds to me like the cost, not to mention the cost of the pipes and the transit and everything else for that area and how that would be prioritized. There's so many decisions to be made. I mean, I'm happy to hear about this this new provision that would allow swap in, swap out. But if it's appealable, then does that just land us into a big, long, divisive court battle for something that maybe, you know, if we had taken the time and done it right at the beginning, we could have avoided?
Mr. Mark may wish to add, this is a brand new provision of the provincial policy statement, as yet untested, at least not in the Ottawa context, and I don't believe in Ontario. We believe that if after years of working on this and finding frustration on all sides that it can't be made to work, we would be in good standing before any appeal body with technical evidence on our side to justify a position to change our direction. And especially if there are mountains of technical evidence on our side. So that's a with respect, Mr. Mayor, it's a fight we can pick.
Okay. Mr. Willis, even up to last week, I mean, you were thinking about looking at lands east of the Finley Creek development for future development, which would be more contiguous with already approved urban development lands. So are you suggesting to us now that that's not a good idea to look at that, or is it a possibility to look at the Taywin lands plus the lands east of Finley Creek?
Mr. Mayor, I believe the staff report identifies a large area that includes more than just the Taywin lands. It is an extension of lands between Finley Creek and Highway 417. And in the staff report, we recommended that as a distinct area to study as opposed to what I call Riverside South, because it's south of Riverside South, or Canada, a South March north of South March, which we didn't have marketing labels for these areas. So that area is a larger area. That's what the staff report said. I think I've answered the question, Mr. Mayor.
Well, and you may have, but I'm just a little bit unclear. So if the motion that Councillor McKenney now has with the Taywin land, does that effectively exclude looking at the contiguous lands to Finley Creek, east of Finley Creek?
So, Mr. Mayor, again, if I can frame this in a matter of risk. So if council do a vast area for staff to study and focus in on, one might be vulnerable in an argument to the Minister of Municipal Affairs that council has declared its intent on an area to be designated and available for the 15-year land supply if we don't get that focused in on. It is easier for staff if council focuses in on that. The more focused it is, the stronger our defense is against any action and ultimately against any argument that we're not being consistent with provincial policy statements. So it's a question of risk. It's a trade-off of risk.
But we could, in effect, have both. Is that correct? But that would just be more land?
Mr. Mayor, council could take the entire lands between Finley Creek and the 417 and study the area. That is a choice you could make. You could also focus within that area and give us more precise direction should you wish. As I indicated, there's different risks. The more focused council's decision is, the lower the risk.
And what is the land mass if we were to take that whole piece? How much land is that?
100 hectares, 4,500 hectares.
Mr. Mayor, we'll double check the number. We believe it's about 4,500 hectares.
Wow. Okay, so way more than we need.
Mr. Mayor, and that's why it's my responsibility to explain the risk between picking a vast area to study, because one might argue, if they didn't agree with council's position, that we are not being consistent with the provincial policy statement because we're very unfocused on what we're looking at.
Okay, and if we just focus in on the Taywin lands, that's 175 hectares that we would be looking at under the McKenney motion, correct?
Mr. Mayor, it's 270 under the McKenney motion, which is the balance of lands that were not allocated through the other motions of council.
270, and that would be land that would probably not be needed until closer
Talking to me?
To the end
point,
the 2046, correct?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, just clarify this. It's difficult to predict without monitoring how quickly the 15-year land supply would be consumed. Staff have made a projection based on historic trends, and Mr. Fu has done extensive modeling to look at this. I have a responsibility to tell council that the development industry does not agree with our numbers, and they believe that we will consume the land faster than staff have projected. Council should be aware of that. And that is likely to be a matter raised to the Minister of Municipal Affairs by those who don't agree with staff's position on this. The staff's projection, though, however, is that the land wouldn't be needed until the end of the planning horizon. It doesn't mean that any of the land that council designates could come in at any rate, that the landowners bring it on and that the secondary plans are approved. We don't meter it out. We have people who don't act on their land. For example, there's land in North Canada right now that the landowners have not acted on to bring it in. So we don't control the rate at which any parcel of land comes in, that they have to have a motivated landowner who's acting on it. But we believe that with the planning work happening, and we would need to know for sure that this land is coming in no later than 5 years, or we have a provincial policy statement compliance consistency issue.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, just a couple of words on the motion. I would actually prefer to have deferred this whole issue until we had done consultation, as you know from my earlier comments. And that includes for the people of South March. I think that they also have a right to be properly consulted through this process. But since Council has decided that that is not necessary, I don't think that there's a rational argument to set aside Category 1 lands that have been scored in accordance with the criteria given to
30 seconds.
City staff by Council and substitute those lands for lands that scored very poorly under the criteria set by Council, Category 3 lands, which are the Taywin lands. And the only argument that I've heard is one about reconciliation. And I think that we now know that that was a bogus argument. So there is no good argument in my estimation for taking out those South March lands at this point and substituting those Category 1 lands with Category 3. Thank you.
Do we have the friendly amendment that we can put up on the screen at this point? Just so we're clear on what is before us. And while we get that, Councillor Gower has the floor.
Mr. Mayor, I think Councillor El-Shantiri may have had his hand up before me. I defer to him to go first.
No, I see you as first, and then he's next.
Okay, well, happy to speak. Mr. Willis had said something a little earlier in this discussion that I wanted to repeat. He said there's a distinction between can't and costly. I think in general in this council, there's a lot of interest in the proposal from the Taywin group. I'm not sure what delaying everything for another 5 years to get more information, how it might change our decision. I think in 5 years from now, it will still be costly. We will still discover that it's on a soil type that makes it challenging to build. I have a motion, I think it's up next in the order, to clarify how we're going to address these risks and what we need to see when we get our draft official plan and the policies behind that, what information we need to give us that confidence that we can mitigate those risks as a municipality. So I'm not really sure what delaying the selection of Taywin for another 5 years really does. We're not approving today to put shovels in the ground next week. We're kicking off a process that the proponent would have to lead and fund to do this whole series of studies to convince us that all of our risks, financial, geotechnical, transportation, environmental, are satisfied before we can issue secondary plan approvals. We're not very good as a council at making big decisions or bold decisions. And I think often we default to whatever is the most safest and risk averse. And I think sometimes we avoid making good decisions and daring decisions. There is risk on this. We could come back and we could get studies that say, yeah, it's impossible to achieve what you think you can with the density. We have that choice as a council later on to say, well, this can't go forward then if the risk is too great to us. But to just delay it another 5 years is just avoiding making hard decisions, which is what we were all paid a lot of money and put a lot of time into in order to do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor El-Shantiri, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and colleague. Just a little bit of history about the South March area. About 10 years ago or so, Council unanimously rejected the expansion of that area. It was called Area 1. And then the developers, they went to the OMB and they were granted the OMB. Part of the community design plan, we were in discussion. They had agreed to widen March Road from Maxwell Bridge to Dunrobin entrance before any of that development. Now they renege on it. March Road is not going to be widened. The area you're talking about supposed to have 3,400 units, almost 9,000 people living there, with 5 commercial malls, 1 fire hall, and 4 or maybe 5 schools in that area. So far today, not one house been built. And what have some, and I'm not blaming staff, by all means. We give that direction and the scoring to the staff, and staff went out and they scored the land as they see fit. I understand that. They scored it, it's close to, it's adjacent to an urban area. Where is the urban development there? We haven't seen a house yet in all this time, in 10 years. But you're rewarding the developers in those areas with more land, and at the same time, you're going near the village. And in the official plan, we need to protect those villages. And you're going to leave those villages vulnerable, especially Dunrobin, because the land between South March and Dunrobin is all general rural. So is all that land will be scooped by the developer under the assumption, we are next to the urban boundary. And how far do you want to take the urban boundary? Today, we don't have any services in that area yet. Yet it'll score high because eventually they said, if the urban boundary fill, if transit there, if March Road become 4-lane, that's a great land to be in the urban area today. When you talk about the services, yeah, it is costly, but we heard other area is going to be costly. This area is a bedrock. But what's important here, we have 6 existing country state lot subdivision. They're going to be part of that. They're going to pay the most transit levy in their area, and without a choice, because obviously they own the larger home and the country state lot, and we know how the transit levy spread is based on your. So, seriously, are we rewarding here the developers who went to the OMB and took that land, and now you're rewarding them with 270 hectares, and they haven't built a house on the existing one? I'm asking you, please, when we talk about the Tailwind, we heard the presentation, and most of us, or most of you heard the presentation. How many times they claim they will pay the expenses? We told staff as a sponsor group, we want to build something bold, something new, something different than just have 200 acre and add on like what you're doing now to South March. We said, no, let's have a community from the inside out, build it with the Aboriginal idea of Tailwind, of a home. And they are paying all your expenses. But no, we want to go back and give the developers. If I would have said that, people say, the developer got to Eli and that's why he agreed to it. Since I disagree with it, I'm not sure who is serving here. So I find it really ironically to suggest South March area is I know staff based on the scoring we agreed to, they made it area 1. But the reality is not. You will choke that community. You have only, we're 28,000 people. March Road is the main artery for West Carleton. March Road surrounded with single streets, old Carp Road, old Second Line, and March Valley Road. And really, where are you going to put the people? And you thought, they can use transit? Well, I'm not sure when the transit going to get to South March, but I have to tell you, it's going to be a long time before transit make it to Fitzroy and Kinburn and pick up resident from that area to Canada. I understand Canada North is a hub. We have a lot of jobs, a lot of people working there. But at the same time, how are you going to get people there? For that reason, at the joint committee, we said, it'll make sense. If we're going to build a new community, let's add this land to the new community. Let's make something different, not just something we'll keep adding on. Every community built in the city of Ottawa is add on. We add on to Canada South to reach almost in Stittsville now, or Stittsville in Canada South, whatever that you want to call it. And we add on to Bar Havens, now it's Richmond, Manatee, and other day. And we add up in Orleans. But have we built something?
30 seconds.
I will wrap it up, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor. Appreciate that. Councillor Menard. Councillor Menard. Is Councillor Menard there?
Yeah, sorry, Mayor. Councillor Harder had her hand up first.
Go ahead. Sorry, you might be on mute, Councillor. What did he do? There we see you, Councillor Menard. You have the floor.
Sorry, Mayor. Just Councillor Harder had her hand up first. I'd allow Councillor Harder to go ahead.
She took it down and then put it back. So you're up next. Go ahead, Councillor Menard.
Okay, I'm just finalizing a note here. I'll take my hand down and go on when Councillor Harder's done.
Councillor Harder.
Thank you, Mayor, for ending the confusion. I have a few questions first of Mr. Willis. Mr. Willis, what would making smaller land area for Taywin do for the cost passed on to the homeowner? So the affordability, what would that do?
So, Mr. Mayor, just doing, we don't have exact plans, but just back of the envelope math for a second, if my math is right. By going from 445 hectares down to 270, if you follow the logic in the financial submission the Taywin people group submitted to us from Altus, which I have shared with a number of councillors who asked for it, they presume spreading the cost of development over all of the homeowners coming in the area. So if you have a 35% fewer homeowners with 35% land, that means the upfront costs of bringing the core servicing pipes and the like have to be spread among a 35% fewer homeowners. Presumably that adds to the cost to the homeowners who come in. And that's if you follow the logic in the Altus report.
Okay, so I think that it's important that we not talk about the people that are trying to get us to support Taywin, and that being the Algonquins of Ontario and Taggart, who have formed a partnership. But speaking across the city, I mean, for the people that are talking, I guess there are people who've never been on a planning committee and maybe have not had a lot of development, but especially greenfield development. But when it comes to this city, this very, very large city, is Lita clay, is marine clay unique to the lands that we're referring to as Taywin? And what other places in the city could you give us examples? Places where there's been a lot of growth.
Mr. Mayor, the easy land to build on in Ottawa was consumed years ago. We have a variety of soil and geotechnical conditions around the city in various areas. We have marine clays in the south end of Barrhaven. We have quite a large concentration of marine clays in the South Cumberland area. The assertion, which I have not been able to validate yet because we haven't had an opportunity to do this, but the geotechnical engineer representing Taywin has said that based on borehole samples they understand is very similar to what's recently been developed in South Cumberland areas, and the other option on the table that no one is talking about today, which is the addition of lands to South Cumberland, would have it. It's a very large site. There's likely to be very, very variable conditions, and there'll be better areas and worse areas within that, we have no doubt. There's probably deeper areas and shallower areas within that larger landmass. But there is construction on marine clays in other areas of the city. The city's, one of the other geotechnical consultants who commented on this is Golder Associates, who the city frequently uses for its own projects, and they've made similar comments to us.
Okay, so that's great. And I just wanted to also ask you about if the Taywin, I mean, let's face it, there's lots of hoops that they have to go through. All we're doing today is taking it to the next step, and a lot of that work will happen, okay? So if they were to proceed and do the servicing, et cetera, would that not likely end up with the Leitrim pump station not being necessary? And would, in fact, the servicing and the investments between the 417 at the Taywin lands and Leitrim, Finley Creek, not come together?
Mr. Mayor.
At some point.
Mr. Mayor, in recent submissions material from the proponents, they've identified a number of servicing efficiencies that might be possible. Staff have not had the time to explore that, but in the master planning process, and including the city's infrastructure master plan, we certainly would. There may be opportunities to rationalize pump stations. There may be opportunities to improve parts of the trickle feed water supply system. There are a number of infrastructure implications, and we need and we would do this regardless of the direction of this motion if the Taywin lands are part of it, regardless of the timeline of the motions, I should say. These would all have to be investigated. The proponents have made those assertions. We just have not had an opportunity to validate them.
And what is the cost of building on bedrock? Because most of the places in the city have some kind of clay, have similar soil. But in Canada is solid bedrock. So you have to have dynamite. There's a problem with drainage. There's lots of problems. What's the cost comparison? Do we know at all? Does anyone know?
Mr. Mayor, building on bedrock is complicated as well. I mean, you're either blasting or roham. I can't remember the technical term, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, but you're either chipping away at it with a piece of machinery or you're blasting it, and it has its own costs. There are long-term operational benefits in that there's less sagging in the system, but the upfront capital costs are probably quite high, and I don't know the balance between the two. Whereas in softer soils, it's easier to dig, but you also have the operational costs with potential shift over time. Again, as I said, this is true in several of the growth areas. This is not unique to any one of the growth areas that we're talking about. We've built on all the easy land. Any of the growth areas have more challenges with respect to infrastructure construction.
Well, sure. And Half Moon Bay and Barrhaven, so the #1 growth area in this century, is built on the foundations around styrofoam, as are many of our 400 series highways. A lot of people don't know that either. So I have a question for you, Mr. Willis. I'd like to ask staff from a planning perspective, what are the issues we need to work on, and what are the opportunities that the Taywin proposal represents for our city, as you know them today?
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to ask Mr. Herwire to talk about what future steps would be for this or other communities, but because we have a planning process for all of them. And I'll ask Mr. Migueles to talk about opportunities that might be possible.
Thank you. In terms of the issues to be resolved, I think Councillor Gower pointed out that they're articulated well in the subsequent motion that will be before council. Certainly, they're also laid out in the report, and we've received previous direction back in May from council on some of those issues. So certainly, transit, road infrastructure, sanitary water, stormwater. There's a host of technical and infrastructure type issues that would need to be studied, analyzed, wetland evaluation, subwatershed studies, and the like. So with bringing on an area like this, there's extensive analysis required, and that would occur, depending on council's decision. I'd ask Alain to speak to some of the planning opportunities for starting a new community in this respect.
I think, go ahead. Is it Alain we're asking for? I see.
Mr. Mayor, so as Mr. Willis noted, if the decision is to go to a concentrated location for the remainder of the lands that we need to identify, then by definition, the opportunity from a planning policy standpoint is that we're starting from scratch and we can design a community that is fundamentally distinct and can be built on new principles, new planning principles, new paradigms, rather than to add smaller pieces of land to existing communities. That would be the main one. Obviously, that entails a resolution of the items that Mr. Herwire mentioned, but if those are resolved, that is the big highlight opportunity from a planning perspective.
And aren't those studies that Mr. Herwire mentioned, aren't they required for any development, any place? It's not just for Taywin.
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm not going to be supporting this motion because I can't support a 5-year delay. We need to keep moving forward. It hasn't been a short process. We started in the last term of council. We're moving into the 3rd year of this term. And we set timelines, which we've already extended. And you'll see a motion at the end of today, whenever this item is, where I'm going to be moving a motion that moves a meeting, our next joint meeting where every single aspect of the official plan, including this, will be up for debate and conversation and consultation once again. So, if you support this, basically you're preempting the work of the joint committee to this point. Please allow us to move on to a recommendation by recommendation debate on the work of the joint committee. You will be free to vote yes or not to these recommendations when we get to them. So I'm asking you all, and I know many of you won't, but I hope a lot of you do, vote for, do not support this motion. Let's get on with the most important project that we're doing, not only for this term of council, but for the rest of this century. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Menard, please.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. I just have a few questions. Staff had indicated in their report that they would not normally have stored the Taywin lands, and I'm just wondering why that is.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor.
Let's try now.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. First of all, not all cities use scoring systems when making decisions, such as an urban expansion. Ottawa is one of few that do use it. Our scoring system has evolved since amalgamation, really to be plug-and-play areas to the existing suburban communities. In 2018, when Council directed us unanimously to complete the existing suburbs and then find a new community, that was part of the 2018 motion. It was reaffirmed to staff when the Beyond 2036 report happens. The scoring system as we designed it is designed to find plug and play opportunities. A new community by definition is not plug and play. So at that point in time, the scoring system falls down, and that's why staff went beyond the scoring system, and document 3 provided to council does a relative comparison of the new community options, taking into account fairly significant understanding of the infrastructure challenges. And we went back to the 5 big moves that were applicable at that level and compared them. So we gave council a relative comparison of them that's different from the scoring to assess the new communities.
Thank you. And yeah, that document was extremely helpful reading through it, that document 3. Staff also recommended to council that they take time to study the additional 270 hectares. And I'm just wondering what was behind that recommendation? Why was the time required?
Mr. Mayor, we acknowledged that at the time we wrote the staff report back in December, there was a lot of information that we did not have. A lot of information's come in since December. I still think there's additional information to come in. And many of the questions before us today, many of the questions the councillors have asked us, we would not have firm answers without additional planning. Many of those questions wouldn't be answered without secondary planning level of work. So ultimately, staff try to be prudent and recommend council we gather additional information. Council has a choice. We can make a decision to focus in on one area, which is indicated the relative risks with consistency with the provincial policy statement. And staff will not bring forward a secondary plan to council for approval without answers to those questions.
Okay, that's also very helpful. Could you possibly come back to council with this motion in front of you quicker than Q4 2026? Might it be faster than the 5 years that we're saying, up to 5 years? Might it be a bit quicker than that?
Mr. Mayor, I think it's extremely important that council makes a decision before Q4 2026, or staff are certain we will not be in consistency with the provincial policy statement. So the sooner the better.
That's heartening to hear as well. Probably won't take the full 5 years as been discussed. This recommendation in front of you now, the motion in front is aligned with staff's recommendations that existed with the amendment, are now aligned with staff recommendations that existed at Planning Committee. Mr. Mark, if you're on the line, you've said to council that we should be applying significant weight to our planning staff's recommendations. Why is that?
Mr. Mayor, municipalities hire staff or hire planning consultants to benefit from their knowledge and experience. And that is why councils throughout Ontario give significant weight to their staff planners' advice. However, council is also entitled to take into account under the planning process in Ontario the representations that are made by the public, the stakeholders, landowners, and any other interested parties.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I think it's clear our staff recommendation would be reflected in Councillor McKenney's motion, and we would be doing a big disservice not supporting that here today. Thank you.
Anyone else to speak before Councillor McKenney wraps up, and we'll put the amendment or the friendly amended motion up on the screen so everyone has a chance to see it, because it's been brought back and forth between legal and I believe Councillor McKenney. So Councillor McKenney, does this represent, and Councillor Leeper, what you intended with the underlined section?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so you have the floor, Councillor, to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of very quick questions. Staff, my understanding of the soil conditions, and again, this is something that I wish we had time to fully understand. If we go through today, we won't. The clay, the marine soils, the clay in this land that we're looking at, Taywin, averages in some areas between 30 and 50 meters to bedrock. Orleans, where I think it's probably second worst, is around 10 meters, maybe up to 20 in some places. Is that your understanding as well?
Mr. Mayor, I don't have that information in front of me, and I'll seek information from staff.
Again, it would be helpful to have that before we decide. Were any other developers reached out to? Have any other developers come back to us and asked us to give additional marks based on their promise to pay for their developed lands that we overlooked?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. We've had submissions from other landowners who dispute staff scoring and wish for reconsideration of the score.
And do we give scoring for promise to pay for the upfront capital costs?
Mr. Mayor, according to the council's financial framework, the growth pays for growth regardless of who it is. That is an expectation on everyone. It's a matter we take into account in the development charges, creation of the development charges by law. Mr. Mayor, I have also answered the question that the councilor raised before. So the Orleans Avalon area has between 20 and 30 meters of clay. The Patterson consultants who represented Taylor says it's between 10 and 50, highly variable. And understand that the depth, it is a requirement in Ontario Building Code in building in any area that they must demonstrate that they can meet the structural requirements of it. It's also part of our work. Again, deep clay is deep clay. It's a challenge for us, constructability everywhere. Every direction we're going in Ottawa seems to be a clay issue, and this is not something new for the city.
Thank you. I'll just wrap up, Mr. Mayor. So we're being asked today to support a walk-on motion the day after delegations at Joint Planning ERAC Committee versus our own staff recommendation. We have no detail. We don't have the information that we need to make a decision that takes into consideration the people that we represent. No details on how sustainability and walkability goals will be met. No detail on operational costs for transit once it's in place. We're going to need more buses to get that far. What will that cost? What will road maintenance cost? There will be costs. many, over half, we saw the map at committee, over half of this land area is that AOO lands are natural features. So over half of their land is natural feature. We don't know what the intent of other landowners is in this group of lands. So we don't know if they're going to also take responsibility for an area-specific development charges. Barrhaven, I was just reminded, started off at about 300 hectares and has grown. So we know that communities can start at 270, which is what this recommendation would ask staff to go away and look at. And, you know, on the issue of South March, you know, it is, you know, we are pumping millions of dollars to get transit out to Canada. But we're saying, but we're not going to put more people there. We're not going to put people there who we need to work in the high-tech industry. It defies logic to me that we wouldn't want more people living where transit is going, where we're spending millions of dollars to get transit to, and where we have a very viable high-tech community with jobs. So you know, those are the
1 minute.
Those are the things that we're overlooking here today. Those are the some of the detail that we're saying, you know what, doesn't matter. We're going to make the decision today. We won't be able to reverse it. Might be able to tweak it around a little bit, but we're going to go forward today on what is absolutely not enough information for us to make a responsible decision. We're put here, we're elected by people to come to ask questions, to take advice, and to ensure that we have all of the information we need to make decisions. And sometimes we make smaller decisions, but this is a decision that is going to change the city for generations to come. So I would ask you all to really consider the staff recommendation. They are the experts.
If you can wrap up, Councillor.
We count on staff for our recommendations. It's why they're there. We do it all recommendations across planning. I think that if we're ever going to take their advice, this needs to be the time. It doesn't need to be 5 years out, but we do need to take a pause and ensure that we're making the right decisions on behalf of taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues, for your input. I'm not going to be supporting this because it would undo some of the key recommendations of the joint meeting of planning and ARAC and before we even have a chance to debate that particular aspect of the report. And I'm also not prepared to throw this out another 4 or 5 or 6 years. That's really not leadership in my way of thinking. The motion originally that arrived on our desk late this morning was entirely inconsistent, to quote the city solicitor, Mr. Mark, and would have put us in this awful position of having the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing either refuse or modify the recommendations in our own official plan. And I know as a former minister, when any kind of ambiguity came our way, or it was a document that didn't meet provincial policy statement and so on, we would reject it or we would amend it. And we don't want that to happen with our official plan. We want to make sure we get it right the first time. And so I think even the movers of this motion were a little confused trying to explain exactly what was the intent of the motion. And now we have a completely different one that takes out the 3 options and brings us to 1 option and deals with punting it for another 5 years. So I'd strongly encourage you to vote against this, because if we support this, we won't have the debate on the other lands and the other parts of the official plan that are vitally important for the future of our city. So yeas and nays, please, Madam Deputy Clerk.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor Harder.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor Derues.
No.
Conseil Cloutier.
No.
Councillor Suds.
No.
Councillor Hubley.
No.
Councillor El Shantiri.
No.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Councillor Kitts.
No.
Conseil Fleury.
Oui.
Councillor McKenney.
Yes.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Moffat.
No.
Councillor Meehan.
No.
Councillor Shirelli. Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Luloff.
No.
Councillor Deans.
Yes.
Councillor Eglai.
No.
Mayor Watson.
No.
At the 8 yeas, 15 nays.
Okay, our next motion is by Councillor Gower, seconded by Councillor.
Mr. Mayor, on a point of order,
Councillor Deans.
just like to request a 15-minute recess so maybe we could all grab a quick lunch since it's almost 2 o'clock and we haven't had a break.
Is there consensus? I know some people have been coming in and out and getting food. Do people want a break, or do you want to continue moving on? Maybe if you want to have a break, just raise your hand and we'll see majority. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and those who
It's a
want to.
really important issue and we shouldn't have to step out in the middle of this debate. We should just take a few minutes to
Well,
go.
why don't we'll take 10 minutes and we'll meet back here at 7 minutes after 2. So we're in recess. colleagues, we'll get back together in another moment. Thank you. Merci. We're now going into motions that directly reflect or impact the specific recommendations. So we've dealt with those matters that are policy in nature. We now have Councillor Gower and Hubley that have a motion with respect to Taywin, item number 6. So on page 10 of the council agenda, if you go to item number 6, which was a committee recommendation, we're going to deal with 2 motions, Gower Hubley and Cloutier Suds, and then vote on those as amended to item 6. So Councillor Gower, good afternoon. If you'd like to introduce your motion, and we'll put that on the screen for everyone, and then we'll get Councillor Cloutier and Councillor Suds to present their motions, and then you can both come back and speak to them. Councillor Gower.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. This is a long 2-page motion. It has been circulated. I'm not going to read all of the whereases, but I would just like to quickly summarize. First of all, thank you to Councillor Hubley for seconding, and thank you to the staff and planning, legal, and the clerk's office for helping to put this together. This is in relation to risk, financial risk, and otherwise. We did hear at the committee meetings verbally the Taywin partners told us they would pay for servicing and infrastructure. We now have that in writing as well. Staff have given us a preliminary list of the kinds of studies that they need to see before we can approve secondary plans. And the proponent would also be required to pay for these future studies. As a council, we have always supported the approach that growth should pay for growth. I'll read the therefore be it resolves. Therefore be it resolved that council directs staff to identify the specific planning, infrastructure, transit, transportation, geotechnical, hydrological, environmental, and ecological considerations that the proponent must address prior to the approval of a secondary plan, and that these considerations be included for council approval in the draft official plan. And be it further resolved that staff report back to council on the legal and financial mechanisms available that would ensure that servicing and infrastructure costs can be paid by the proponent. Maybe if I could sum this up in one simple phrase, I don't think it's enough that we take at face value that the proponent says, don't worry, we'll pay for it. I think we need to be very crystal clear on what mechanisms we have as a city to ensure that they actually do.
Okay, thank you very much. And then Councillor, Cloutier, if you'd like to introduce your motion. I have no other motions on item 6.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your ear over the past week with regard to this, and thank you to Deputy Mayor Suds for seconding the motion, and of course thank you to everyone who was kind enough to lend me their ears as we wrap our heads around this complex issue. The motion wants to recognize all our Indigenous partners and the complexity of those interconnected relationships. I will read it as it's not long, and it makes a couple of important points. Whereas representatives from several Algonquin communities in Quebec, as well as other local Indigenous groups, have indicated their desire to be consulted on the T-Win development, and whereas the Algonquins of Ontario have their own relationships with nearby Algonquin communities, and the City of Ottawa has no role to play in those nation-to-nation relationships or any role to play with respect to land claims process, whereas the city's consultation processes on both the official plan, which is about land use and not land ownership, and all development processes in the city require consultation with the public. Therefore, be it resolved that staff ensure that representatives from those local Algonquin communities in Quebec and other Indigenous communities that have expressed interest in the T-Win development are informed of any consultations on that development arising from city processes, and that those communities also be encouraged to communicate directly with the Algonquins of Ontario on the next phases of the T-Win development. And so, Mr. Mayor, just to give context, my motion addresses some major themes that keep popping up in conversations. How do we as a council, as policymakers, as representatives, ensure that we honor the relationships with our Indigenous partners? And how do we recognize their unique and their innate relationship with the land we always acknowledge here at Council as their traditional land and territory? And how do we support and enhance the opportunities for dialogues amongst all inhabitants of the land? Ma motion veut traiter de thèmes qui se répètent, élaborer comment en tant que...
We want to see how, as decision makers, we can honor our commitments, how to recognize our needs and the relationship that we have with the land, and how to support dialogue opportunities between nations. So,
the colonial understanding of the borders, our borders cannot accurately reflect the way in which land rights are perceived by Indigenous peoples. And when our Algonquin friends, in what we understand as Ontario and Quebec, ask us to listen, we listen because they too have claims to the land, as we know, as the City of Ottawa. And so this motion, I hope, will help provide a space for all Algonquins and Anishinaabe partners and people to engage as they see fit in their own path of dialogue. And of course, I also expect that our staff will be alert and our council will listen when those nations provide their perspectives on this proposal and on our work and its impact on our official plan. And so I'll leave it there, and I'll wrap up briefly after my colleagues have the opportunity to comment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Merci.
Okay, thank you. So we're dealing now with item 6 on the staff report and the 2 amendments. So we have a number of people who would like to speak.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of order.
Yeah.
Are we, so because there's 2 motions, are we able to, we have 5 minutes for each of the motions? Can you clarify?
No, we're following the roadmap and dealing with this as a package. These are all the T-Win motions that we're dealing with, so you can speak to both at the same time.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Moffat, please.
Thank you. So this motion from Councillor Gower, I think, was probably a missing piece from 2 weeks ago. There was a motion that changed the report on the T-Win piece, but really lacked some of the ability to address the concerns, which led to my position at that time. I think this gives us a lot of the concerns addressed in this motion to seek answers from staff are really what staff were proposing they needed answers to themselves in the original report, which sought to get back to council by 2026. So I'm curious. I think obviously we all reserve the right to vote how we see fit when this comes to a final vote in the fall, but we also need answers to some of these things to see if it's even possible. I think, we did talk in the last item about the soils and how it's comparable to other areas, but let's be honest, we're not proposing to develop what we've developed elsewhere at the T-Win property. As Alain Miguel has said, it's using today's principles, today's standards to build something different here. It's something that will be higher density than the other suburban areas, that will have a more complete feel and a more complete community than other areas. That's actually probably what's going to allow it to be cost effective, because right now we have suburban areas with long distance between servicing and the density just doesn't allow it to sustain itself for a cost perspective. Just from a staff perspective, do you believe that you can answer these questions adequately, that we can get a bit more assurance on the financial piece, on that commitment to actually see the contributions covered, and that there'll be some certainty that council will have come this fall via this motion?
Mr. Mayor, the motion is very helpful. It bolsters staff's position in terms of continuing the conversations with the Algonquins, Ontario, and their partners should all of this be adopted today. I think it reaffirms the city's principle that growth pays for growth, and we'd be looking for written assurances on a number of these items to give council certainty about who pays for what. And really the fiscal framework says they are responsible for these costs. And there's a number of studies that we have identified here. The language is fairly broad about what those studies should be, but we'd be working actively with the scope that the studies need to cover, including environmental, servicing, and the like.
So when this comes back to committee and council in the fall, we would have a better idea on the infrastructure requirements and how that's going to be addressed, the transit piece, how that's going to connect, how that's going to be paid for, the hydrogeological concerns, the ability to grow at a certain density on these lands. We don't want, if we want to just build another single family home development, we can just tack on to Finley Creek. We have that option. But in this case here, we're looking at something a bit more, a full variety of housing options in a community, in a new community. You'll be looking at that. You'll be able to get back to us with a bit more information on where that's possible.
Mr. Mayor, I think our hope is that over the next coming months, we would answer many more questions than we have today and get more certainty, or identify at what point in the approval process in the coming years those matters will be addressed. I believe there's a number of questions we can gather more information on between now and the final adoption of the plan. And there are certain matters that are appropriate and regularly dealt with in the secondary planning process, but we'd be able to map that out in the staff report and show what unique information we're getting now and what would normally be addressed in the secondary planning process. The motion is helpful because it establishes council's will, and for us in negotiations and discussions with the landowners, we have a starting point of expectations about what we're trying to gather.
Yeah, no, I appreciate. I appreciate the motion here because I think it fills a gap that was left 2 weeks ago, and it ensures that council does get as much information as possible before it makes a final decision on this later this year. Thanks a lot.
Right. So you can speak to the other motion as well as number 6, but you still have 2 minutes, Councillor Moffat.
Fair. So I will just ask one question on that then. To Charmaine Forty earlier mentioned the process that staff are taking to consult with Algonquins. How is that process, and what has been done to date, and what's the plan for the rest of the year, and who exactly from the city is involved in that consultation process?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the question. We'll be consulting with the growth management strategy with our Indigenous communities. Who's involved would be, I would have the consultation folks, but then the planners as well. So we have, based on what the communities, the Indigenous communities would like to discuss, I bring the associated planners so they can have a detailed technical conversation of what their interests are.
So when we go back to the original, when we launched this, I want to say it was December 2019. When we launched this, we had a correspondence afterwards that suggested we didn't reach out at that time. And we said that we would improve that process and be better. What have we done from that point to today to reach out and to consult? Because I don't mean just, I think there's a risk that the motion is just informative, that we're just going to tell them what we're doing. But I think the important thing here is to listen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Absolutely. We are here to listen. There has been several different, and I can go over the different activities that we've done over the past year or so. I'm happy to review those, as I'd mentioned before, and we'll continue. So we reach out. I will continue to reach out with the partners. I won't impose how we want to engage our partners. I ask them what is the best methods that their preferred method of engagement and what the topics that they're interested in. I don't impose that this is a set way. This is what we go with, an open invitation, and then we'll have set meetings as well. It depends what they're very busy people, and I want to make sure it's meaningful dialogue.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Moffat. Councillor Hubley, please, on the two amendments and the main report, item 6.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say that all the letters or messages that I got from people on the Taywin proposal since it was announced, one of the common themes in those letters was the need to be the cost, to make sure the costs were covered and be financially responsible with this. So I was very happy to second Councillor Gower's motion. I think it certainly addresses all those points in there, and when the report comes back, it should provide good certainty for our residents on who will be paying what costs. In fact, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to see this done with more of our motions at Council because of the certainty that it will provide. So I will be supporting both these motions. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hubley. Councillor Eglai, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First off, I'm going to ask Councillor Gower if he would take a friendly amendment to his motion. I'm quite certain he intended this, but are you okay with, for the second be it resolved paragraph, it doesn't say when staff would report back on that piece. So I'm just suggesting that it be in the same, at the same time as the report back on the first piece at the time of the, prior to the approval of the secondary plan.
Yes, that was my intention for timeline. And so, yes, I would accept that as a friendly amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is that enough for the clerks to work with?
I believe so, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And then for Mr. Willis, and we discussed this briefly this morning, I'd like to give you a direction with regard to the Taywin lands, and that is, can staff include a requirement for the applicants to provide information to the city as to what steps will be taken to preserve and protect the unique wildlife and plant life present on these lands? Is that acceptable?
Mr. Mayor, it is.
Okay, thank you. If I could now speak to the motions a little bit, Mr. Mayor. When I think of Taywin, and I think back to
the motions and the main report, you can speak to item 6. So go ahead.
Oh, thank you. When I think of the Taywin proposal, two words come to mind, and those two words are promise and opportunity. We've spent a lot of time in the city sort of doing these add-ons, kind of like taking two of your kids' Lego sets and putting them together and seeing what it looks like. And so we've kind of chipped away at the edges for years now, and it's not really working. It's not really working the way we'd like it to do. But Taywin is a potentially complete, clear slate that something truly innovative can be done, something bold can be done. When I think of Taywin, I think a little bit of the process when led us through the discussions around the new library, in the sense that we were starting completely from scratch. We weren't renovating the old building. We weren't adding on to another building. We were starting from scratch and building from the ground up, something new, something different. And needless to say, that worked out really well. And I thank Councillor Cheney for that and his team, and Councillor Lula for picking up the ball on that. But the designs we came up with, the ideas that were generated, are going to have a positive impact on the city. There's no doubt about that. Certainly there are challenges. There are significant challenges with the Taywin proposal. We've heard about costs, we've heard about servicing, we've heard about transit, and these are all issues. They're all issues, though, that come up with a lot of development applications. And I think Councillor Moffat said it well when he indicated that Councillor Gower's motion, what it does is It fills in something that was missing when this was discussed a couple of weeks ago. It gives staff more tools in their toolbox to get to the root of those challenges and to come back to us in the fall and say, we've asked those questions that you've raised, and we can provide you with this further information, which I think will provide us with a solid base in the fall to make that next decision that we have to make is, do we proceed, do we not proceed, and how do we proceed, how do we go forward? So I want to thank Councillor Gower for bringing the motion forward. I think it's going to be very helpful in our deliberations as we go forward. But again, I think this is a truly unique experience for the city, something we haven't seen in a long time, to build something brand new in that location with all sorts of, as I say, innovative ideas. You know, who would have thought we'd have perhaps have a 15-minute neighborhood outside of the core where you can shop, where you can go to work, where you can take your kids to school and go to the doctor's office and walk and cycle and everything else. That's what's proposed. And unless we give somebody a chance to do that, we're never going to know if we can do that. So I'm supportive of Councillor Gower's motion. Thank you. And just very quickly, I want to thank Councillor Cloutier, Councillor Suds. That's a motion that I will also heartily support. I want to thank you for bringing that forward. I think that will be very helpful to the process as well. So in short, yes, I'll be supporting both of these motions. Thanks to my colleagues.
Great, thank you. Next on the motions and item 6, Councillor Fleury has the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. My interest is on the Cloutier motion. So I want to understand, I don't know who's best to answer. I'd asked for an academic or legal expert to attend today's session or today's council session to advise us on best practices relating to reconciliation. And I understand that that wasn't made available, but those questions remain to me. So I want to understand, we do have a plan for reconciliation. How does the consideration of Teywin and the partnership between Algonquins of Ontario and Taggart tie into our approved council plan on reconciliation?
Mr. Willis.
Mr. Mayor, first and foremost, this council's plan for reconciliation does not address the land use planning system as it's currently written, because the land use planning system is a highly regulated process established by the province of Ontario with all of the rules and responsibilities, powers of appeal and rights, all established by the province. And I went through the provincial policy statement last night and confirmed my belief in this, as the word reconciliation is not used once in the document. The word consultation is used, but not the word reconciliation. So council has not yet set a framework for reconciliation and land use planning process, and we have not yet received direction from the province of Ontario on reconciliation and land use planning process. So ultimately, because this is about the land use planning process is about the use of land, not the ownership of land. They are very distinct issues. We do need guidance from the province about what their expectations are.
Certainly no planning expert, and appreciate the elements that you're raising. When I Googled land claims on the website, on the provincial website, I saw a pretty clear and established process there, and I wonder if you could comment relating to municipal processes and review relating to those lands.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. White can assist me in answering. What's on the provincial website is the process for filing and managing a land claim. The city has no role in the land claims process. That is the role of the Government of Canada and the Province of Ontario. So the land use planning process is governed by the Planning Act and the provincial policy statement, and those documents are silent on the issue of reconciliation and certainly silent on the issue of land claims, except that we have to acknowledge where there are land claims and where the choice of land use affects those as it relates to Indigenous lands where we bound on.
Okay. Can you clarify this element, which is there is a mention in that same document of municipal reviews and process. So can you clarify how that's factoring into to the OP consideration or any approval and reviews?
Mr. Mayor, and Mr. White can assist me if I don't get this correctly. The obligations of the city are a consultation process, and we have to identify whether there are any treaty interests affected by this. And this is part of our report to the province of that matter, because the province is the party responsible for addressing treaty interests in this instance. And it is not, when we talk about what's the land use designation of a parcel of land, that is different from who owns it and who has a right to own it and who has a right to be, in the case of unceded territory, who has the right to be compensated for lands that have been taken from them.
Okay. Could we maybe understand, so in our plan and in council's policy, how would we review a partnership with an Indigenous community? Today it's on land, and obviously there's implications of that, but if we want to encourage local partnerships with Indigenous groups, but what does that mean in terms of consideration for council of those reviews? I'm not sure how to consider those as a member of council. On one hand, we want to encourage partnerships. On the other hand, how do we consider that over other considerations that the city might have?
Mr. Mayor, I think I tried to answer the question to the best of my ability previously. Where the land use planning process is a highly regulated process by the province of Ontario, and they set the ground rules for that. Council has all kinds of decision-making capacity that is outside the land use planning process, and certainly any opportunities, for example, in economic development opportunities among Indigenous peoples, if they came forward with that, we would be responsive. I think responsive and as helpful as appropriate in those circumstances, and look to those opportunities for partnerships that go beyond the land use planning regulatory process. The land use planning, as I said, until the province gives us further clarification, I'm not sure I can give the councillor a more definitive answer.
Anything else, councillor?
No, thank you, Mr.
You still have 2 minutes. Nope. Okay, Councillor Brockington.
Thanks.
On the report and the 2 amendments.
Yes, thank you. So on the Gower motion, I don't think I have anything new to add. The previous speakers have said that this complements the motion well, and given that we're not going to go back on the Taywin lands, I think this motion is very strong, and I'll support it. So I'm not going to waste time by just repeating the strong merits for that. So thank you, Councillor Gower. On the other motion, Councillor Cloutier, I had to read this motion a few times just to understand what is being suggested in it, because I really don't think it goes far enough. This motion's before us because we have heard from the Algonquin First Nation about a lack of consultation and a lack of being included in this process, and a strong desire to maintain and better the relationship between the Algonquin First Nation and the City of Ottawa. And we've had a lot of correspondence. Just yesterday, a letter from Grand Chief Verna Polson sent to the city, the mayor and city councillors, talked about a complete lack of consultation with the majority of the Algonquin and Nishnabeg Nation. And the City of Ottawa has only been consulting with one of the Algonquin First Nations. The chiefs write that much work has been done between the city and the Algonquin and Nishnabeg Nation in the development of the Algonquin and Nishnabeg National Cultural Civic Protocol, and this would jeopardize all of those efforts by a hasty decision on the matter. The letter goes on to talk about that they want to genuinely build a relationship with the City of Ottawa. We want to believe the City of Ottawa and its commitment to reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. So informing Indigenous groups of consultations that have happened is not good enough. That's not consultation. They're specifically writing to us and asking, as our partners, to be part of this consultation. The second part of the motion is, and we're going to make sure you're aware that you can speak to the Algonquins of Ontario. That's a slap in the face. They're specifically asking to sit down and discuss this matter with them, and this motion does not address that. So I would like to add, if this is going to pass, I would like to add a Part B to this motion, Mayor, and I've sent wording to the clerk's office, and it would read that the mayor and senior planning staff invite and meet with Grand Elder Verna Polson of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation Tribal Council, other chiefs and elders to discuss how to improve communication and consultation with the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation and City of Ottawa on the official plan and components therein. So I am moving a Part B, if you can call it, to this motion. I have just typed that up now, so I'd like to ask a colleague to second that. Councillor Fleury, thank you. And Mayor, just very briefly, consultation is not informing our partners whose flag we fly beside our flag. Say, hey, here's the people you should go talk to. We need to sit down and have that conversation. The official plan does not end today. It's still.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. So I'm just curious as to what Councillor Brockington is trying to do here process-wise. I would have thought that this was a request for an amendment to the existing motion, but what he seems to be doing is putting a brand new motion on the floor in the middle of debate. So I'm not quarreling with what he's asking for necessarily, but I'm just how he's doing it, whether it should be an amendment to the existing motion or whether it should be a new motion, in which case people who have spoken haven't had a chance to speak to this motion. So that's why I'm asking the question.
Councillor Brockington, is it your intention to ask whether it's a friendly amendment to Councillor Cloutier and Sudd's motion?
Well,
I would suggest that as the first starting point. Councillor Cloutier, do you consider this a friendly amendment?
Mr. Mayor, I do not consider it a friendly amendment. I think it is fundamental, and I would do this in my closing, in my comments, and in addressing some of the concerns that Councillor Fleury brought forward. That is not to us. It is not to us to determine who in the Algonquin nations dialogues with who, or to determine. That is to the Algonquin nations as nation to nation to dialogue amongst themselves. And I am specific in the motion with respect to that. We are dealing with a planning application as part of the official plan. It is the Algonquins of Ontario whose land that is, and they're asking us to include it in the urban boundary.
Okay, so it's not a friendly
it is not a friendly amendment.
All right, Councillor Brockington, back to you.
So just
1 minute.
On process, then we will just vote on these separately. Is that how you'll?
Yeah, yours will be done first, and then the Cloutier Sudd's motion second.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
The motion by my colleague, Councillor Cloutier, is under the theme of future consultations. And because my motion is about consultation as well, that's why I tried to piggyback it on there. Whether we deal with them together or standalone, I'm fine. I think that, and thank you, Councillor Egley, I do think that we need to be very cognizant that our relationship and partnership with the Algonquin people is not constrained just within Ontario. It's multiple nations in a very large region. They've written to us directly and said, we want to be part of that consultation and conversation. We must honor that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next on item 6 and the 2 motions, now 3, Councillor Deans.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I have to say, I'm really disappointed in this debate today. Last week, the staff report was set aside in favor of a motion to move headlong forward with the Taywin lands, and they threw out Category 1 lands, which were higher scoring lands, put in Category 3, low scoring, poor performing lands in the name of reconciliation. And now today we have a motion from one of our colleagues that says, you know what, they can go and talk to each other. That's not part of the planning process. It was the very foundation of the reason why we threw out Category 1 lands and put in Category 3 lands. It was in the name of reconciliation. So let's not have it both ways. Let's not pretend that it's not about reconciliation if that's the fundamental reason why we're moving forward with this today. And I have to say, I have met with numerous chiefs and with elders over the past week, and they are a disappointed group of people. They expected more respect from this council, who has talked about reconciliation, who has talked a good game, but clearly doesn't understand what reconciliation means. And this motion today is just setting us back so far. I think this council is completely missing the fundamentals of reconciliation. This is the same city council who called for the permanent raising of the Algonquin of Waaknagan First Nation and the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation Tribal Council flags and honor to fly them. It's the same city council that took great pride in the steps that we were taking and boasted of the historic significance of these actions. It's the same city council that
Sorry, Councillor, go ahead.
civic protocol.
Sorry, I think is your mic on?
My mic's on.
Okay, if you speak a little louder because there was some ruffling.
Sorry, my mic is on. So I don't know where you didn't hear me, but I wanted to point out that this is the same council that will see a report in front of them this quarter that seeks approval and
Sorry, Councillor, your mic's now off and someone's rustling papers, I believe. If people could put their computers on mute. So we just when you started talking about the flags, Councillor Deans.
I hope you give me my time back. Okay, so.
Yeah, we had it. You're at 4 minutes.
Thank you. So this is the council who called for the permanent raising of the Algonquins of Waaknagan First Nation and the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation Tribal Council flags and honor. It's the same council that took great pride in the steps that we were taking and boasted of the historic significance of these actions. It's the same city council that will see a report in front of them this quarter that seeks approval of an Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation civic protocol. A council that today is signaling to every Indigenous member of our community that the action plan is a nice thing to have, but when it means we must do something difficult, it's going to remain on the shelf. Everything that I have just mentioned, the things we've claimed to do in the name of reconciliation, will become simple tokenism, and it undermines our Indigenous community. I have made it my business to educate myself on what truly meaningful engagement with residents should look like, and I can tell you this isn't it. Don't pat yourself on the back. You are destroying all of the good work that we have done in the name of reconciliation. And the one thing that keeps coming up, certainly with respect to our Indigenous community, is that we are sincere in our desire to make better choices. If we are sincere in our desire to make better choices, we cannot continue to demand that communities do things on our terms. Consultation practices that have become the norm for our city may not have a place in the culture of those we need to hear from. The result is that we will not be successful. If we are serious, if we are truly serious about reconciliation, and I hope that we are, we have to listen. If the elders and chiefs from the Algonquin Nation, people who we have invited into our council chamber to bless us, are telling us that they need time to digest this, time to understand, time to make sure their community is informed, it is not for us to provide a token response. It is time for us to pause and listen in a meaningful way. Whatever rationale you are using to say we must move forward, it isn't nearly as important as the consequences of turning back the clock on reconciliation. And those elders told me this week they hadn't even heard from the mayor of the city. They hadn't heard from the senior staff. And I think this is an embarrassment to our city. Don't call this reconciliation. This is the farthest thing from reconciliation. This is dialing back reconciliation a very long way. And this is poor planning based on a false promise of reconciliation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McKenney, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions of staff on the first motion. I forget whose it is, the one on costing. When you come back, so as far as I can tell by the motion in front of us, this is just, you're just going to come back and tell us what the costing for services and infrastructure is. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, at a conceptual level, we will seek additional information on the orders of magnitude costs. As with city projects, until you get into the design process, you can't have precision on those costs, but we will get that. And we will also come back with, in my opinion, a document between the parties, between us and the proposed developers, is who's responsible for what, so that they acknowledge their responsibilities for those costs.
And will that include ongoing operational costs? Will that include, the costs for actually operating, running transit out, the drivers, the buses? Will that include things like road maintenance and what it means to actually operationally serve the new community?
Mr. Mayor, other residents of the City of Ottawa, when they pay development charges for their houses, don't pay for those costs upfront in advance. That's part of the property tax framework, or user fees or other charges. We acknowledge that there's certain charges that may be attributable to the initial startup costs. This is all part of what we would be negotiating.
Okay, so I'll take that as a no. Will it include how much each new homeowner will pay in area-specific development charges to pay for the infrastructure and servicing costs? Like, will we know what the additional cost to each household will be? Affordability.
Mr. Mayor, we will have a good estimate of it. And again, until the further community planning and knowing the precise number of units and the distribution between residential, non-residential, it'll be a good estimate at that stage. But I believe that's possible because proponents have already provided that type of information to us.
Will you be able to tell us what, for example, the increase in GHGs will be as a result of a new community that far from, the built-up area today, as opposed to what you had recommended, or just what the increase in greenhouse gases will be, what the vehicle kilometers traveled will be, for example. That's the kind of information I had hoped to get over the next 3, 4, 5 years. Not sure how we're going to get it in the shorter term.
Mr. Mayor, I don't believe that type of information can be modeled without actual community design, where we know where the people are buying their groceries and doing that. At that time, that information could be possible. And if the proponents want to proceed with their community design, that model is possible. I just don't believe that's the sort of thing we would have prior to the adoption of an official plan.
Okay, so I'm not going to be able to obviously support the motion. I think it's just kind of passing off. It's a bit of window dressing, if you will. It's saying, you know what, don't worry about it. We'll come back with the information that we think we should have before we make this decision. And it isn't. Staff asked for time to go away and study what adding these lands into our urban boundary would mean. And we're not getting the information that we need back. So, and on the second, on the Cloutier Suds motion, again, it's going back after the fact. People asked us to listen. Algonquin, Anishinaabe nations, all of them ask us just to listen, and we haven't. and this is now telling them to go and talk to each other. I understand what Councillor Cloutier said. It's not up to us to manage those discussions. But we also have a reconciliation action plan at the city, and we're not following it, quite frankly. It's coming up for refresh at Community and Protective Services Committee, and I'm really not sure how we're going to manage through that, given what I feel has been quite a damaging position in our relationship with First Nations. So I'm not going to support either motion, and of course I won't be supporting the report for obvious reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dudas, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be supporting both these motions because I think that each of them independently succeed in filling in some of the gaps in the information that we have, but also fill in some of the misinformation that's being shared in the conversation over the last couple of days. I do want to speak to Councillor Gower's motion, though, and I wanted to point out something that we're talking a lot about the cost of building this, and once again, this would put the onus on the proponent. But I also do want to highlight something that hasn't been brought up at all during this conversation, and that this parcel of land is immediately adjacent to the Amazon Fulfillment Center. It is immediately adjacent to the 417. It is within a very short distance and proximity to the airport. It also would open up economic opportunities that have been so severely lacking in the east end of our city. This is an opportunity, and from a planning, if we take this out of the conversation where it should never have gone about reconciliation, really, honestly, if we look at this from a smart planning decision, we had a choice. We had a choice to look at, as Mr. Willis put it, plug and play lands, which, in my area, we've had very little success with. But if we look at this as a smart planning perspective, we look at this as a clean slate, and we look at it in proximity to the economic opportunities that are adjacent to it. There is such opportunity here. And I'm going to take this from an East End perspective, in that you've been listening to me, and you're going to continue to listen to me as a broken record talking about the lack of transportation infrastructure in the East End. When Amazon was initially built, CBC covered the article and said, there's no transit running to it. And the city said, well, we're not going to be running transit to it. We have an opportunity now to leverage something that has been built, that has larger scale and now opportunities. And we're talking about promoting in the official plan 15-minute communities where you can walk to your job, where you can have a short transit ride, hop on your e-scooter, all these things we're talking about. There is opportunity in this land. I am not going to disagree that there is a lot of holes and gaps in information in terms of how this will be properly brought into our city's boundaries. But as Mr. Willis indicated, this is a direction report. This isn't a done deal. This isn't 100%, what we're going to have to live with. We're telling staff to go back, look at what it's in this perspective going to cost in terms of Councillor Gower's motion, and how we're going to look at whether or not it fits into what our vision is for the city. In terms of, representing the East End, it fits very well with the vision of the city and how we can continue to economically prosper. So I'm very, very pleased that we're having this conversation. I 100% disagree that this is a conversation about reconciliation. We need to have those consultations, and I'm very happy that Councillor Cloutier put forward this motion. Does it do enough? I don't know. I can't speak for our Indigenous peoples, and we do need to have that very open discussion and consultation with them going forward. But from a planning perspective, and that's really what we're deciding on here today, this land makes sense, and I will be supporting both of these motions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kavanaugh, please, on the motions and item 6.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank my colleague, Councillor Deans, for her comments. They wrap up a lot of what I was thinking. My big concern with these motions is they're a bit misleading, that everything has been fixed, that we've tidied everything up, and I don't think we have. But I do appreciate that there is now, it's being admitted that that this is not about reconciliation. I appreciate that that's being said out loud, but these motions will not fix what was previously said and was misleading. I think the public get that this is a problematic parcel of land with many issues. I understand what Councillor Gower is trying to do, but it ain't good enough. It's not talking about the ongoing concerns of someplace like this. And I think that there's still a lot to be said about the costs. And I appreciate comments about the greenhouse gases, because that's certainly my concern as we go forward, that when we're building such a large area. So I will not be supporting either of these motions. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Menard, please.
Thank you, Mayor. On the Gower motion first. I think there's some good things in here, and that it's important that we seek out some of this information. But I'd like to add, and I don't know if staff will take this direction or if it just be a friendly amendment, but that we need to, where possible, have climate considerations in scope 1, 2, and 3 greenhouse gas emissions. That's fundamental at the end of the day in terms of what we're looking for in terms of our GHG emissions. What are we adding, direct and indirect, and embodied? And so to the extent that staff can produce that, instead of just saying sort of environmental and ecological considerations, it's fine, but to add specific scope 1, 2, and 3 GHG emissions where possible. Would staff be willing to take that direction back and produce, where possible, those figures based on this new development?
I think, Mr. Willis, did you not already address that? You can't really determine GHG levels until you know what the community is going to look like. It's the same with any development across the city, is it not?
Mr. Mayor, that's correct in that certain of those levels of GHG emissions require specific community designs in order to model them properly. I can assure the councillor that we are looking at terms of reference for community energy plans for all new secondary planning areas, and staff are in the process of developing those guidelines. This would be a great community to try to pilot that new approach on to gather the additional information. I'm going to need to take that issue offline to see what's even feasible. I understand what the councillor is asking for. I just don't know whether we have sufficient information over this time period to answer that question, but we'll get as much as we can.
Okay, that's helpful. I'll take that as a middle ground potential for looking at some of the GHG emissions that'll come from this new development. On the Cloutier Suds motion, I have a lot of trouble with this motion. It says that the City of Ottawa has no role to play in those nation-to-nation relationships. And I can tell you that during our discussion with the Grand Chief and Claudia Commanda and 6 other chiefs, that we heard pretty loud and clear that what they're looking for is a response to their inquiries already, outreach from city leadership, and they hadn't had that except for us, our city leadership reaching out and taking the time to meet and most importantly, listen. And I don't see that in this motion. It's actually goes much further and is much worse. You say in the therefore be it resolved that representatives from those Algonquin communities in Quebec, and then you go on to say are informed of any consultations, and that those communities should be encouraged to communicate directly with the Algonquins of Ontario on the next phases of the Taywin development. And so this is dismissive. It's not respectful of the type of discussion that has been asked for specifically. This is really doing more damage than good with these types of statements. As you know, the Algonquins don't see the border of Ontario and Quebec based on ancestry and long traditions that have existed across that arbitrary border. In terms of being informed, that's the exact opposite of what they're asking for. They're asking for dialogue and discussion and listening. So, in terms of communicating, not with us, but just with the Algonquins of Ontario about this, that goes against our own reconciliation plan that we've put in place. So this motion is not helpful. I just wonder, did the mover and the seconder talk with any of the chiefs that have been communicating with us about this before putting the motion forward?
They'll have a chance to wrap up, Councillor, so you still have another minute.
Well, I'm asking the mover a question, Mayor, and I'd like to...
and he's heard, and if he chooses to answer, he can do it when he does his wrap up.
It's a pretty simple yes or no. And I'd ask the mover to withdraw the motion, to be honest with you. It's doing more harm than good. It's not helping anything. It's making it worse. And I know the intent here is to try, but it's not actually helpful. So I just say, for the benefit of the city, given what has just happened over the last week here, I would say withdraw the motion. Let's try again at a future council meeting. I think we should all engage in some training. Everybody around this call should be getting much more training on these issues. And let's do it right. But don't bring a motion that you haven't talked with anybody about and that completely misses what has been said to us over and over and over again. It's not going to help us. It's going to make it much, much worse. So I'm saying this from the bottom of my heart to you, to the mover and the seconder. Please withdraw the motion. We'll get it right. Let's work on it together. Let's work on it with our partners who've been talking to us over and over again, and then we'll come back. But don't do this right now.
Councillor Leeper, please.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you very much, Councillor Menard, for that. I agree entirely. I was very open to the Taywin proposal. Clearly, there are a number of issues that have to be sorted out in order to ensure that it is achievable and that it is in the best planning interests of the city. I took my time to read the entire growth management strategy, come to grips with it, and I was really prepared to support the staff recommendations with respect to which parcels should be added immediately into our expanded boundary, and to take that longer look at what further parcels should be added, including the Taywin lands. But clearly we don't have the information we need to make that decision today. I do want to ask Mr. Willis, with respect to the Gower motion, is there anything in that motion that you wouldn't be doing anyways? This looks like, to Councillor McKenney's description, after the fact rigor, after the fact window dressing to cover making a decision that should not have been made in the first place on the basis of missing information.
Mr. Mayor, the information in the motion are matters that we would seek from everyone who's applying to develop land. But I can tell you that in many instances in the process of developing a go-forward process for many lands, new urban secondary planning areas, we are always challenged by the development community about whether it's needed, whether it's necessary, whether there's a city policy in place that actually allows us to demand these items. Councillor Menard raises the example of GHGs as an example where we don't have an existing policy in place yet, and how could we go ahead and ask for that information? This gives staff a stick, and it's helpful.
But it is information that you would be seeking anyways before recommending to council the approval of a secondary plan.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. But as I said, it shows that council is serious that this information is required, and I think it's a strong indication that there's an expectation that no one's negotiating out of it.
Okay. With respect to the Cloutier motion, and Councillor Cloutier, I'd urge you to listen carefully to what Councillor Menard has said. A decision was made on the fly at our joint committee meeting that was clearly about reconciliation. The statements to the press that were made by the mayor predicated the inclusion of Taywin lands on the basis of poor information on reconciliation, and that created a significant controversy within the Algonquin community in the Ottawa area. I think we are only exacerbating that controversy. We're only exacerbating that divisiveness when we suggest to the Algonquins who are not part of the Algonquins of Ontario that we will inform them. It's unnecessarily patronizing language that I believe Councillor Menard is right about. We can get that outreach, we can get that attempt to listen, we can get that reconciliation right if we take time. I really do believe that the divisiveness here was avoidable. Why would we double down on that patronizing attitude on the part of council towards reconciliation? I have to vote against your motion unless it is amended by the language that Councillor Brockington has suggested. But clearly Councillor Brockington's motion, if it's continuing to move forward, is going to be a standalone motion that I will support. If your motion doesn't contain similar language, I'm going to be unable to support that. I will leave it there, Chair. It's this is the bind in which we find ourselves when we make policy on the fly on very political considerations, and these are the difficulties in which we find ourselves when we seek to expand the urban boundary to begin with. These competing public interests, one against the other. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harder, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm speaking right now because this is also wrap up for the item for Taywin. And it's important that we talk about this and look at it as the fact that we're here today to talk about Ottawa's future, about how Ottawa will grow. I remember former colleague Marianne Wilkinson, who used to get so angry every time somebody from the inner core would say something about sprawl in the outer core, in the suburban communities. And she, of course, was from the time in the 70s where they made the decision and they looked at 4 opportunities. One of them is on the table today. 3 of them are part of the citizenry and landscape of our city. Our great city, our large city, and that would be Canada, Barrhaven, and Orleans, and Riverside South was added in the late 70s. Would you put up the map that I asked Mr. Willis to put together? Are you able to do that, Caitlin?
Councillor, Mr. Mayor, it might still be coming through cyberspace because I have not yet received it.
Can I not lose any time for just that? If you get it, just throw it up while I'm speaking. I was looking at we talked a lot today about scoring and things like that. And I think that had we used mobility instead of just transit, I think we would have a very different story. Taywin lands are closer to Parliament Hill, Councillor McKenney, than Canada is. So when you talk about, increased impacts of greenhouse gas emissions and other things, it's surprising. It's hard to think of it that way, but it is a reality. When you think about servicing and the challenges, well, I think that the motion that Councillor Gower and who they're moving is going to give us some assurances there that they already have said that they will, but it's easy to say it. It's far more difficult to get away from being committed to the expenses that you are going to pay for when a council approves it and it's written into the agreement. And as I mentioned before, I'm happy that we've moved the next joint meeting into September because it gives more time. Mr. Willis told you he already has documentation in on the soils, I think on other aspects of the studies that will need to be done. It'll be up to his team to determine whether or not they can do the due diligence that they that we want them to, and they they need to do. But today's about Ottawa's future, and even though we're talking about 25 years and where we should grow, we're really talking about the next century. And the Taywin lands at 445 hectares. It's the only place in this city where you can cobble together 445 hectares, number one. Number two, the map I want you to look at will show the 416 and the 417, with Barrhaven at 100,000 people on the 416 and Taywin possibly just starting on the 417, and they will grow together because just as Riverside South grows towards Finley Creek will grow towards and Taywin will grow towards each other. And we will make use of the further investments like Bank Street, like Albion Road, like Earl Armstrong that we talk about all the time. And we know, or I know, the province is going to say, you can use the 417 to get to that servo station the taxpayers have already paid for. It makes a lot of sense. We need to give the staff the ability today to move forward and do the due diligence they need to do, and then come back and tell us how it all looks. It's the right thing to do, not just for today, it's the right thing to do for Ottawa's future. The decision we make today will be one that will stop the sprawl of bits and pieces here and there, adding further burdens, lessening the plan for transit in this city, not making use of the investments we've made. It's important. That's all I have to say, Mayor. I really wish my map had been able to go up. If it still can be, that would be great, because I think it's a great visual of an incredibly large city that is growing very fast and will soon.
We just got it, Councillor, so we'll just, if you hold a moment, you still have 20 seconds, so we'll just get that up on the screen for you. Just wait a moment. I see it on one screen that Caitlin is busily trying to transfer to another screen, so just hold a moment, please. Well, maybe what we can do is just go on to Councillor Suds, and it gives Caitlin a little bit more time to see if we can get the map up and come back to you, Councillor Harder. So Councillor Suds, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be supporting both of the motions, both the Gower and the Cloutier motion. And I'll admit that I have struggled over the last few weeks in making a decision of how to deal with Taywin and bringing it in. And over those weeks, I've done my best to become informed, to do some research, to speak with city staff and those that were available to me. And at the end of the day, I think we are dealing with a planning issue. And we're also dealing with Indigenous relations. And right now, I think one of the struggles that I faced and the question that I asked myself is, should the city view a planning issue through a reconciliation lens? And if the answer is yes, then what does that mean? And these are big questions. I think, we're all on this journey. The city has a reconciliation plan put in place. I think it was in 2018, just before my time, and we're acting on it. But that's our municipal plan, actions that we can control and things that we can do as a corporation. Planning is a provincial responsibility. And when the Algonquins of Ontario tell us that this would be an act of reconciliation for them, then it's meaningful for them. And I think we have to accept that. Who are we to judge that? I also think from an economic development perspective, we have to acknowledge what this can mean for them. So I think this is a really unique scenario. I think that it's important that we did have this discussion today, and obviously we're not all going to agree, but I think we're all putting our best foot forward. And I would encourage my colleagues to recognize that the motion that Councillor Cloutier has put forward and I have seconded is that it is what we view as our best foot forward to work with the Algonquins, to work with all the nations in the context that we have in front of us on a planning issue. So I'd encourage you to support it, and I look forward to ongoing discussions and consultation. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Caitlin has worked a miracle, and we've got the map ready. So Councillor Harder, if you just want to take 30 seconds to explain your map there. Where's Jan? Want to turn your mic on, Jan?
Yeah. Sorry. Well, there you have it. The mayor talks about how large Ottawa is. There you have it. If you look at the 416 and you look at the 417 and you look at where Barrhaven is in the bend on the 416 and you look where Riverside South, and this map does not even show you the size of those two places today. It's a little bit off. And you look at where Finley Creek is, and then you look where Taywin will be built. Then you go right across. It's fantastic. It protects our ag land. It makes use of our infrastructure and the infrastructure to come. It's good planning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. Now, does anyone else wish to speak before the movers of the motions have the final say? No? Okay, so Councillor Cloutier on wrap up on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Merci énormément, Monsieur le Maire. And thank you to everyone who's commented throughout the day. I will bring to everyone's attention, Councillor Deans, Councillor Bernard, Councillor Leeper, that my motion does not use the word reconciliation. I do not use it. I use the words dialogue and communication and relationships and consultation. Specifically, we should not involve ourselves in nation-to-nation relationships with the Algonquins and Anishinaabe people. It's interesting to hear Councillor Menard want to dictate that consultation and who should be at the table and who should be involved. It is indeed patronizing to dictate what reconciliation is from our perspective, and that is indeed divisive. Councillor Luloff mentioned earlier that the word reconciliation was not used correctly in this context in the motion, and I agree with them. We do not determine what reconciliation is. We do not determine the partnerships the Algonquin people enter into with other peoples. Councillor Fleury touched on several points that kind of inserts us in that nation-to-nation dialogue. I want to emphasize that my motion does not ask staff to consult. It does not direct consultation. That is to the Indigenous people to do. It asks staff to listen. It encourages dialogue and information sharing between the Algonquin communities. We don't ask them to report back to council. They are speaking nation to nation within the Algonquin community. We don't decide what reconciliation is for our First Nations. We listen and we reflect, and we do reconciliation every day in small ways. We have that responsibility to get that right, to be sensitive to that, at least as right as possible, while still respecting the process that we're dealing with here at Council. An official plan, a planning application. There's one thing that's comforting, it's the number of people that are now involved in working together to try to avoid divisiveness. It's a planning file. Of course, we have to hold staff to account moving forward on how this meets Council's directions with regard to plan use and the urban boundary and the climate emergency and all those other objectives that Council has. And with respect to cost to taxpayers, of course. There's a whole other aspect to this, one which we have an opportunity and an obligation to consider and to respect. That's the right of Indigenous nations on whose territory we live to be heard when they speak up. And so we should listen. We should listen. And I hope we could start moving in that direction, and because those conversations have been missing for a long time, not only on this file. We recognize the rights of the Algonquin people to engage on the basis that is appropriate for them. And also the right for Indigenous groups who might be without recognized communities to determine their own future and to continue to explore their Indigenous roots. And whatever the result of this proposal, from a planning point of view, we can at least support all the residents that live in the territory, our neighbors, partners, brothers and sisters. And so I'd like to continue to uphold, and I do my best to uphold these principles without predetermining what reconciliation is, because that is not for me. That is for, in this case, the Algonquin Nation to determine. And so with that, I ask you for your support for my motion to continue the dialogue. Merci, Monsieur le Maire. Thank you.
Merci, Conseiller. Les bons mots. Councillor Brockington, to wrap up on your amendment.
Mr. Mayor, I don't think that's required. I think my colleagues, though, have not seen the wording. So as a courtesy, if they could just see it, that would be appreciated.
Okay, we'll put that up, and then we'll go over to Councillor Gower for wrap up on his motion on item 6.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the constructive comments from my colleagues on my motion. I also just quickly want to thank Councillors Cloutier and Suds for their thoughtful reflections on reconciliation and planning. Clearly, we have a lot of work to do as a city and as a council as we try to understand and try to learn and try to listen from Indigenous communities and understand how reconciliation can be actioned and included in everything that we do as a city. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. I just want to offer a few comments about this important issue, and it's important that we start with the facts. Let's start with the motion from the Joint Committee strongly recommending the inclusion of the Taywin lands in the new urban boundary expansion. Now, some are saying it's a huge surprise to them that members of council actually brought a motion forward that changes staff recommendations. Yet our General Manager of Planning, Infrastructure and Economic Development has provided ample guidance that this is precisely the time in the process to provide high-level political direction. This is the directions report, and it's precisely the time for council to do its job, to do whatever we were elected to do and provide direction to our staff. We're here to make tough political decisions, and when staff are struggling with numerous competing priorities and interests, that's a challenge for everyone in the community. Nous devons prendre les décisions très difficiles.
We must take very difficult decision here at City Council.
The Algonquins of Ontario have made a proposal to the City of Ottawa to include lands in the urban boundary expansion. The fact that they own and control these lands is not in dispute. These lands were sold to the Algonquins by the province of Ontario at fair market value. These lands are not part of a land claim settlement or dispute between the province of Ontario and the Government of Canada, which has jurisdiction on the negotiation of land claims. Ces terres algonquines de l'Ontario, c'est leur droit.
Algonquins of Ontario have the right to develop these lands to create wealth for their community.
Representatives and leaders have come forward to say that they disagree with the Algonquin of Ontario proposal. And it's not Council's role to adjudicate an internal disagreement between the Algonquin family of communities. As many members of Council know, there are long-standing historical differences that have existed for quite some time. This was evident locally by the planning application for Zibi, which led to opposition from many groups and enriched many lawyers during a 2-year legal dispute. Councillor Cloutier and Suds are moving a motion to encourage dialogue and information sharing between interested parties. I support this wholeheartedly. Again, it's not Council's role to direct such a dialogue on independent external organizations. So what is before us is a proposal from the Algonquins of Ontario to bring land into the urban boundary. No one is disputing their ownership of the land, and should such a dispute arise, the City of Ottawa has no jurisdiction whatsoever in the negotiation of land claims or other settlements. To date, what we know is that the Algonquins of Ontario have told Council and the public about their plans. The plans for Taywin were first made public on October 2nd last year in an article in the Ottawa Citizen written by John Willing. Since then, the AOO has presented their proposal as an opportunity to share in the prosperity of the City of Ottawa. They've described it from their perspective as supporting our community's ongoing reconciliation efforts. Now, some organizations have come forward to say they disagree with the AOO's point of view that Taywin represents a form of reconciliation. Again, who are we to tell the AOO or even Chief Wendy Jocko of the Algonquins Pikwakanagan, one of our host nations, that they are wrong to believe this? But let's try and see if we can agree on something really basic. Indigenous communities have long complained that they were left out of the sharing of wealth and prosperity of our city, our province, and our country. Now the AOO has required land within the boundaries of the City of Ottawa. The land is worth more than what the AOO paid for it. The land is worth no more than what the AOO paid for it unless we give it the green light to be uplifted and developed. One can, on that, I hope we can agree. I hope we can also agree that actions speak louder than words. And that is exactly the kind of decision we are elected to make. Every single time that an urban expansion has happened in our city since 1976, Council has had to pick winners and losers. And the winners have gone on to great prosperity, a well-known and well-reported fact. So when we focus on our job today, our role as a city, we are faced with a true test of leadership. The real question before us today is this: does the inclusion of the Taywin's land in the urban boundary create the conditions for the AOO, the Algonquins of Ontario, to create prosperity for itself and its member communities? And the answer is categorically yes. Some will say we have to wait another 4 or 5 years of study to make a decision. I think that's a shocking abdication of leadership. Because the motion is to direct staff to do additional diligence on this proposal and all others, by the way, and to report back in the fall, provides significant opportunity for the diligence to occur. So let's, for 1 minute, circle back to the issue of political direction. Again, this is absolutely the right time to talk about how our city will manage its significant growth pressures over the next 15 to 20 years. I'm hearing from many councillors inside the Greenbelt are already receiving considerable pressure as a result of our 60% intensification targets. And now we have a proposal for a compact community, only the second lead community in North America after Zibi, a community that will be easily accessible from the 417 and will feed into the highly underutilized Searville station of LRT. We will also consider a motion from Councillors Gower and Hubley, which I will support, to clarify commitments being sought around infrastructure and costs. And this compact community will significantly reduce the intensification pressures being felt throughout the city, but particularly in the core, as Ottawa continues to boom with hundreds of thousands of new residents. Some of the opposition I'm hearing to Taywin from a planning perspective is quite frankly difficult to follow. On the one hand, dozens and dozens of staff recommended planning applications are being opposed on the grounds of community incompatibility. On the other hand, the Taywin proposal would create a new community quite similar to how our current suburban communities started out, as Councillor Harder pointed out so eloquently as Chair of Planning, Orleans, Canada, and Barrhaven, and Riverside South now. Where would all that growth be going if we did not have these communities outside of the Greenbelt? The answer should be obvious to all. We would need to have even higher intensification targets in the core and inside the Greenbelt, which many councillors say they support in principle, but often vote against in their own wards. So let me conclude by simplifying the issue. We have before us a proposal by the Algonquins of Ontario. Members of council know that decisions about urban expansion create future prosperity, and we don't need 5 years of consultation to demonstrate that. The recommendation and accompanying motion being introduced direct staff to continue to perform their due diligence to ensure that the proponent is able to deliver on their infrastructure commitments. In the fall, staff will report back with their findings to the statutory Joint Planning and ARAC Committee, and then on to council meeting on the official plan. Finally, a vote against allowing this due diligence to proceed for Taiwan is a vote against the Algonquin of Ontario's proposal to create future prosperity for its member communities. And about that, I think there can be little disagreement. So we're going to deal with the motions before us. The first one is Councillor Gower, seconded by Councillor Hubley. Carried?
Carried.
Next is an amendment or an add-on to the Cloutier-Sudds motion by Councillor Brockington and Fleury. So I think there seems to be some opposition to this, so we'll do yeas and nays on the Brockington motion, please.
Can we see it up on the screen, Mayor, please?
And we can add the Brockington-Fleury motion.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor Harder.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Derouse.
No.
Conseil Cloutier.
No.
Councillor Sudds.
No.
Councillor Hubley.
No.
Councillor El Shantiri.
No.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Conseil Fleury.
Oui.
Councillor McKenney.
Yes.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Moffat.
Yes.
Councillor Meehan.
Yes.
Councillor Shirelli.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Councillor Deans. Councillor Deans.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Egley.
Yes.
Mayor Watson.
Yes.
16 yeas, 8 nays.
Okay, now we have the Cloutier-Sudds motion. Carried.
Yeas and nays, Mr. Mayor.
Yeas and nays have been called. This is on Councillor Cloutier, seconded by Councillor Sudds.
Mr. Mayor, point of order. Just so I understand, so we called the last one an amendment to Councillor Cloutier's motion.
That's right.
So it now forms part of Councillor Cloutier's motion, correct?
That's
so
correct.
we're voting on it as
so
if the
voting
two
on
motions are merged.
As amended by Councillor Brockington.
I thought they were totally separate motions.
No.
They were totally separate. Yes, they were, because Councillor Brockington was totally separate.
Sorry, Councillor Menard. If you want to have a separate vote on it, you can, but it is part of the motion because the clerk has ruled that it is an amendment. It's not a friendly amendment, but it is an amendment to what Councillors Cloutier and Sudds were dealing with. So if you want to have a separate vote on the two, you can separate it if you'd like.
Yeah, absolutely. Please separate it.
But I think we might as well just separate and vote on the Cloutier-Sudds. We don't have to vote again on Brockington because we've already done that. And if this passes, it will just be added to it. And if it doesn't pass, then it stands alone. Okay, so on the Cloutier-Sudds motion, minus the Brockington
How could they ever be added together when they're completely contradictory? One says have them talk to each other, not to us, and the other one says engage with them. So how could they be added together?
Yeah, no, we're voting now, Councillor, on the Cloutier-Sudds motion.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Harder.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
Oh.
Sorry, Councillor Leeper?
No.
Thank you. Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Deroux.
Yes.
Conseil Cloutier.
Oui.
Councillor Suds.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley.
Yes.
Councillor El-Shantiri.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
No.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Kitts.
No.
Conseil Fleury.
No.
Councillor McKinney.
No.
Councillor King.
No.
Councillor Moffat. Councillor Moffat. You're on mute. I'm so sorry, Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yes.
Councillor Meehan. Councillor Meehan, I believe you are also on mute. My apologies.
My fault. Sorry. No.
Councillor Shirley.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
No.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Councillor Deans.
No.
Councillor Egley.
No.
Mayor Watson.
Yes.
13 yeas, 11 nays.
Okay, now on item 6 as amended, yeas and nays.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Harder.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Deroux.
Yes.
Councillor Cloutier.
Oui.
Councillor Suds.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley.
Yes.
Councillor El-Shantiri.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
No.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Conseil Fleury. Conseil Fleury.
Councillor Fleury.
No.
Merci. Councillor McKinney.
No.
Councillor King.
No.
Councillor Moffat.
As amended, yes.
Councillor Meehan.
Yes.
Councillor Shirley.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
No.
Councillor Luloff.
Oui.
Councillor Deans.
No.
Councillor Egley.
Yes.
Mayor Watson.
Yes.
16 yeas, 8 nays.
Okay. The next item on our roadmap is Councillor Moffat and Luloff have a motion with respect to Riverside South lands. And this is dealing with item number 4, which is on page, I believe, 9. So Councillor Moffat, if you'd like to introduce your motion, please.
Thanks. So this speaks to the motion that was before the joint committee 2 weeks ago, and just on the agricultural aspect. If you might recall, in recent years, the Barnsdale lands, which form a part of the inclusion in the urban boundary this time around, as well as the lands north of Wall Road in Orleans, both of those lands were designated as agricultural resource area, and they both were subject to soil studies, which then produced a report that brought into question their agricultural value. And as such, they were redesignated to general rural, which is why they were now included in the urban boundary discussion. So I'm just looking for a similar process for these lands before we determine a final outcome on it. So the motion speaks to the provincial policy statement and the LEAR analysis that we undertake. But I'll just read the resolution aspect right now. Therefore, be it resolved that in respect of the substitute lands in Riverside South representing the 106.29 net hectares, staff be directed to work with the proponent to undertake an examination of the LEAR score, including ground truthing and other relevant agricultural impacts of lands between the existing Riverside South community and the Pass 1 lands proposed to be added. Be it further resolved that council be provided with the above results before a final decision is made with respect to adding the substitute lands in Riverside South within the urban boundary. So if you recall at committee, there were the Pass 2 lands south of Rito Road. This motion suggested they be brought and swapped with some lands directly south of Riverside South as they butt up against some Pass 1 lands. The Pass 1 lands are the ones that surround the Beauceville station. So the agricultural lands have a varying scores under our LEAR. The stuff closest to transit is actually the lowest scoring. So what I'm saying is, let's go get some more data on that. Our LEAR is we aren't able to ground truth our entire LEAR. I mean, it's thousands of hectares across the city. So in the previous cases, we've actually had a bit more data before determining the designation of those lands. So I'm saying let's get some extra data. We have some time. We aren't coming back till September. Bring the extra data in front of council so we have the full picture of what these lands are, and it could assist council and staff in drawing that line, that boundary on agricultural lands based on the soils values that we actually get through this process. So I hope you can support this this further review and just getting some more information.
Great, thank you. Councillor Meehan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I was wondering, I have a question for legal if Mr. Mark is around. I'm just wondering, is he there?
Yes.
Mr. Mark, I'm just wondering, what will Councillor Moffat's motion mean to my motion to swap out the ag lands in Riverside South for other rural land?
It is still possible, should council so wish, Mr. Mayor, to carry recommendation 4A concerning the land south of Riverside South, if this motion carries. So they will be considered to be in, but before the final decision is made on the official plan, presumably in September, this additional information will be made available for council to consider at the moment of the adoption of the official plan.
I'd like to find out who, I guess, do I ask Councillor Moffat? Who do I ask staff? I mean, what benefit does, if it makes perfect sense for our transit-oriented community to develop on this piece of land, because we have to maximize our investment in transit in Riverside South, if it makes perfect sense to swap out land, why are further soil tests needed?
Mr. Willis or Mr. Mark?
Mr. Mayor, I would have suggested Councillor Moffat would wish to answer that question since he brought forward the motion.
Councillor Moffat, if you have a comment? I think your mic's...
I'm just looking to make sure we have all the evidence in front of us. Like I said, when we had previous lands that were subject to a change in designation from agricultural resource area to general rural, we had soil studies in front of us. Actually, joint committee themselves just approved a motion from Councillor Hubley 2 weeks ago, which sought additional studies before making a final decision on those lands. And that's the lands near the 416 in Fallowfield. So really just following a process that we've already established previously and making sure that we have all the data in front of us, just so that in the future, if similar situations come up, and we don't have that data, that we can rely on something that we've done in the past to make sure that we follow the same path.
Well, the designation isn't going to change, though. It will continue to be designated rural, regardless of what the soil samples give us.
So I don't want to debate too much, but what I'm trying to say is that in the Barnesdale lands and in the Wall Road lands, they were designated as agricultural resource area. Further studies determined that the values that we had set on them did not ring true. The ground truthing proved that they were not agricultural, prime agricultural lands, and the designation changed from agricultural resource area to general rural area, which is why those lands were able to be included in the urban boundary this time around.
So you're figuring that this will substantiate our motion. It will legitimize even more the motion to swap out these lands.
Because there's some uncertainty that's been expressed, and I think you yourself in the presentation to committee expressed that there are some concerns whether these are legitimately agricultural lands, these specific ones on the northern end. This provides that opportunity to find out the legitimacy of those agricultural lands. Like I said, it just gives us all the tools we need.
I would also respectfully suggest that it not change anything, because we require these lands to be developed to support our transit-oriented community. So I will leave my questions at that. I'm hoping somebody else has some questions about this, though.
Okay, thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Councillor, for moving the motion at Planning and Agriculture Rural Affairs Committee, because obviously we need to ensure that where we have stations, we have TOD. So I appreciate the effort you did on item 4, and we'll hand it over to Councillor El-Shantiri for comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I would like to ask Mr. Willis a couple of questions, if I may, Mr. Mayor, or Mr. Mark, because really this motion will almost, and I know I want to ask those questions so my colleague, Councillor Meehan, she can feel comfortable, basically, and it's up to her how she feels. But I mean, I just want to ask the question, and the question to Mr. Willis is this motion would delay anything, in your opinion?
Mr. Mayor, the staff do not think it needs delay, provided the opponent gets the report into us in a timely manner.
Because in the past, and we all know, some of the rural council would know, to do a LEAR study, you need 3 to 4 months if you are serious about it. So it could be done, because right now we are in month 2 and we're not coming back till almost March. So we have since a 7-month period for the landowner or the developer to do a LEAR study. Is that correct? Like 7 months should be sufficient?
Mr. Mayor, I think it's our understanding, and Mr. Mark is more experienced because he's commissioned studies like this to support council's position in prior LPAT and ONB hearings. We believe, and Mr. Mark can correct me if I'm wrong, we believe that there are people who can do it within that time period.
So I see Mr. Mark, Mr. Mayor, shaking his head in agreement with the statement from Mr. Willis. So, colleague, here we are. We vote for the to add that land from Riverside South, and we know unanimously in May we vote on a motion to protect the agriculture and agricultural resource land. And I'm not saying this land it could score prime agricultural land or not even score high, because the land surrounded from the previous LEAR study, it doesn't show is a strong LEAR in that area. But nevertheless, it's not going to delay the process. And I want to ask Mr. Willis one more question. Mr. Willis, even if this land is scored
Riley.
Scored a little bit high on the LEAR, that provincial policy statement 2020 will allow you the flexibility to make a land swap within that area. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, just to be clear, staff have, when asked about our position with respect to Councillor Meehan's original motion at Joint Committee, staff supported it. We believe there's a case under the provincial policy statement today because of the priority for transit area development, because we are within the capture area of 2 transit stations in the 1.9 kilometers where we have the highest propensity of people to adopt transit ridership, that staff always supported the original motion. If the new information comes in, council can choose at the time of adoption of the official plan to not include it and direct us to include other lands. Council the options are available for council. The reference I made to PPS 2020 is what happens after council has already brought lands in, and it does give us flexibility that we never had before because in other times we would have had to deal with these matters in a comprehensive review. The new provision helps us when we've already adopted lands.
And Mr. Willis, before you leave from the screen, also you agree,
even whatever the result is, we still, council can vote on this in September, and council can choose to vote, one way or another regardless. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, council has final authority on the decision. It's council who adopts the bylaw.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Willis. Folks, all this Councillor Moffat and Luloff does is just give another safeguard. So the policy is, if we're going to bring some land to the urban area, the Lear study should be revisited, and we should try everything we can to protect the agricultural land. And I don't fear this motion will change anything. I'm still going to support Councillor Meehan, because I did support on the Joint Committee her motion. And I will still support your motion, Councillor Meehan, and I will support Councillor Moffat. And you should do the same, folks, because this is not going to change anything. So the transit or to this Riverside South is still going to go there. The two big investment we did in the LRT2, perhaps that decision not to go through that land should have been done 5 years ago, not today, because the design was adopted by most of us around the table 5 years ago. So all of this give you a little extra security or safety guard or whatever you want to call it, to revisit this item, to check the soil, and we might be all surprised. It's not might be not a good agricultural land, and then we'll all be happy we did this. So no one can come back in the future and say to you, oh, you did it here without the Lear study. Why you demand the Lear study from me here? So this will be consistent with our practice all along. And I will be personally supporting this motion. And I don't think there's harm also, because if I can speak on Councillor Meehan, Mr. Mayor, that's a question to you. Are we speaking on both at the same time? Item 4 and the motion?
That's correct. Yeah, just like we did.
I would encourage you.
1 minute.
To support Councillor Meehan's motion, because it's important to have transit in that area. The city made a huge investment with transit, and it'll be an egg in our face to all of us one day to say, oh, you have a train going and through the cornfield. So again, I don't mind doing the Lear study. I think I feel comfortable that whatever the result is, we can manage it in September, but at the same time, it'll keep consistent with our policy in the city. So I encourage you to support both motion, Moffat and Meehan. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leeper on the motion and item 4, please.
Thanks. I just have a question, Chair. One of the opportunities we have as city councilors is to learn cool stuff. What is ground truthing?
Mr. Mayor, I'll start off, and General Manager may wish to add. Doing soil testing in this case. Ground truthing is, of course, testing something on the ground. In this case, Mr. Mayor, it would be doing soil samples.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may add, when the Lear process was done, it was done based on provincial soils mapping. There was no grabbing soil from this site and testing it in order to do it. So ground truthing would grab specific soils from this site in order to evaluate it.
And that's evaluated for the nutritional, nutrient content and minerals, et cetera, et cetera. That's cool. All right. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor, for asking the question. We're all embarrassed to ask. Next on our list is Councillor Harder, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted to make sure, I thought we were just talking about the Moffat motion, but because it has influence perhaps, and that's my question, on the Meehan motion, you want us to speak to both of them?
That's correct, yes. Staff have recommended that the Moffat-Luloff motion ties in with item 4, so you speak to both. Okay,
so that's what's concerning to me, because at the Joint Committee, we had a very strong vote that supported the switch of 106 hectares of land specifically to the 2 stations that have cost taxpayers $150 million, where without supporting the reporting, the item number 4A, basically worthless, not to have anyone there, not to be having opportunity to build a TOD 15-minute neighborhood. But, you know, and I understand that this amount of land is only let's see, 0.002% or something like that of the total agricultural resource land, because don't we have, isn't it true, we have 93,000 hectares, 93,000 hectares of agricultural land. Is that so, Mr. Willis, I guess?
That's correct. Chair, that's, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
And Mr. Mark, what assurance do we have with such a strong recommendation coming from the Joint Committee that the results of Councillor Moffat's study, which by the way has not started yet. I confirmed that with Urbandale. There is no study that's underway. What influence would it have? Does it automatically, the way it's written, have an influence on the decision to look at this switch of 0.002% of the 93,000 hectares?
Mr. Mayor, that, when the results of the study become known, that will be information for council to take into account in September.
But it wouldn't be any more information than if we were deciding to, I don't know, put a station in the different direction or something like that, right? We'd still have to take that new information under consideration on any topic.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor, council is entitled to ask for information and is entitled to weigh it as council sees fit at the time of the decision.
So as I said, the city has invested $150 million into this area. I know that Councillor Meehan hasn't introduced, this is the weird part, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Meehan hasn't introduced her motion yet, has she? No.
No, she doesn't have to because it's already before us as item 4A and B.
All right, and she didn't speak to it. So anyways, I'm just very, very concerned that by supporting Councillor Moffat, we will disadvantage a very smart decision for taxpayers and for transit users in this city. You know, this is where the north-south LRT was going to go, and I think Councillor Deans will probably speak to that. It advantages us in so many ways. It provides a conduit to, well, we just talked, and the last item that we talked on was the tailwind that we passed and how that's going to build from the 417 right through. This is important that we do this. So I think I've asked the questions that I need to. One other one maybe, what is the difference between the 1.9 kilometer capture area around the transit stations that we use in the current OP analysis versus the 600 meter TOD area that we used in the 2013 official plan? Is there any difference?
Mr. Mayor, we're going to take control of the screen for 1 minute to show a map, which I think is quite helpful to council, if I may. So just quickly to orient council, the lands in white, where you see the transit line, the red line is the terminus of the Trillium line at Line Bank Station. Andy will also move the cursor where you see the parking symbol is Bowesville Station. That's further in the yellow area is the Bowesville Station. And the blue line is the BRT that connects over to Barhaven across the Vimy Bridge. The yellow, the yellow lands are the lands that council has not contested and will be part of the final vote today, is part of the 1,011 hectares, and the reduced number of lands coming in, past one lands that comes in, and the swap motion deals with the green lands that are south of that, where Councillor Meehan's motion, as adopted by Joint Committee, would move that land into the brown area in between the white and yellow. And you see the red lines around there, which is a 1.9 kilometer radius, which is the capture area, the 15-minute neighborhood, the area where the highest propensity of people to use transit because they can, fit people can walk, but it's actually an easy cycling distance and very good for local bus connections. So based on work that our transportation services advise us on, that's the distance where people are most likely to pick transit as their first choice. The intersection of those two lines, the two circles, is over the lands in question. So the concept is the green gets flipped to the brown, where the lands intersect. That's the concept before council today. And I hope this helps answers. The 600 in the current official plan is the area for high density development, generally tall buildings. It's a different concept. It's not the same as the capture area around a station, and is what the previous official plan used as an intensification concept. This new 1.9 really is related to our concept of a 15-minute neighborhood, which is the new policy construct that underlying the entire official plan that's before you over the next number of months. Yeah.
So if you weren't allowed to, weren't allowed to build, you wouldn't be able to build either the TOD as we know it today, or the high apartment buildings or condos or whatever they might be without this.
So Mr. Mayor, the highest density will be closest to the station. Without community design planning, I can't yet tell you how far those highest density goes. But I'll reiterate the point I'd make is that where we have these two intersecting circles, people who live there, based on behavior patterns that our transportation services staff advise me based on research, are at the highest likelihood to use transit. And that's why staff backed the motion as presented at joint committee. But as Councillor Moffat has indicated, the brown lands are agricultural resource lands, and his motion asks for additional ground truthing information of that space in between.
And so just to wrap up for me, I just want to say that I'm not afraid or concerned to have the owner of the land take this on. I am doubtful it can be completed in that time frame. It could be irrelevant simply because of that. But I want to be on notice that even if it comes back and the entire corner, like lot line to lot line to lot line to lot line, comes back and it's top grade, we have 93,000 hectares of agricultural resource land in our city. 0.002% of it, is that worthy in order to have transit-oriented development, 15-minute neighborhoods? Otherwise, have we wasted our money by losing that opportunity?
1 minute.
I really don't need more time, Mr. Mayor. That's what I'm saying. I will support Councillor Moffat, but I'm on record to sustaining my support for the joint committee recommendation. Transit is a major priority. Agriculture is a major priority. And I think we can value both. Thanks very much.
Great. I think you summed that up nicely, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to offer a comment or maybe an anecdote about farming and how it relates to the urban boundary. One of my rural landowners has land right beside a huge, beautiful suburban park that was built sometime in the last decade. And his property fronts what once was a rural road, but with the expansive growth of Orleans, that road has become a major arterial. So this farmer is now really limited in the agricultural activities he can conduct on his lands. Can't drive his tractor on the arterial road, can't spread fertilizers, also known as manure, because smells are an issue for those visiting the park. He had to sell his quota, which are cows. His lands, which are zoned agricultural, have essentially become unfarmable because of its proximity to urban development. So I just want to caution that I think that there is more to quality farming than a Lear score. And, given that staff has indicated that no undue delay would be caused by this motion, I don't think that there's harm in collecting more information with respect to the Lear score. I'm just not exactly sure what it would change. And I think when Councillor Meehan's motion got supported committee, it did so because the lands, as Councillor Harder just said, were contiguous to light rail transit, and that will not change. So I just wanted to offer that comment to frame the discussion if this motion passes and comes before us again. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor, for that perspective. Councillor Aguilar, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to Councillor Leeper, I had the same question very early this morning and had an exchange with Councillor Moffat. And I think it's kind of fun that it's literally testing on the ground. And in this case, we're testing the ground. So Scott was able to share that with me this morning. I want to thank Councillor Moffat for bringing forward the motion because, and I referenced this earlier in the meeting, in light of the unanimous commitment we made to protect agricultural lands, I think that it's very important that we have the most up-to-date and accurate information we can have in front of us before we make our final decision on this piece of land. So again, very important, and I appreciate that you brought it on, Councillor Moffat, and it'll be something that we will all need to consider in the fall when we revisit this issue, the results of the testing. So thank you. I will be supporting your motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Meehan, we'll ask you to speak at the end to wrap up on item 4. So we'll get Scott and then Councillor Meehan, and Councillor Deans now has the floor, please, on both the motion and item 4.
Thank you, Mayor. A question to you, Mr. Willis. If these lands had been scored, would they have scored? How would they have scored?
For what? Councillor Dean, sorry, can you speak a little bit louder to the mic?
I don't know what's wrong with my microphone today. I'll speak louder. I'm asking.
I think I've just gotten old, that's why.
Okay. I'm asking Mr. Willis if they had scored these lands, the ones involved in this land swap, how would they have scored?
So, Mr. Mayor, Council directed us not to score these lands, but after the motion before committee, a joint committee, I did ask staff to go back and score the lands, and they would score the same as the yellow lands adjacent to these lands I showed on the map, and they would have been category 1. Okay.
So they score very high, presumably because of their proximity to transit, correct?
Mr. Mayor, just to be clear, we're talking about the scoring with respect to the urban boundary expansion, not LIR scoring, just in case.
Right. Yes.
And because I used the expression before, plug and play, this is very plug and play. These lands, they are in proximity to transit. They part of the land would be the highest level of score for transit, and the other portion would be the next layer down. So as I said, it's comparable to the piece to the east of the lands in question.
So, Mr. Willis, it was back in May, was it, that council gave the direction on the agricultural lands to keep them all out? Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, in May last year, council directed us not to score agricultural resource lands. Okay, well, I wasn't here during that debate, but I spent the first 18 years of my life growing up in a farming community, and I absolutely understand the importance of farmlands and agricultural lands for all of us. It's our food supply, and we recognize that more and more eating locally is important. So protecting our agricultural lands is something that I absolutely support. But I do think that there's a conflict here, and a significant conflict, because one of the other things that this council believes in is smart growth. It's in 15-minute neighborhoods. It's in building density to our transit lines. And we made a commitment. We spent $150 million putting two new stations and a transit line in this very area. And now, because of the agricultural designation, we want to leave that land for agriculture and not have people living on it. And to me, I think if I was here, I might have made the suggestion that in close proximity to transit, we might want to think long and hard about that, because these are conflicting policies. And as Councillor Harder said, when we have made those kinds of investments with taxpayers' money in transit, and we're trying to get people on, building density close to that line is hugely important. My problem with Councillor Moffat's motion is I don't see what it would change. I don't think anyone is actually disputing that this is agricultural land.
And I recognize that. I think it's a trade-off. And what we're hearing from city staff today is that their recommendation, even based on these conflicting policies that council has, one on agriculture and one on transit, that on balance, the smart decision for council in the taxpayers' interest is to move ahead with this. And so I don't understand why we're delaying. And I hear my colleagues say, okay, well, you know what, Councillor Moffat will do the Lear study, but by the way, I'm going to vote for it anyway. Well, if that's the decision, because that is the decision that makes sense, why are we spending money on a Lear study? I don't entirely understand. If you agree that this should be in, because when you look at that map that Mr. Willetts put out, I think picture's worth 1,000 words, but I think that tells the story. Also, because it squares off the urban boundary at Rideau Road, which I think is also an important consideration. But it also tells the story about how you build smart communities, where you build your density to the line. And I think this makes sense. So I don't understand the delay. I don't understand spending money on a study where no one is disputing what that land is. I think the question more importantly for council is, how do these two conflicting policies get resolved, and what makes the most sense in the community interest, in
1 minute,
transit riders, in the interest of taxpayers, in the interest of families that will live there in the future? And I think that the issue is clear. So I'm going to support Councillor Meehan in doing this land swap, and I'm not going to support the, in my estimation, unnecessary study. Thank you.
okay. Does anyone wish to speak before Councillor Moffat and then Councillor Meehan have a chance to wrap up? Anyone? Okay. Councillor Meehan, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate this opportunity to speak on what I agree with Councillor Deans is a very conflicting situation. And I want to make no mistake, I want people to know that I do support, and I do support and protect agricultural land. And I wouldn't be here today asking for this land swap for Riverside South if it didn't make a whole heck of a lot of sense. And here's why. We are building the first transit-oriented community in Ottawa, in the south end of Ottawa. Riverside South is growing phenomenally. We've got a rail system that's going in that it's going to be complete before any other part of the city. We're in an enviable position. We've got 2 new transit stations, Bowesville to the east, which also has about 700 parking spaces, and Limebank Station, which goes from the west over to the middle of Riverside South. That's going to be the terminus of our LRT station with a new sports facility, our town center, a library. The excitement out there is phenomenal. But so you picture, we've got transit-oriented community all around this rail line, except for one key parcel of land that is designated agricultural. And this area has always been designated agricultural. What is not going to change with Councillor Moffat's motion today, it's not going to change its designation at all. This line has been planned where it is because just up until a year ago, ag land was not excluded from development. If it had been, this line would have taken a different route. But we have spent $150 million on 2 transit stations. We are allowing a densification, intensification along this rail line. But if you look at the piece of the puzzle from the top, you're going to have one chunk that's left vacant. And listen to what Catherine Kitts, our Councillor Kitts, had said, that this ag land has never been farmed and probably never will be because it's going to be on a rail line. And that to me is a waste. So if we swap out the land, we're able to use it so we can fulfill our transit policy of having transit-oriented development along a rail line. We need these homes and these residents to support these 2 stations, Bowesville and Limebank, and also to support growth in Barrhaven. We're going to have the BRT taking people over to Barrhaven, which the job growth out there is phenomenal. We need these homes more than we need the land. Sometimes you have to give up something to get something, and this makes sense. It's 106 hectares. Yes, people say it's large, but in the big scheme of things, this is really small. If we go ahead with Councillor Moffat's motion today, believe me, we are going to be chipping away at a motion my motion that's going to make phenomenal sense for Riverside South. The only intent of this motion is to scuttle this plan. I heard my fellow councillors here today say that, we're not voting on a development plan right now. This is just directions, okay? So I would like to say, let's not get, muddy the waters. The designation, the Lear soil reports is not going to change anything. It's just going to give the opponents of this plan to fulfill the key transit portions for Riverside South, give them more ammunition to scuttle this. We have to be fiscally responsible. We've spent the money. Let's support it. Let's get those stations up and ready and have the people in there that are going to ride it. People want to move to Riverside South because we have the transit line. If we don't allow that line to be the transit-oriented community to be up against the line, then we're going to be forcing the growth further south into Greeley and into Manotick on the south side of Rideau Road, which we want right now as our linear boundary. So what I'm saying is this doesn't make any climate sense. We're going to have cars. People are going to have to be forced to take their cars to Bowesville. They're not going to be able to walk or bike to these two stations and this new town center that we are building. I'm asking you to please support my motion. This is an unusual situation we're looking at. This has really nothing to do with other ag land parcels that were brought in. This is a unique situation that requires a unique solution and a one-time solution, and that's a swap of the ag land. I'm thrilled and I'm so happy that staff has supported me on this because they know it makes imminent sense. And I would say I'm asking you to please support my motion over Councillor Moffat's because we've done all the work, staff supports it, and I don't think more time and more soil samples is going to change anything. I don't think we should risk it because my motion makes sense and we need that complete transit community out there and we need that piece of the puzzle to do it. So if you can support me, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Moffat, did you want to wrap up on your motion?
Yeah, just briefly. I'm not asking anyone to vote against Councillor Meehan's motion. I'm just asking for more data on the lands so that we can make an informed decision. There are other similar situations in the city that would open ourselves to losing more agricultural land. So if the data comes back and confirms, as was the case with the Barnesdale Roadlands and the Wall Roadlands, that the 106 hectares isn't agricultural land, then my opposition to the land swap is gone because the lands won't be categorized as agricultural anymore. The point for me is preserving agricultural lands and making sure that we're putting everything into that to make sure we make the right decisions on that. To Councillor Dean, speaking of Rideau Road as the natural boundary, be careful there because that's 330 hectares of land north of Rideau Road, between Rideau Road and the urban boundary. We're only talking about 106 hectares here. So if we're talking about Rideau Road as the urban boundary, now you're talking about bringing in an additional 200 hectares of land that isn't a part of this decision right now. So let's go get the proper data. Let's give staff the tools they need to determine if the lands aren't agricultural, where the 106 hectares should be, and give them the ability to close that door on the rest. Not make Rideau Road the boundary, but close the door on the prime ag, which is actually on the south side. The best scoring land is closest to Rideau Road. The worst scoring land is closest to transit, not on transit. The transit line is actually about 200 meters north of the land and the station is 1,000 meters away. But making sure that we have the right tools in order to make the right decision in the end of this in the fall. Appreciate the opportunity. Thanks.
Okay, so we'll deal first with Councillor Moffat's motion. On the motion?
Carried.
Opposed. Yeas
and nays have been called. Okay. This is Councillor Moffat's motion.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Harder.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor Deroux.
No.
Conseil Cloutier.
No.
Councillor Suds.
Yes.
Councillor Hubli.
Yes.
Councillor El Shantiri.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Councillor Kitts.
No.
Conseil Fleury.
Oui.
Councillor McKenney.
No.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Moffat.
Yes.
Councillor Meehan.
No.
Councillor Shirelli.
No.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Councillor Deans.
No.
Councillor Eglai.
Yes.
Mayor Watson.
Yes.
14 yeas, 10 nays.
On Councillor Meehan's motion, the staff recommendation on items 4A and 4B. Carrie?
Carrie.
Yeas and nays, please.
Ayes and nays. Okay. On the full, who asked for yeas and nays? I
I
apologize.
did. On 4A, please.
Okay. So on 4A, yeas and nays have been called.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Harder.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor DeRuse.
Yes.
Councillor Cloutier.
Oui.
Councillor Suds.
Yes.
Councillor Hubli.
Yes.
Councillor El Shantiri.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Conseil Fleury.
Oui.
Councillor McKenney.
Yes.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Moffat.
Yeah.
Councillor Meehan.
Yes.
Councillor Shirelli.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
Carried.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Councillor Deans.
Yes.
Councillor Eglai.
Yes.
Mayor Watson.
Yes.
I have 24 yeas.
Okay. On the rest of item 4, the preamble and item B, carries.
Okay.
Carried.
Okay, next
Carried.
is our next motion that we have is by Councillor Harder and seconded by Councillor El Shantiri, tree protection and site alteration bylaw, which deals with item 3 in our agenda items. So you can, if Councillor Harder would be kind enough to introduce her motion and speak to that as well as item 3, the floor is yours, Councillor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. So this is, this has a map that goes with it, and I think the map speaks to the area. It's tree protection site alteration bylaws. Therefore, be it resolved that recommendation 3 be deleted and replaced with the following. Direct staff to submit to council bylaws in respect of the tree protection and site alteration bylaws to apply the relevant provisions of each bylaw to protect trees and natural features on any land areas evaluated in document 2 or 3 and the lands within Riverside South, shown on attachment 1 to this motion until such time subsequent to ministerial approval of the new official plan council considers a report. And so this is to stop tree cutting, clear cutting, you know, and that we sometimes see, unfortunately. That's what that's about, sir.
You want to put the hands up? Whoops, thank you very much. I don't see anyone else.
Can that be, I'd like to just take a look at the text of the resolution again, please?
Yeah, if we
scroll
scroll that
by
up.
fast.
And I don't see anyone's hand up at this point. But there it is. This is moved by Councillor Harder, seconded by Councillor El Shantiri. and it deals also with item 3 on the main new official plan agenda. Yeah, so this, I'm sorry, just to be clear, this replaces item 3. Is that correct, Councillor Harder?
Yep. Yes, it is, sir.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Leeper, did you have any questions?
No, I appreciate that. Thank you, Caitlin.
Mayor, can we just get can you just ask staff comment on what the motion is doing?
Sure. Mr. Mark, do you want to offer a comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the lands we just dealt with in recommendation 4A in Riverside South were not part of document 2 or document 3. So to extend the protection by recommendation 3 to Riverside South, an amendment was necessary. And also this tightens up the resolution to make it clear that the protection will stay in place until council considers another report after the minister makes a decision.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, anyone else on this item? The Harder El Shantiri motion? Carried. Adopté, merci. The next is Harder El Shantiri with respect to gating policies, replacing recommendation number 5. So Councillor Harder, if you'd like to speak to it, if we can put it up on the screen, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this motion would provide that any lands added to the urban expansion by a motion are subject to gating policies in the draft official plan. Any, again, any lands that are added, or any or all lands.
Okay, does anyone have their hand up, Madam Deputy Clerk?
Councillor Leeper, and we've just put the rest of the motion on the screen, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Leeper, did you have a question or comment?
Thanks. Same question as was just posed. It looks like this is purely consequential.
Sorry, was that a statement or question?
Sorry, it's a question. Is this entirely a consequential motion as a result of the amendments?
Mr. Mayor, it's to Mark speaking. It's to ensure there are no gaps left in the requirement for these gating policies by lands that are added to the urban area by council. It is to be certain that we capture everything.
Yep. Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Mayor.
Okay. No one else I see. Oh, Councillor Leeper, you're up again. No, well, there we go. So on the motion by Councillor Harder.
Carried.
Carried. Then we have item 1, which is approve the corrections, additions, and so on. Carried.
Carried.
And then we have recommendations 7 to 13 that are before us. Carried.
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 And we have Harder El Shantiri motion on timing. Councillor Harder, you have a motion. If we can put that up on the screen, seconded by Councillor El Shantiri, please.
I'll just wait for it to be up on the screen. I don't know that everybody's seen it yet. But I'll start speaking to it. It is with reference to what we've been mentioning a lot today. We were expecting to have the next joint meeting of Planning Committee and Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee at the end of June. We're moving that timing into September and delay it.
Sorry.
Keith, I think, is talking. Anyways, it's very simple. Whereas staff estimate the volume of work still to be done will be completed in time to report back to council in September 2021. Therefore, be it resolved that council approve that all reference to staff reporting back in June be replaced with September.
Carried.
I'm sure everyone will support that.
Carried.
Carried.
You are muted, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, we still can't.
I turn it off. Hello.
There you are.
I apologize. I just wanted to thank members of the sponsors committee, as sponsors group rather, as well as the members of ARAC and planning. A lot of heavy lifting went into this report, long meetings and a lot of extra hours. So particular thank you to the co-chairs, Councillors Harder and El Shantiri. Appreciate all of your good work. Next is Transportation Committee Report number 15, Rapport numéro 15, Comité de Transport, 2020 Electric Kick Scooter Strategy and Pilot Report. I believe Councillor McKenney had asked that this be held, who's a scooter driver herself.
Yeah, not an electric one though. It's all leg powered. Not that I'm being elitist, but there's a difference. Yeah, I just wanted to just very quickly take 2 minutes to speak to this. I'm not going to support the pilot going forward. I'm actually going to vote against it. I don't believe, I want this to succeed. I have said that. I think that having electric scooters available to people to get around is a good way to get people mostly out of Uber, not necessarily out of their cars, but certainly out of Uber and those short drives. And it is a good thing. However, I do not believe that the companies that offered the service this past year in 2020 did a good enough job of ensuring that sidewalks were kept clear and that people were not riding on sidewalks. We heard from people who are visually impaired. We heard from CNIB that it is extremely dangerous for people who cannot see when people are riding scooters on the sidewalk or they're leaving them down on the ground. We heard from seniors and we heard from many, many people, myself especially. Most of them were probably in my ward once we put the geofence around the market. So, I'm just not satisfied that the companies have done to date everything that they need to ensure that their product is delivered in the safest way possible. So I'm not going to support the pilot going forward. I know it's still going to go forward, but I needed to make a point of it so that the companies that will be looking for a role in the pilot going forward would know that they have a serious responsibility to people who walk in this city, to seniors, to people with accessibility issues, and to people especially who are visually impaired and find the notion of sidewalk riding and scooters left on the ground to be a real danger. So I will leave it at that, and we can vote on the.
Right. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Luloff, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, very briefly, I'd like to echo my colleague's sentiments on accessibility. As the council liaison for accessibility for the city of Ottawa, we received quite a bit of concern from our accessibility community. The councillor is 100% correct in her assertions that the companies need to do a better job with consulting and ensuring that we're accommodating our accessibility community. So please, if you're listening, the two proponents or three proponents, please ensure that you continue to consult with the Accessibility Advisory Committee and make this pilot work and make it better for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leeper, please.
Thank you. And just very briefly, Catherine McKenney is obviously one of our micromobility supporters, and the fact that they are not willing to give the companies a second chance speaks to the seriousness with which I think the residents of Ottawa take this issue. The same as Councillor Luloff, for those who are listening, the companies who I'm certain are tuned in, one dissent this year could easily turn into 13 votes against extending this pilot next year at this time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Very quickly, I've heard from seniors as well, and as well as people with accessibility issues. And I hope that we do not put a burden on our OPS, our bylaw, whoever is going to monitor this, because that would be an expense on our part to make sure people stay off sidewalks. I think that's the biggest concern. So that is the message going forward, is we've got to make sure that people stay off sidewalks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak to the item?
Mr. Mayor, maybe if it's okay, as chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize, Councillor Tierney, chair of the committee.
Yeah. So first of all, I want to thank the committee members and thank council. I certainly think those points are definitely echoed. But we had a really great discussion about why Ottawa is so much more different than other municipalities. They've really done a terrific job as staff working with the three partners in our pilot project. And I keep referring it to as the Hunger Games. You're quite correct. We're holding $25,000 of their money, and we can pull their ticket and ban them from our streets if they don't comply. We also have, instead of a 4-hour pickup window for scooters, it's 1 hour. And the success I've seen online, they've been picking them up quite quickly. Can it be better? It always can be better. And that was echoed at the committee. Councillor Fleury also pointed out 5G technology as it comes along. It will give more ability to be able to restrict them from being on sidewalks. Look, in a lot of the discussions that we had, we actually got our partners to modify their applications to actually do the 3-strike system so they can ban people from riding if they're doing it inappropriately. We also heard many other things that are very pro-environment. We heard 46% of the people said that they had driven less. Having people not hop into their cars if they're working downtown when we get back to the new reality, to go drive 10 blocks to be able to pick up a sandwich and then drive back if they can just have a scoot, that's only a good thing for the environment. So again, there's no free ride for these guys. We're going to keep their feet to the fire. This is year 2 of the 5-year pilot project that the province of Ontario has allowed the municipalities to take part in. And I ask for members of council today to please support this yet once again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. Est-ce qu'il y a des autres commentaires?
Other comments?
The committee report as presented, carried. Dissent by Councillor McKenney.
Carried.
Okay. Next is a motion to adopt reports. Motion portant adoption de rapport. Councillor Meehan. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Councillor Kavanaugh did hold an item on the bulk consent agenda. Item B. I apologize, Councillor Kavanaugh.
Mr. Mayor,
yep.
Maybe after Councillor Kavanaugh, if I can have a couple of minutes, if you don't mind.
We've got a number of motions, Councillor.
Okay.
So you can bring it up under other business, unless it's on this item. So Councillor Kavanaugh, you have the floor on the bulk consent agenda. Item you've held.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is for the Brownfield grant application for 2583 and 2599 Carling Avenue. I'm not going to oppose it. However, it does bring into question the 2 categories and the concern that we have for going forward on what we consider to be appropriate for transit-oriented development, since we have a different category if it's near transit, which this falls into, but we haven't set any criteria for this. I've talked to staff, and I appreciate that they're going to be looking at this and bringing forward a report. And I think it would be helpful to have some numbers on what projects we are approving that are related to transit-oriented development in these areas. So that would be my request, if we can have that in the report in June. Thank you.
Okay, so that staff have heard that. Anyone else on this motion? So on the motion, carried. Adopté.
Carried.
Now,
I can just register my dissent.
sorry, there was a dissent by
Councillor Menard, thank you.
Councillor Menard. Motion to adopt reports, Councillor Meehan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That Finance and Economic Development Committee Report 20, Finance and Economic Development Committee and Nominating Committee Joint Report 3, Planning Committee and Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee Joint Report 4, Transportation Committee Report 15, and the report from the City Clerk entitled Summary of Oral and Written Public Submissions for Items Subject to the Planning Act Explanation Requirements at the City Council meeting of January 27th, 2021, be received and adopted as amended.
On the motion, carried. Motions of which the notice have been previously given. Councillor McKenney, seconded by Councillor Leeper with respect to a demolition at 131 Balsam. Councillor McKenney, please. Councillor McKenney, I think you're on mute.
If staff could put it up, I don't have I have it in front of me. This is a home that there was a fire in. It is owned by the owner of Preston Hardware on Balsam, and it's in an advanced state of disrepair due to that fire. So it's just to approve demolition control for the building.
So on the motion, carried. Adopté. Next is a motion by Councillor Brockington, seconded by Councillor Kavanagh with respect to tobogganing. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. I realize it's getting late, so I will keep my comments brief. Councillor Kavanagh have a motion today with respect to Mooney's Bay Hill. Certainly, people are well aware this is a very busy park in the south end of the city, many amenities, including the hill, which is very popular for winter tobogganing. What precipitated the matter before us is certainly it became very popular this past winter in particular, and with COVID restrictions, capacity restrictions on the hill and skating rinks, there was a large congregation of people not respecting public health guidelines for a number of weeks. Compounding that issue is a safety audit was done on the hill a few years ago that identified some safety issues using the hill for tobogganing, and a decision was made by Parks and Rec to close the hill. So in working with the general manager of Parks and Rec, we do believe that we can assess the safety issues, identify a plan to mitigate them with the intent of reopening the hill. This is a public asset. It's a destination park. It needs to be open, but we have to address safety issues, and I'm certainly on board working with staff on that. So, Mayor, I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, on the motion, carried.
Carried.
Excuse me, motions requiring suspension of the rules of procedure. Motion exigeant la suspension des règles de procédure. First one is by Councillor Luloff, seconded by myself, with respect to an appointment of the library board on suspension. Carried.
Carried.
Adopté. Councillor Luloff, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Councillor Tierney for his contribution to the library board over the last many years. I don't think that I would have been able to see the success as chair over the course of the last year without his hard work and the support of an incredible board. I know that this board is going to be stronger for the contribution of Councillor King, and that's why I nominated him. I've been trying to find a way to get him on the board since I became the chair, and I'm so glad that finally we're at this point. So I won't belabor the point because I want him on the board as soon as possible, and I know our staff have a lot of work to do getting him up to speed. So whereas Councillor Tim Tierney has advised the mayor and the city clerk of his intention to step down as member of the Ottawa Public Library Board, effective upon council's approval of a replacement, and whereas the city clerk has undertaken a circulation to seek expressions of appointment by council to replace Councillor Tierney as member of the Ottawa Public Library Board, and whereas the clerk's office has received one expression of interest for consideration as Ottawa Public Library as the Ottawa Public Library Board, being Councillor Ralston King, and therefore be it resolved that council appoint Councillor Ralston King to the Ottawa Public Library Board. He's an incredible supporter of the board. He's got a great relationship with staff, and we can't wait to start working with him. Thanks.
Now, the implication is you want Councillor Tierney off the board as quickly as possible. I hope that's not true.
That is not true. However, I appreciate him stepping down in order to ensure that that we can get Councillor King on. Thanks, Mayor.
And thank you to Councillor Tierney. He did obviously a lot of the heavy lifting on the main branch, and we had a very great announcement with you, Councillor Luloff, with the federal government contributing the cost to make the building net carbon zero. So welcome, Councillor King, and thank you, Councillor Tierney and Councillor Luloff. On that motion, carried.
Carried.
Adopté. The next motion requiring suspension is by Councillor McKenney, seconded by Councillor Leeper, with respect to 494 Lisgar Street demolition. On suspension, carried. Councillor McKenney, if you'd like to introduce your motion, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's another demolition. And I think I have another notice of motion that I'm seconding, so I'm kind of demolishing things today. This is demolition of 4 homes that are on a property that was just provided funding through the Rapid Housing Initiative to John Howard Society to build affordable housing and supportive housing for 29 women. But they need demolition control because of the tight timeline for constructing modular housing here. So that's essentially all it is. It's just a different address.
Okay. On the motion, carried. Adopté. Carried. Thank you. The next motion requiring suspension of the rules of procedure is by myself, seconded by Councillor Dudas, with respect to the Landsdown Sponsors Group. On suspension, carried. So as we all know, colleagues, Council approved the report that called for sponsors group. And January 28th, the clerk undertook a circulation to seek interest. There are 2 sponsors groups, one dealing with planning, infrastructure, and affordable housing, and the other dealing with economic development, tourism, increased animation of the site, and the ability of the partnership to foster citywide and ward-specific support. And whereas expressions of interest have been received from 11 members of council interested, including the ward councillor, therefore be it resolved the following members of council be appointed to participate in each of the 2 sponsors groups in addition to the city staff previously identified Landsdown annual report and COVID-19 impacts report, and the mayor or his representative be ex officio. A, planning infrastructure, Councillors Harder, chair, Councillor Tierney, El Shantiri, Suds, Gower, and Councillor Menard as the ward councillor. And item B, economic development sponsors group, Councillor Hubley, chair, Councillor Kitts, Councillor Fleury, Councillor Moffat, Councillor Brockington, and Councillor Menard as the ward councillor. So on the motion?
Carried.
Adopté. Thank you. The next motion requiring suspension of the rules is by Councillor Leeper, seconded by Councillor McKenney, with respect to the demolition of 147 and 159 Forward Avenue. On suspension? Carried. Adopté.
Carried.
Councillor Leeper, if you'd like to introduce this, please.
Yeah, thank you. If I could just ask for that to get put up online. I believe that this is associated with a new affordable housing development that is going in. Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much for Councillor McKenney for seconding this. So I'll just go to the resolution, if I may. There's a timeliness element to this, therefore be it resolved that council demolition.
Well, sorry, someone is talking while Councillor Leeper is talking. Go ahead, Councillor Leeper.
Thanks. So this is on Forward Avenue. Therefore, be it resolved that council approve demolition control for the existing buildings on the property subject to the following conditions. The landscaping, these are all fairly standard conditions. I don't know if you want me to run through them all, Chair. I'll just scroll to the bottom. Yes, so just subject to the usual conditions, we're seeking early demolition of these.
Okay, I don't see any hands up. So on the motion as presented by Councillor Leeper.
Carried.
Carried. Adopté.
Carried.
Are there any other motions requiring suspension of the rules of procedure? Don't see any. Notice is a motion for consideration of subsequent meeting. Councillor Deans has a notice of motion seconded by Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Deans, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't read the whereases. I'll talk about it at our next council meeting, but it is to declare that Ottawa City Council declare March 8th, 2021 to be International Women's Day in the City of Ottawa.
Okay, thank you. Next is a notice of motion by Councillor Kavanaugh, seconded by Councillor McKenney. Councillor Kavanaugh, please. Sorry, Councillor Kavanaugh, I don't think your mic is on.
Sorry, it was bound to happen at some point. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yes, this is in regards to a resolution opposing the Chalk River Nuclear Waste Facility. I've had a lot of conversations with groups that have been concerned about this for a long time, and there has been many council that have signed on to this, as well as the Algonquin Anishinaabe groups have as well. So we'll be able to debate this at the next council meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other notices of motion for consideration of subsequent meeting? None, okay. Notice, or rather motion to introduce bylaws, please. Councillor Meehan.
That the bylaws listed on the agenda under motion to introduce bylaws, 3 readings, be read and passed.
Carried. Adopté.
Carried.
Excuse me, confirmation bylaw règlement de ratification. Councillor Meehan and Councillor King.
That the following bylaw be read and passed to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting of the 10th February 2021.
Carried. Adopté. Councillor El Shantiri has an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it's not an inquiry, quite honestly. We went through item number 10 very quickly. And I really, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our staff and Steve Willis, Tim Mark, the whole team of the OP, Mr. Mayor. They were really more than anything we can ask for. And I'd also like to say thank you to Leslie Donnelly, because she helped us with most of the motion, if it's not all of them. She was there available for us during the weekend and weekdays. And it really is a heartfelt thank you to all staff who helped with the OP meeting and help us in the last 2 weeks to get where we are today. So I apologize. We should have said that earlier. And also like to say thank you to my co-chair, my colleague, Councillor Harder, also for her leadership on both joint committee. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have any written inquiries, Madam Clerk? Just a reminder, members of the media conference will take place at 5 p.m. in 10 minutes. And I wish everyone a very happy Family Day. And as you all know, if we continue on the good path that we've followed the last couple of weeks, we will be out of lockdown on Tuesday. So please go out and support our local businesses to help them in their time of need. Motion to adjourn, please, Councillor Meehan.
That the proceedings of the City Council meeting of February 10th, 2021 be adjourned.
Carried.